Does it all feel overwhelming, as if the world is in a relentless spiral, growing bigger, faster, demanding quicker, wiser, bolder answers every day? Megatrends are reshaping our existence. Artificial intelligence, automation and blockchain are opening doors to unimagined futures. Businesses are embracing environmental accountability, responding to a planet-conscious consumer base. Demographic shifts and the rise of millennials are transforming market trends. In this interconnected world, new trade and cooperation opportunities emerge, crossing borders and cultures. But do these revolutions bring us closer to humanity's ultimate goals? Global leaders are navigating these waters, facing both challenges and opportunities. The BRICS expansion, the ascent of the Global South, the strengthening of Middle Eastern and Asian trade alliances, the advent of Web 4.0. These are shaping our world. In this era, collaborative frameworks are key. Data-driven initiatives as the FII Priority Compass are illuminating our path, focusing on humanity's hopes and pressing concerns. What does the future hold? When will education and innovation be universally accessible? How will urban technology reshape our societies? Who will lead the financial revolution in the new Asia? Who will chart the course for our civilization? For the first time, the FII Priority Summit comes to Hong Kong, Asia's world city. This dynamic platform is the ideal setting for groundbreaking global conversations on the mega trends shaping our future. Welcome to the FII Priority Summit, a convergence of minds and ideas, powered by the FII Institute, charting the course for humanity's future.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Honorables, dear FII Institute members and strategic partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the first FII Priority Summit in Asia, here in the vibrant heart of Hong Kong. Welcome. Today we stand at the pivotal crossroad where the decisions we make will shape not just the future of business, but the very fabric of our global society. In the next few minutes, I want to take you on a brief journey through the world of megatrends, the topic that we picked with Honorable Paul Chan, the colossal waves that are reshaping our world. They are not simple shifts. They are profound transformations that demand our attention and action. Firstly, let's consider the digital revolution. In the past decade alone, the digital economy has grown at an unprecedented rate, now representing 15.5% of global GDP. This is not a trend. It's a new reality, one where businesses that don't adapt are not just left behind, but risk becoming obsolete. Next, we turn our eyes to sustainability, and issues that close to our heart, and which is at the heart of the discussion happening currently at COP28. By 2030, the demand for water is expected to exceed supply by 40%. Meanwhile, the call for renewable energy sources is louder than ever as we aim to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is not just an environmental imperative, but a business one. Green investments are no longer a niche market. They are a necessity for future-proofing of our enterprises. But it's not all about technology and environment. At the core of these megatrends are people. The global workforce is evolving, with millennials and Gen Z soon to make up 75% of it. Their values, their way of working, and their expectations from employers are drastically different. They seek purpose, flexibility, and inclusivity. We as leaders need to adapt our management styles and corporate cultures to attract and retain this new wave of talent. As we embark on this journey through the landscape of megatrends, let us also anchor ourselves in the values that unite us and have the power to profoundly impact humanity. As I said at our flagship conference in Riyadh 1 month ago, empathy, integrity, and collaboration must be at the forefront of our actions. I would like to insist on collaboration, the bedrock of innovation that urges us to transcend boundaries and work together for solutions that benefit not just our individual businesses, but society as a whole. These values are not just ideals, they are the guiding principles that will lead us to a future where business success and social progress are not just aligned, but are inextricably linked. In closing, let's remember that with great challenges come also great opportunities. As we navigate these megatrends, let's do so not with trepidation, but with boldness and a vision for a future that is prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive. Let's do it with a new compass. While the compass was invented in China 2,000 years ago during the Han Dynasty. So thank you. I look forward to engaging with each of you during this conference to turn this insight into impactful actions. And it is my great honor now to invite on stage Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Unit, the Honorable John Lee.
Your Excellency Chairman Yashir Arumayan, Your Excellency Minister Khalid Al-Feli, Your Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan, Mr. Richard Atias, Mrs. Laura Chai, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you today for the inaugural FII Priority Hong Kong Summit. For our guests from the Middle East and around the world, welcome to Hong Kong. I'm very delighted that the Future Investment Initiative Institute has chosen Hong Kong to host its first ever Priority Summit in Asia. The Public Investment Fund and the Ministry of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are the summit's founding and vision partners. The Institute's influence has long transcended the realms of the Middle East, and it has become one of the most important forces globally in driving a brighter future for humankind. In partnership with the Hong Kong SL government and the Hong Kong Exchange, this two-day global gathering is yet another significant step forward in the deepening ties between Hong Kong and the Middle East, particularly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Belt and Road Initiative, proposed by President Xi Jinping, celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. The initiative has become a key pillar in building a global community of shared future. This February, I led a high-profile Hong Kong business delegation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. and also to United Arab Emirates, both of which are keynotes on the Belt and Road. That visit yielded a series of business and institutional agreements, and Hong Kong and Saudi are now formally negotiating on an investment promotion and protection agreement. Just last week, we celebrated the opening of Asia's first Saudi Arabian exchange-traded fund. The ETF, I'm pleased to say, was launched right here in Hong Kong on our stock exchange. And today, we proudly welcome to Hong Kong the FII Priority Summit. Over these next 2 days, some 1,000 of you from all over the world will hear from 100 prominent speakers. Megatrends shaping humanity is the theme of this summit. From technology and climate change to financial equity and quality of life, these far-reaching trends are driving transformation across communities and economies. That includes Hong Kong. In international trade, finance, and more, we have long played a role much larger than our geographical size would suggest. We are one of the world's most competitive and freest economies. Our free flow of capital and information, buttressed by a robust common law system, and a multi-talented, multilingual workforce, contributes to our long-standing status as a major international financial center. Hong Kong is the world's preeminent great gateway and a super value adder for economies, cultures, and peoples, East and West. Of course, all this is made possible by the unique one country, two systems principle. It affords us unparalleled access to the mainland of China and the rest of the world. And we will continue to play an engaging role in defining and shaping the megatrends of this 21st century. Allow me now, for the next few minutes, to speak about how Hong Kong addresses today's megatrends in 3 areas: finance, innovation, and sustainability. Today, about 1,000 fintech companies operate in Hong Kong. That's up 25% over just a year ago. These startups are inspiring groundbreaking solutions in such areas as digital payment technology, decentralized finance, and digital identity. Hong Kong's faster payment system heralds tomorrow's cross-border payment. The real-time online transfer and payment service, since a few days ago, has extended its coverage to ASEAN economies, linking up with Thailand's prompt pay system. Visitors from Thailand can now scan and pay conveniently in Hong Kong and vice versa. More than benefiting travelers, it means merchants receive funds immediately. Then there is the Ambridge development, the Multi-Central Bank Digital Currency Project, or CBDC, is a collaboration with the central banks of mainland China, Thailand, the UAE, and the Bank for International Settlements Innovation Hub Hong Kong Center. It speeds up cross-border payments at reduced cost and with enhanced transparency. We strive to realize the gradual commercialization of Ambridge. The goal is within our grasp, making cross-border payments immediate and inexpensive, universally accessible, and realized within a secure and stable environment. Our ambitions extend well beyond finance. Hong Kong is also determined to help drive the future of innovation and technology. Hong Kong is the only city in the world with 5 top 100 universities. Hong Kong is home to numerous award-winning scholars and blessed with world-class research capabilities. In recent years, we have invested over $25 billion in INT. And thanks to Hong Kong's prowess as an international financial center, tech companies can tap into our capital market and continue to grow. Collins Dictionary has named AI this year's Word of the Year. Interestingly, Merriam-Webster's Word of the Year is authentic. Make of that what you will, but know that Hong Kong believes in AI authentically, sincerely. Next year, we will establish an AI supercomputing center. It will support the huge demand for computing power from our R&D and other sectors. Our Indo-Hong Kong research clusters take AI and robotics, as well as healthcare, as our primary area of focus. We are establishing a third cluster on advanced manufacturing, and very importantly, energy and sustainable development. Yes, Hong Kong is committed to the global green revolution. Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050 sets out 2 clear targets: achieving carbon neutrality before 2050 and cutting carbon emission by half before 2035. We're devoting some $30 billion to achieve these goals. We will also come up with a development strategy for hydrogen. We aspire to make good and safe use of this important form of energy for a sustainable future. We are committed to mobilizing sustainable finance at scale. Last year, the total amount of green and sustainable debt arranged or issued in Hong Kong exceeded $80 billion, and our green bond issuance accounted for about 1/3 of Asia's market share. As the FII Institute has underlined, a collaborative framework is more essential than ever, requiring cooperation between governments, businesses, and international organizations. Hong Kong believes in collaboration. Hong Kong's one country, two systems framework enables it. Our East meets West connectivity thrives on it. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to building a future that rewards us all. I wish you all a memorable summit and a new year full of promises and possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Executive John Lee. And good morning, Hong Kong. My name is Edie Lush. I'm delighted to be your host here today. FII has brought priority summits around the globe, from Riyadh to London to Miami, and to new cities coming soon. These are guided by our international mission that we can shape the future of global investment and its impact on humanity. So how appropriate that our first visit to Asia is here in this extraordinary city of Hong Kong. The FII has such an admirable convening power. Some of you here We're part of the 7,000 strong number in Riyadh, the world's top investors, policymakers, innovators, and CEOs gathered to discuss the issues that matter. And these discussions are all powered by the data that the FII gathers. FII produces groundbreaking research known as the Priority Compass Report, surveying over 50,000 people in 23 countries. This represents about half the world's population. And we use that information to shape the conversations with leaders that we have here at our summits. What that data tells us is that the world is facing a number of complex challenges: the cost of living, economic prosperity, access to quality health care, social unrest, concerns over technology and AI, and social issues, for example, loneliness. As a result, we are leaning into the exploration of frontier solutions, from AI governance to new metrics guiding ESG in emerging markets. So, I can't think of a better way to celebrate FII's first visit to Hong Kong than to welcome all of you, than to invite up one of Hong Kong's most prominent business leaders. Please welcome the chairman of the Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing, Laura M. Cha.
Chief Executive, Financial Secretary, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Honorable ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm welcome to the HKEX Connect Hall. When I first attended FII last October, not this October, October 2022 in Riyadh, I knew immediately that the FII, this platform for global dialogue, is very much aligned with the interests in Hong Kong. It is therefore gives me great pleasure to really address the first FII summit in Asia here in Hong Kong. At HKEX, we believe in that the world needs connectivity now more than ever. From geopolitical tensions to macroeconomic challenges, we are all very much living in the stream of history. Many of the megatrends that are shaping how we live and work today and continuing into the future will be discussed in the next 2 days. And important connections will be made between the 1,000 participants who are joining us from all over the world. We believe that connectivity is critical to building economic resilience, to driving prosperities. And we believe that connectivity is critical to helping us solve the challenges that we face together as one global community. To appreciate the importance of global connectivity, we only need to look at the opportunities emerging in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, or the diversification and the capital raising opportunities presented by China and a rising Asia. Over the last year, HKEX has made significant progress in deepening the channels of connectivity between Hong Kong and the Middle East. Channels that will allow two-way flow of opportunity between our two regions. We have signed an MOU with Saudi Tadawul Group. We have added Saudi Exchange to one of our recognized stock exchanges. And just last week, here in this Connect Hall, we added the world's largest and Asia's first Saudi ETF to our markets. Working with the FII Institute and the Hong Kong government to bring this event here to the heart of Asia's capital markets is also part of our continuous effort to build global connectivity. In a few minutes, we will strike the iconic HKEX gong, something we reserve for very special occasions. And today we will strike the gong to recognize the first FII summit in Asia, to welcome guests who come from all over the world, and most of all, to celebrate the connectivity that is being forged between our respective markets and regions. Thank you to the Hong Kong government as well as to the FII Institute for your partnership, and to the FII Institute for working with us to offset the carbon emission of this event. I wish all of you an enjoyable and constructive forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Cha. We'll get you to come back on stage because you'll be leading us in this very special ceremony. And to assist her, I'd like to invite His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, Hong Kong Chief Executive John Lee, and the CEO of the FII Institute, Richard Atias. We'll bring the gongs closer together, and then I'll invite you to come back up. Thank you so much. We'll bring you the gongs now. You can hold the ballots in front of the gongs. We'll be taking a special picture to mark this occasion. All right. Now, we would like to also invite the following guests to witness this special moment. Please welcome Financial Secretary of Hong Kong SAR, Paul Chan, CEO of Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing, Nicholas Aguzin, President of the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Professor Tony Chan, and the Chief of Staff at the Public Investment Fund, Saad Al-Khroud. So, the clock is ticking. The morning market open ceremony, we're going to be starting a special one in less than a minute. And today, as we mentioned, the Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing is dedicating this ceremony to global connectivity. And the first, here we go. Let's count down. 8, 7, count with me. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, strike. All right, thank you so much. Right, we can take a step in front of the gong for one more group photo. Thanks so much. All right, well, that was fun. We'll have one more picture. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that special opening ceremony and the first day of our first ever FII in Hong Kong. And our great thanks to John Lee for joining us. He has to depart for the rest of his day's engagements, but we'll look forward to future cooperation. So on to our day's engagements. There is so much to talk about, and this is such a great place to talk. We call these the priority summits, and priority is such an important word. And it's actually even an underused word. What's your priority? What are the world's priorities? If we don't have them, if the world doesn't set them, we will simply be washed back and forth by the overwhelming tides of change, the megatrends that Richard spoke of in his opening. We control those tides of change rather than letting them control us by establishing priorities and then focusing our time, our effort, and our finite resources on achieving them. It's basic but crucial. Just asking what really matters helps us ground our thinking. That is our purpose at the FII Priority Summit. So, let's kick off with two very fine thinkers today to discuss humanity's priorities. Please do give a warm FII welcome to the Governor of the Public Investment Fund of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Yasser Al-Rumayyan. And from right here in Hong Kong, the co-founder and chief executive of the Center for Asian Philanthropy and Society, Ruth Sapiro.
Glass bottles, that's good.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with His Excellency. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
The world is rather gloomy these days. And so I was really very inspired when I started reading all the materials that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is putting out in terms of the Vision 2030, the Compass report that comes from FII. They all talk about a vision for a positive tomorrow. All of us in this room grew up with the sense that progress is inevitable. Of course we're going forward. Of course we're evolving. So now I just leave it up to His Excellency to make sure we leave this room with that same sentiment. It's too much of a burden. But why don't we get started? You have been holding these summits, the priority summits, for 7 years. Can you share with this group what the goals are of the summits and why you've chosen to come to Hong Kong this time?
Good morning. We started the FII back in 2017 with just a thought. We want to make a global conference for the world, talking about the priorities, investment initiatives. And we've been very successful. We got, every year, it's getting better, improving more. And then we decided to branch out internationally. So we went to London, to New York, to Miami. And this is the first Asian branching out, which is Hong Kong. And the question is, why Hong Kong? Because Hong Kong is a global city. It's one of the major hubs, not only in the capital market or the financial markets, but also with innovation. And also it's a proximity from not only China, but the rest of Asia. And Asia, if you look at it, it has accounted for about 52% of the global growth in tech companies' revenue, 43% of startup funding, 51% of spending on the R&D, and almost 88% of patents filed. And the region is expected to grow by about 4.6% in 2023. Also, China is home to 26% of the world's unicorns. And Hong Kong is basically the international gate city and a trading hub and also innovation hub. And we knew this long ago, since we started doing our international investments, and that's why we opened up back in 2020. It wasn't the best timing, but we opened up our office in Hong Kong, in addition to our New York office, London office, and the regional offices that we have in Jordan, and Oman, in Egypt, in Qatar, and hopefully very soon we will open up in China and India. So these basically the reasons why we chose Hong Kong. It's the accessibility to the world. It's a global city, and its proximity to China and the rest of Asia.
Well, those of us who live and love Hong Kong, thank you very much for that decision. I run an organization called the Center for Asian Philanthropy and Society, which I co-founded with an upcoming speaker, Ronnie Cham. And we do work on how private resources are brought to bear on doing good. What's the role of philanthropy, CSR, impact investing, all the ways in which private money can do good.
Right.
Your organizations have been spending quite a bit of resources on AI. AI is a controversial topic. Do you believe that AI can be a force for good?
Like anything else in the world, it could be a force of good or force of evil. I mean, even food itself, if you have too much of it, it's going to harm you. Fire, agriculture, everything. So AI, definitely, with the right framework, with the right regulations, with the right investments, I think it will definitely be a force of good. The Industrial Revolution happened, and it changed how people live, reside, work, think, even learn. Then came other things like the telephone, the train, the radio, the television, the mainframe, followed by the communication like the cellular phones, then the internet, and now it is the AI.
Right.
So it's going to change the world as we know it today. And of course, you need to create the whole ecosystem for AI to make sure that it's going to be a force of good.
Now, everyone knows, and we're all surprised by how fast AI is evolving and adapting, faster than governments can often make regulations. Does that worry you, or do you feel that governments can step up to the plate sufficiently?
Like any great innovation, any disruption, usually it's led by the entrepreneurs. It's not the other way around. I will give an example.
Please.
Uber, when they started, there was no regulations, right? But it was good for, the whole share economy was good for the consumer and people, making things more efficient and more cost effective. The same thing with AI. If we're going to wait for the governments to put the regulations, then the entrepreneurs and the business leaders will start their work. They're going to be a lag, maybe decades, not only years or months. So I think governments, AI started as a concept long ago. Then it started to materialize back in 2014. But now with the OpenAI and the ChatGPT, it was the thing that demonstrated how strong and how powerful AI can be. And that's why it attracted more attention from investors around the world, from governments, from people, consumer, and it's happening. Now, of course, there's a lot of catching up to do. I think the European Union issued something about the regulations of AI. We, at Saudi Arabia, we're working on the AI strategy, on nationwide AI strategy. Then our investments, just like you mentioned, started, so we need to align it with the strategy that we have, and also creating a regulator. The regulator work will be basically three major pillars or verticals. One is to put the framework, which is the controls, the freedoms, everything, just for people to understand what they're getting into. The second thing is monitoring and enforcing these regulations. And the third thing will be to be an enabler for the ecosystem of AI. And this strategy will go through all the verticals of the economy and the government and the social.
Well, it is an exciting future.
It is.
Although I really haven't used ChatGPT yet. I think it's just a matter of my age. My team has. And I think I can tell the difference when they give me a report, but I'm not 100% sure. We can all agree on a shared goal of healthy, sustainable people and planet. But we also know that the current economic trajectory that we've been on really for the last 60, 70 years is not a sustainable one. The work that's happening in the kingdom really goes beyond what we have been doing to a new, different type of tomorrow. Can you explain that vision and how it will change the way we live, the way we work, the way we play?
Absolutely.
And give us some examples, if you would, of specifics.
Absolutely. So the Vision 2030 started when King Salman became the king back in 2015, and the Crown Prince started immediately working on the transformation. It started as a transformation from what's happening in Saudi Arabia, which is an oil economy, to be more diverse. So the problem with the oil economy, which sometimes is a good problem to have, is you have huge resources coming in from selling oil and gas. The problem as an economy is if you just rely on one source of income, in some years you will do extremely well, and some other years you're not going to do as well.
Of course.
So that's why the decision was taken to diversify our economy. And the PIF started back in 1971 for different reasons than what we're doing right now, which is develop more of developmental, not looking for a sustainable way of deploying more investments. So the strategy of PIF changed to be more of profitable operations, and at the same time doing all the economic development. And it was the seed for the Vision 2030. So when we started at the government level working on the Vision 2030, it wasn't like, you know, we sat down in a brainstorming session for 1 or 2 hours and then it was decided. It was a long process. Many, not hundreds, but thousands of people worked on this initiative. From all center of government, different ministries, private sector, sitting in workshops for long hours for about 1.5 or 2 years until this vision was materialized and it was then disclosed. I think the way the Vision 2030 looked at the Saudi economy and looked at the weaknesses, the strength, the threats, and the opportunities in a very methodical, practical way. We looked at a full diagnostic of the Saudi economy, and then we looked at the different benchmarks around the world, including the West, the East, the North, and the South. And then we came with the concept, and this concept was put or built around the Vision 2030 with different KPIs and different targets. I will give an example for these targets. We talked about women in the workplace. Our targets was by the year 2030, we should have 30% of women to be in the work environment in Saudi Arabia. To our surprise, in 2020, we achieved 35%.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so 35%, and organizations, some of the organizations that I lead, they're over the 50%.
Yeah.
So the vision is looking at the economic growth, the social development, and the quality of living.
Right.
That's why we want to continue on and sustain whatever that we've seen in the last 60 or 70 years and make it even better.
Now, when we were in the green room earlier, you were just giving me one example, and it's just one of many, of a futuristic city, Neom.
Yeah.
Can you just, I want the people here to feel excited and inspired by this vision. Maybe you can just explain this one particular example.
NEOM is part of something that we call Giga Project. It's not a real estate development. It's creating a whole ecosystem. And we discussed this before, as you said. Why this shape? Why the line? First of all, NEOM is not only the line. The line is one of 7 different clusters.
His Excellency, I just want to explain to the people, it's one city that goes for 174 kilometers. But only 2 kilometers wide.
No, 200 meters wide.
200 meters wide.
And 500, the height is 500
meters high.
Yeah.
So just visualize this.
It is.
So that's why it's referred to as the line.
Exactly.
Right.
The idea is we don't want to ruin the nature. So instead of going and destroying the nature, building stuff, we're going to put it in a very small percentage of the whole zone.
It's the antithesis of sprawl.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you look at cities and urban developments all over the world, most of the cities were developed and built based on needs that were arised maybe 2,000 years ago. Rome was one of the largest cities that was built more than 2,000 years ago, and there was more than 1 million inhabitants, citizens of Rome. Most of the other cities like Paris, London, Washington, D.C. were based their urban design on Rome design. Mm-hmm. Most of the new cities were designed and built like 500 years or several hundred years ago. It wasn't for today's need. NEOM is the revolution of urban development, where you enjoy more the environment and the nature around you, and at the same time, you are in the heart of the city. You can commute from point 1 to point B, no matter how far are they, within like 15 or 20 minutes, going vertically or horizontally. At the same time, you will have zero emission, and not net zero emission, it is zero emission, and possibly negative emission, because we will base all of our energy on solar, wind, green hydrogen, and storage. So it's more efficient at the same time. It costs more than 30% less than a conventional design. And it will improve the workplace, and it will improve the quality of living at the same time. So that's just an example. We have established more than 100 different companies, not only in real estate or residentials, but in different sectors that we're looking into. We're looking into 13 different sectors, from aerospace, airlines, agriculture, healthcare, manufacturing, AI, entertainment, sports. So we have so many examples, but that's one example, I think, that is mesmerizing the whole world because of the different design and the different concepts that how urban design or cities should be built.
Well, it certainly is an exciting vision, and I just hope I can meet someone who can invite me to visit.
Richard Atias is here. So.
Okay. Okay, last question. So we in Asia, 85% of all companies, for small, medium, and large, are family dominated. And we think that's a good thing because families are committed to place, committed to community, committed to legacy, and so they tend to think longer term and think about the positive contributions that they're making in their connectivity. But even beyond Asia, many companies are having to focus on ESG, CSR, sustainability as part of their mandate and what society is their shareholders and society at large is expecting them to do. You invest in many, many companies. What do you look for, yes, in terms of management, but also in terms of leadership and vision that really makes you want to invest?
So the way we work in our investment methodology is to see what do we need. So that's one.
That's, I think, Warren Buffett model. What makes sense?
Yeah, what we need. So that's the first tick mark. Then where is the world going to? Mm-hmm. What are the new trends, the major trends that would make sense? And then we see how we can marry these two different variables by going there, looking at the commercial and financial feasibilities of going into such investments, and at the same time bringing it back to the domestic economy. And with that, you will, have your expected IRRs. You would have a GDP contribution, a job creation, and economic multiplier. Now, going back to the ESG and the environmental requirements that we need to have, we started a process last year, and we looked at all of our investments, starting from our office to all of our portfolio companies to all the investments that we have through third party. And we assessed all of these things. Mm-hmm. And we understand how much emission all of these investments is doing. So that's the first step.
Mm-hmm.
Second
Measurement
step.
is important.
Exactly. So we need to do a full diagnostic on the thing. We've done that. We just finished it last month. Q1 of next year, we will start on rolling out our implementation plan to basically achieve our promise, which is we should be a net carbon zero organization by the year 2050. So we will start from next year, Q1, rolling out this strategy. Of course, you cannot just go and push a button and that's it. It's a long transition and it needs a lot of planning. And that's what we're working on currently. Hopefully, by next year, we will have a better feasibility, how long it's going to take us, how much it's going to cost us, because there is an associated cost there, how we can turn this cost into opportunities. So we're working on that, and hopefully we'll start rolling out our strategy next year.
I think that that's the major tipping point, when people see addressing these issues as an opportunity rather than a cost.
Absolutely.
And you would say that, by and large, you've tipped to the other side. That's terrific. I think we were also just talking about how in the Global South particularly, there's a lot of competing agendas. And Asia is on track at this point to reach 0 of the Sustainable Development Goals as a region. So finding that balance between economic opportunity and addressing climate change is really critical. And it sounds like that's front and center in what you're doing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the world right after the Industrial Revolution, the emissions started in Europe, then the US, then in the last few decades in China and India. but you cannot go to an emerging economy like economies in Africa or the rest of the world and ask them to switch to whatever advanced economies are doing. So I heard a comment from one of the African ministers during the COP28, and it resonated a lot with me. He said, in order for us to grow our economies, we have first to carbonize and then decarbonize. We haven't started even carbonizing yet.
Right.
If you look at the world today, you have more than 600 million people do not have access to conventional energy.
Right.
In the year 2050, there are going to be 2 billion people without access to conventional energy. Now, what is required for renewable energy is about $280 trillion by the year 2050 to 2060 from now. How much have we done so far? Less than $2 trillion. We should, according, I think, to a McKinsey study, we should deploy $9 trillion on renewable energy on an annual basis for the coming 40 plus years.
Right.
So we cannot just immediately go from point A to point B without thinking of the consequences and the impact on different economies around the world and increasing the gap between the global south and the north. We need to be more considerate, and we need to look at the consequences of our actions.
I agree with you, but I also want to say we're sitting here in Hong Kong, and Asia is the epicenter of leapfrogging. And so maybe we can move ahead without going through too much of the carbonization.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I think that during this next 2 days, we're going to hear a lot of those ideas, those innovations, but I hope, I know that I'm inspired by your work and what you're doing and this summit, and so I think we've kicked off in a very positive way. So
that's good to know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
That was
you.
great.
That was great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you, Ruth, as well. What an essential question to open our first FII here in Asia. What are our priorities? And I might add, who are our priorities? We'll be returning to this topic through the next day and a half. And while we get it set up for our next panel, I want to share a short video with you. We asked many of our speakers and members what they think of the following future top megatrends, what they will be. It's kind of like coffee to warm up your brain in the morning. Let's take a look at what they said.
AI is introducing itself into every aspect of our lives, and it threatens to overwhelm us unless we use it as a tool for the future that we want to live in.
The second megatrend is that blockchain and digital assets will transform the future of money.
Space is and will be at the heart of humanity's evolution.
Of course, artificial intelligence, of course, healthcare, of course, aerospace, but will be also culture, and culture.
The three major megatrends shaping the future of humanity are certainly climate change and energy transition.
Whether we're in a bull market or a bear market, investing in top talent will continue to be the deciding factor for success.
AI, biotech, and fintech are the three megatrends shaping humanity in the coming decades.
The return of great power politics, the transformative landscape of artificial intelligence and its unintended consequences, and of course, climate change.
Educators start looking at developing the brain in different ways, making it more analytical, learning how to learn, learning how to empathize, learning how to communicate.
I truly think we have to focus not just on technologies, but also the blue economy. And that's why I'm so passionate about our new initiative with FII called The Wave.
The first one is talent retention. What are we doing with them? What do we need to understand from the talent, and where do we keep them?
In my opinion, the top three megatrends in the next 10 years
will be the ability for industries to incorporate artificial intelligence, adapting to climate change through energy transition and escalating health impacts.
By aligning with these technologies, it will help Samudra to optimize its services as well as empower women to proactively manage their hormonal well-being.
The social impacts and also how that may be a cure for the Balmer's disease.
Energy transition and global warming, it's really something very serious, and it will affect life, it will affect economy and social impact.
If we can extend quality life expectancy for the world population by 5 years in this next decade, that will be our compass.
1. Be bold. Try something new and innovate. 2. Stay connected. You got to understand your customer or how you can add value. 3. Be agile. When things are not working out, it's all right to change direction.
How do we protect those who are unfortunately displaced because of growing polarization in geopolitics and conflicts?
Longer lives, lower infections, and stronger health systems owe much to this battle against infectious diseases.
We're firm believers that companies that are able to take advantage of and properly utilize AI to solve problems cheaper, faster, and better than their competitors will set themselves apart.
3 megatrends facing humanity are AI, AI, and AI. This is the first time that humanity has access to a box, to a technology, where if you feed more data and more compute, it just gets smarter.
Okay, is your mind warmed up now? Because we are going to dive into the future. What are the megatrends shaping humanity? Here to discuss that critical question is our board of changemakers, led by the chair, the former Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Renzi, and the board's secretary, the president of the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Professor Tony Chan. Please welcome them together with their board.
Good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. 各位早晨. It's a special treat for me to be back in the town where I was born. But I now live in Saudi Arabia and president of KAUST. It's very nostalgic for me to come to this place. Last time I was here was the IPO of one of the companies that I headed, the university I headed. It was right here. It was a trading floor, if I remember. You know, the topic today is about megatrends, and we've gathered here stellar change makers. I will quickly introduce the panel before we launch into it. We were told that we now have about 45 minutes instead of 1 hour, just in case you know. So let me recap a little bit what Richard said earlier. I was paying attention. You know, what are the megatrends, right? You have digital revolution, you have sustainability, you have climate change, but also very important, you have a social responsibility, you know, with all these things that affects everyone. Now, it's not enough to be able to just spot the trends. You need actors, you need change makers to make things happen. So what we've gathered today is really a stellar panel. So the format is this. I will go around and just set the context and prompt some of the questions, and so to allow the panel to give their views. And the protocol is that I start with the chairman of the board, which is Matteo. You're chairman of the board. Yes.
That is a great honor, Professor Tony. I think it's a great honor for me to be here. When I was the mayor of Florence, of course, my priority was the past. Florence is the city in which everyone wants to go, but it's a city rich of past. When I was Prime Minister of Italy, my priority was the present, because Italy is a great country, but with a lot of troubles. So present was my priority. Now, as a member of board of FII Priority, I'm really happy because my priority, my focus is the future. And I think that is the reason for which I believe there is a great link between Hong Kong and FII, and this first event, thanks Richard, thanks Yasser Miami, thanks the authorities of Hong Kong, is only the first step. Personally, about the megatrends in the future, Professor Tony, I think we had a complicated year in 2023. Thinking about the geopolitics, we had a lot of troubles, a lot of tensions, and unfortunately too much war. 2023 was a year with some wars around the world. I hope 2024 could be the year of diplomacy and the peace and the dialogue. And for that, of course, the role of China is crucial. I'm so happy because today there is a bilateral meeting between EU and China with the President Xi Jinping, with the President Ursula von der Leyen, with the President Charles Michel. But I think we need a vision, a comprehensive vision, not only in the institutional level, but also in events as that. So consider that, my friends. FII is not simply a platform for business. Okay, business is important, business is good. You did a lot of money with IPO in Hong Kong, so that is great. But I think really invest in humanity, in empathy, in the relation is the key to arrive to the peace. Because we cannot imagine only institutional players could work a world of peace. We need the job also in our level in the events as that. And just to conclude, I think FII was, is, and will be a good platform because we try to give not only simply a vision for the next years, that is great, and the vision of Crown Prince in Saudi, Vision 2030, is one of the most exciting, challenging, not only for Saudi. I visited a lot of countries around the world, and I'm so admired because in Saudi there is today an energy unbelievable, a vision unbelievable, and the dynamism unbelievable. But it's not only for Saudi. I think it's a vision to try to build a new order, because we joke about the new disorder around the world. The fragmented world is complicated. I think, my experience, I remember when I was here in Hangzhou, not here, in China, in Hangzhou with the President Xi Jinping in 2016 for G20. A lot of problems were in the table 7 years ago, continue to be here, but there is the possibility with the new world to try to give an answer. And I think it's important to have an answer not only for business, but for creating these opportunities. So I'm very happy to be the chairman of this table, but I think the other people are absolutely more wise than me. So
can I sneak in a question for you? I remember it was maybe 2014, 15, when you first became Prime Minister. You were the youngest Prime Minister.
Yes, I was in the audience. It was Mussolini, so it's not a very good benchmark, but yes, I was the youngest and the second Mussolini. That is in the history of Italy.
Okay.
It's a little complicated.
So, Matteo.
It's true. For 2 months.
A lot of things have changed. I remember at that meeting, President Xi Jinping gave a talk on globalization. President Trump gave a talk on America First.
Yeah.
By the way, Theresa May gave a talk on global Britain. So a lot of things have changed in about the 10 years. Italy was one of the first countries to join the Belt and Road, I remember. So given what is happening today in your special position, can you tell us a little more about this perspective, you know, China, Hong Kong, the rest of the world?
I think that in 2017, I remember very well when, during the ceremony of inauguration for President Trump, USA gave the message of very close approach, a very new approach, not about global markets, but about America First. And exactly in the same days, President Xi Jinping in Europe gave the opposite message. Global market, and trade and investment in the future connectivity. I believe that is the symbol of a great chaos around the world. But that is an opportunity. I think for Europe, we have to change the paradigm and the model, because Europe risks to irrelevance. And I want to try to push Europe to be a protagonist for the next years and not only a spectator in the competition between Asia and the United States. But I prefer to use, and Richard used before, not expression of competition, but cooperation. And for that, we have to work, particularly in the relation between Beijing and Washington, Beijing and Brussels, and Beijing and the rest of the world. We believe in the cooperation. In the globalized world, nobody is an island. Nobody could be alone. Nobody could imagine I will be alone or against the other. That, I think, is clear in the vision of President Xi Jinping. I met a lot of times. I'm sure he will work for that, in that direction. And I'm sure if everyone will work in that direction, I think we will avoid a lot of troubles, because this world needs a global vision. There is not a problem only in a country. There is not a border. We have to explore new frontiers in the innovation, artificial intelligence, space, etc. But in politics, we have to change the concept of frontier and border.
Well said.
I believe in that.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to Mohammed Abunayan.
Yes.
Who's the founding chairman of Aqua. Now, Aqua ACWA is a very, very well-known company in the Middle East. Actually, it's a global company. And certainly, I know about it. But today, I found out Aqua stands for water. Okay, so Saudi Arabia is one of the world's most heavily dependent on desalination for drinking water. It's the largest. The demand is amazing. The energy that is involved. And Aqua Power has always been in the leading edge. So maybe you can share with us how, when we go into this energy transition, okay, with going from internal combustion engine to EV, you cannot have this happen overnight. Scarce resources like water and food. Your company is in the middle of this. Can you give us your perspective on this?
But I will take the same time of our chairman. Please, I don't want anybody to interrupt me, and I think it will be over for the rest of the people. It's really Aqua Power from inception, 2004. It has really have a clear vision to be a developer, investor, operator in two businesses, power generation and desalination. And we were very blessed from the beginning that we have planned Aqua Power to be global, is not local. And that's the reason, today we are in 14 countries. We have asset under management more than $78 billion. But I think what is more relevant, that in 2019, we add a third also business, green hydrogen. People think about always power generation, energy is always important, energy transition important. But I like the opening statement that, when we said about water, how is really important water is very important to the whole world. And I'm sure nobody recognizes maybe enough that water will be the biggest challenge in the world in the future. And it's going to be very, very, very near. And that's the reason I think today we are very blessed in Aqua Power that we are the biggest private desalinated company in the world. And the reason why we are, because we brought the lowest cost production in the world. We brought, to produce 1 cubic meter, we start with a plant, it was 15 kilowatt for 1 cubic meter. Today, the latest plant we build and operate, 2.7. And we are going to go at our target in 25 will be below 2. Our target in 2030 is going to be below 1.5. Wow. Reality today, I think the biggest issue in desalination is always energy. We are also very happy and very lucky under the leadership of our really, Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, who I have to say, not because I'm a Saudi, but today is the leader of the world when it comes to transformation at all levels, social, economical. But he was really from day one believing in green energy. And today we are very happy and we are very delighted to say 42% of our asset today is renewable. We are the lowest producer of renewable in the world, cost-wise. We have solar today in Saudi Arabia is even 1.2 cent kilowatt hour. In China, where we bring the product and the technology, some of it, it's nothing below 3 cents. But you know, reality, I have to say that we were very blessed that we have the right technology team, we have the right country to give us enabler, but we have great partners from all over the world to put the right technology. The interface is China, is Europe, is America. We just have been creating a plan 2 days ago by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid bin Maktoum. It is biggest solar in the world. In one site with 4 technology, with the biggest storage, 24 hours dispatch, and it's a Guinness recorded that this is the biggest on Earth. And it is lower production of cost than gas. You know, you see green, you see CO2 emission, everything else, but also competitiveness, because Aqua Power was focused from day one, and also affordability. And affordability of Africa is different than affordability of Europe, Saudi Arabia. That's the reason we are going for affordability. Is it in Asia,
Very
Africa,
yes.
Middle East? And this is what always people think. You cannot do it everywhere the same. You need to look at it where you want to make a meaningful change, impact social, impact really economical, and that's what all Aqua Power about it. And I am here, you know, to get investment from China and from the people here in our shares. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Well, you know, sustainability is key, business is key, but social responsibility is also important. I think all of us here share that. Let me move on to Laura Cha. So Laura, as you know, she is the chairwoman of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But I want to point out that she was the first person that is outside China to be appointed to an official position in China. What is it, over 20 years ago?
Yeah.
I remember. But for me personally, she was the head of the University Granting Commission. She was a chairwoman. Those of you from academia, she controlled our budget. But anyway, Laura, the fact that we have FII in Hong Kong is part of China.
Yep.
You are very familiar with what's happening from around the world. So what role, what do you think of the megatrends are, first of all? You know, do you agree with Richard about the megatrends?
Yes.
But also, what role can Asia, China, and Hong Kong play in driving the global connectivity?
Oh, I think that's an excellent question, Tony. Like Richard said, the megatrend really is about humanity, about society, about peace, empathy, and of course, you know, how do we exist in this world of innovation and technology? And China, Asia, and Hong Kong plays, I think, a very important role. First of all, as I said, we strive on connectivity. And following on what Mohammed has just said about sustainability, the transformation of energy, and so on, I think there's no question that we are in a stage where the renewable has to be very top on everybody's agenda. But at the moment, like Mohammed said, that the affordability is an issue. We need to make the renewable energy more accessible, more inclusive to people who are in the developing world. And so far, you know, we know that, for example, China is the largest producer in the world of wind turbine, of solar panel, and that, of course, you know, they are really going very hard in terms of meeting the net zero commitment of 2060. And in that, how do we transform the current renewable energy to be more affordable, to be more inclusive, to be more accessible to a larger population? And that's where capital market comes in. And capital market will help the technology, will help money to raise money for technology, where the current renewable can be even more enhanced, more produced in a more affordable way. And for China and Asia, China is the world's largest emitter, but it is also has made commitment and is very serious in its commitment driving out all the initiative. For example, you go to Shanghai nowadays, a large percentage of the car on the streets are EV. China alone, last year, nationwide, installed about 2 million charging stations for EVs.
Shenzhen, every public car is electric.
So you can see that the commitment is there, but how do we make it to go to the next stage? And Asia, with the population and also a rising Asia together, with China and India, it is going to be the world's economic driving engine. There's no question about that. And I think we need to use that potential, as well as the Middle East, which is rising in terms of geopolitical importance, as well as in terms of economic development that the Middle East countries can bring to the world. And I think, for this summit, it is very important that we see the connectivity between the Middle East and Asia and through Hong Kong. So I think capital market can help with the megatrend to make it into, to raise the capital that is necessary. And Hong Kong and Asia being in this part of the world can be connecting, the East and the West.
So
and
Hong Kong can play that central role.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Let me turn to my friend Ronnie. So Ronnie, of course, is a well-known businessman in Hong Kong. Hang Lung property, everybody knows. He's been one of the pioneers to expand into mainland China. I don't know, 30 years ago, before there was 20. He's also involved in investment, a Morningside venture, together with his brother, Gerald. But I never thought of Ronnie as just a businessman. He's a globalist. I mean, I think of him as not quite like Henry Kissinger, who's your friend, okay, or Graham Allison. I remember met him in your office. So I want to ask you about a couple of trends. One is technology, which I know a little bit about. The other one is about globalization. So in a way, technology, I studied computer science when it was new. So it was like anything is possible. But even we, the pioneer, never thought it would be where we are today. Like ChatGPT passed the Turing test, if you know what I mean. It's but together with that, there's a lot of worry about the implications. Would it replace us? Would it do bad thing? Would it be a bad actor? So in a way, the technology trends which have been going up, either plateauing or even going back, reversing. So that's one trend. The other one, globalization, is similar. Right? I refer to the speeches, right, when you gave the speech at Davos. We were globalizing, WTO, and now we're de-risking, decoupling, and it also seems to be in reversal. So Ronnie, can you comment on those reversals?
Well, first of all, I'm not a technologist. I'm probably the dumbest person on this panel. So I'm just an average guy on the street.
Don't be modest.
Observing and using technology, that's all. And I'm sure that 7 out of the 8 of us here on the stage would say very nice things and good things. So allow one black sheep to give you a little bit of a warning, if you will. Technology is, in my opinion, irreversible. Once invented, it will continue to be extant. But on the other hand, technological effects on persons and on societies can be reversed. By that I mean, since the day of the Renaissance, 600, 700 years ago, technology went up. And then since the Industrial Revolution, technology went up again. And for the most part, it is for the good of mankind. There are terrible things as well. Weapons of mass destruction was created in this century, but it is under management. So far, technology has been very positive for society and for mankind. However, as I project out into the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years, I see technology taking off as a J-curve, like a hockey stick. And when it begins to climb, steeper and steeper, I do worry the ability of individuals like you and me, as well as societies, to adjust to the changes. Just consider OpenAI, what it may do. Just consider the ethics issues in biotech. So I fear that as the J-curve begins to rise, that the effect of technology, which has been until recently much more good than bad, may turn and have a lot more bad than good. My question is, are we ready for it? On globalization, it's a similar thing. Obviously, geopolitical situation has driven a lot of the deglobalization, helped by technology. Technology helped in the globalization, and technology can also help in the deglobalization. For example, in the old days, you have extractive industry, agriculture, and so forth. And then people progress to become manufacturing-based, manufacturing-led, and finally digitalization, financialization of the economy. That is a progression that mankind has seen. Mm-hmm. My question is, in those three stages, what is the fourth stage? In a world of deglobalization, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we will need all three of those. We will need the food production, we will need the fishery, we will need the extractive industry, we will need the manufacturing, and we will also need the digitalization economy. So I think that, I'm finishing.
I have an additional question for you.
Yeah. My worry is that in the world of globalization, you can, like America, only 2% of the population, less than 2% are in agriculture. Yeah. Manufacturing is basically gone in America. You can still live very, very well. But going forward, as the world deglobalizes, I submit to you that we need all three. So big countries will have advantage, such as America, such as China, such as Russia. But a lot of the smaller places will have a problem finding food, finding mineral, finding energy, point. And so forth. So
my follow-up question on you is on what you said earlier about technology. Okay, in a way, technology is that OpenAI is a good example, right? Because remember, when it started, it was OpenAI. It was supposed to be non-profit, supposed to be for the good of humanities, and then now it becomes more for profit. Are we losing this balance? Where are we in this capitalistic world? We're talking about investment forum. While we're doing that, do we have some social responsibility and think about the impact on humanity? What do you think?
Well, the strange thing is this, that technology really exacerbates one phenomenon that in my books, you don't have to believe the way I do, has been changing very fast, and that is the moral standards has been changing around the world. We all move in the same direction. Doesn't matter you're European, you're Middle East, Asian, France. We all move in the same direction in terms of moral standards. Whether you consider it as higher or lower, that's up to you. But whatever it is, that is changing very fast. And I do worry that it has changed to a point that is anti-science, anti-biology, and I just don't see how it's going to end well. So my last statement is this. There's another divide in the world, not just technological divide, not just economic divide, but there's another divide in the world, and that is the moral divide. Today, consider this. India, the biggest country in the world. China, the second biggest. The Muslim world, 1.7 billion people, roughly. And then Russia. You put all these things together, these places together, that's about 5 billion people, which is about 60-some% of the world's population. Yeah. Their belief, their moral standard is very different from that of the West. Sorry, Mateo. In the West, you're pushing it in one direction, whereas the country, the 60-some% that I mentioned, is you consider it stuck somewhere, or you can consider it as being preserved somewhere. But whatever it is, the moral divide, I believe, will cause a lot of trouble for mankind.
Thank you. I want to turn to Richard. Okay, Richard's so well known in Hong Kong, probably doesn't need any introduction. But let me say, he's the head of the Pacific Century Group. But before that, I remember PCCW. I don't even remember what it stands for, but it's a household term. Everybody in Hong Kong knows about PCCW. Even Hong Kong Telecom, I think you were involved. So Richard has been in the communication telecom business for a long time. I think through that window, I think was it Star TV you were involved? I forgot, I was living in Hong Kong. You probably have a special perspective on how this digital revolution, which communication is part of, reaches into the masses and where it touches the financial world. I'm sure you're a businessman. How do you, if you talk about communication, telecommunication business, it's the one part of tech that connects to social aspects, right? Because it reaches into everybody's home in a way. So please give us your perspective from investment perspective and the future of telecommunication and social responsibility.
I think that, is the mic working? Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So I think the adoption of technology has a great difference between demographics. I'll use some comparison, and unfortunately, in many of our jurisdictions, including Hong Kong, the demographics is getting older and older. It's not getting younger and younger. It's actually rather on the negative side of things. So I'll use some simple statistics. Today, we serve in 10 countries. From Japan in the east to short of India on the east and Hong Kong all the way down to Indonesia in 10 markets. So and this is life insurance. And outside of Indonesia, which is mostly offline, our customer today is 11 million. Growing around low 20% digit per annum. In Indonesia, which is a country far larger than the rest of Southeast Asia, and with a lower GDP per capita, but a much younger demographics, as a percentage of our revenue is less than 10%. We are serving 27 million customers there with 1 million customer growing per month. Wow. So what is that telling us? I think that is what is telling us is that digital adoption does not need to be affluent. They need to be young. And digitalization can enable a lot of those that is without to be able to enjoy those services. And this would not have been able to happen less than 5 years ago. We have ticket size per customer as low as $1 per month. Of course, the margin in Indonesia is still comparatively a little bit lower, but still the margin is about 50% from outside. So the cost of servicing has dramatically reduced. So I really very much believe that the next generation, because whatever the demographics is, however low the birth rate is, the next generation would be able to enjoy better services from digitalization. So I think that's one factor. And also, digitalization has enabled us to serve people of different religious belief better. And of course, in Indonesia, by and large, over 80% of the new clients buy financial products that needs to be Sharia compliant products, and that makes it a lot easier to comply with those. The second thing, which I'm hopeful, and it hasn't been proven yet, is that AI should be able to customize financial products for those with a much lower ticket size than ever before. Of course, the super high-end products on financial services, and a lot of us in the audience are much better expert than I am. These are centered around Singapore and Hong Kong offshore insurance or financial products. Of course, when a big client comes, in the back room, everybody is working to plan for exactly what they need. But with AI, we believe that middle class or even below middle class, one should be able to customize products for them a lot better. The last point I want to cover is ethics. There has always been fraud in financial services, especially since the first day of banking, actually invented by the Medici family, I believe. And I believe when it comes to services, it comes responsibility. And I do believe that regulators should punish those fraud that is using electronic means by the exact proportion of how much exponentially they can reach out to the customers. And that is only fair. That concludes my comments.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Richard. So you mentioned about demographics, especially in communication. We all know our children or grandchildren, we were born with this, right? So they don't know anything else. They don't even use email now anymore. I want to turn to Kevin, who's the head of Goldman Sachs Asia Pacific, been in Hong Kong for some time. So demographics must be one of the factors you look at in terms of investment. Of course, in the context of trade and finance, I'm sure technology, we mentioned a lot of energy transition and AI. I personally have always looked to Goldman Sachs for wisdom, because you guys generate, not investment, but sort of global trends. You generate reports that sometimes I access, and read. So what kind of wisdom, what can history tell us about the future from this perspective? Kevin.
Well, that's quite a question. So thank you for giving me all of that to deal with. And Matteo said he was, when he was mayor of Florence, it was all about the past. And Italy is home to the great philosophers and thinkers. But if I can begin with answering your question by referencing one of the greatest American philosophers, who was a baseball player called Yogi Berra. And I think he was a great philosopher. And he said, the future ain't what it used to be. The future ain't what it used to be. And I think in those wise words, he was observing that a lot of the trends, if we just project them out and think they're going to predict the future, we have a problem. Because there's usually a bump in the road and something goes different. Demographics may actually be one of those that we can predict. It takes 9 months to have a baby. It's pretty consistent. It's hard to move it up or down. And we're learning that. And we're in a part of the world here which is aging twice as fast as the United States and Europe. Mm-hmm. Think about that. Mm-hmm. We're in a part of the world that's aging twice as fast as the United States and Europe. That is quite a change in what we have been used to. Because China, and what you could call the developed parts of Asia, and I credit my old firm for this thinking, accounts for over half the increase in the working age population in the world. Over half of the increase in the working age population in the world was in China and the associated countries. Today, there will be 250 million less working age people in this part of the world by 2050. 250 million less. So the future ain't what it used to be. There needs to be a change. We need to rethink the way in which work gets done. Now, of course, technology has a big part to play in that. And Tony, you've referenced it. But if you think about the technologies we've got coming, they have the potential to change the world. We recently published a report that suggested that the economic impact of generative AI, that particular form of AI, would be greater than the impact of electricity.
Wow,
greater than the impact of electricity. Now that is saying something.
Yeah.
But there's a big assumption in there. And it's where I think Ronnie was driving us, and I think we should reflect on the wisdom that came from Ronnie, which is that assumes the technology will be deployed in a positive way, that it will be helpful. And in the event it's not, we can expect one other thing to occur. Society will push back. Regulators will intervene. Governments will intervene. And so this projection doesn't have that in it. It may be wisdom, but we have to have judgment too. And so I think if history teaches us a lesson, it is that our ability to really be confident in our predictions needs to be always measured by the downside and the reality. And it works both ways. I have a little story which just reminds us that when things look really dark, really grim, sometimes we can be surprised in a positive direction, to your question around history. So the story is not mine. A year ago, my younger daughter was graduating from the Harbour School here in Hong Kong. And as the headmistress after the graduation ceremony was standing up to give her speech, I thought, this is my time to go to sleep, because that's what you do. But she said something that caught my attention. She said, I am a child of 1968. Now, I don't know how many of you are children of 1968, but it was quite a year for the world. 1968. So if you were in Europe, there was the Prague Spring, the Czech movement, and then the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. If you were in Europe and you happened to be in France, where my good friend JP is from, you would have seen riots on the streets of France. The students were rioting. I know they do that every year, but they were doing it particularly aggressively in 1968.
Yes, exactly.
Shouldn't over.
If you were in Asia, yeah, I know.
We'll be surprised if there's no protest.
Sort of what they do.
Or strike.
If you were in Asia in 1968, you would have been experiencing the Vietnam War. In fact, you would have had the Tet Offensive in the earlier part of 1968. If you were in 1968 and you were in China, you were having the Cultural Revolution was taking place in 1968. Yes. And if you were in the United States of America in 1968, you would have witnessed the assassination of Martin Luther King, the assassination of presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy, race riots. The world was in a pretty dark place. And as headmistress said all this, she said, but then 1969 came. And what happened in 1969? I don't have any children of 1969.
Space. Moon.
1969, a lot of things happened, not just that. In 1969, if you were a music fan, you may have gone to Woodstock, which was viewed as a massive transformation of the musical scene. You may have witnessed the Beatles performing on the roof and playing their music. You may have seen John Lennon and Yoko Ono at the Bed-In playing Give Peace a Chance. That song seems to have more resonance today. In 1969, you may have seen the Concorde fly for the first time in its test flight. In 1969, you may have seen the 747 enter passenger service. And yes, in 1969, man walked on the moon. So the question the headmistress asked my daughter in her graduating class was, what are you going to do to make sure that 2023 is to 2022 what 1969 was to 1968. Unfortunately, 2023 didn't turn out so well. So my question to all of you is, what are we going to do to make sure that 2024 turns out better? Because all these mega trends help us understand the scenarios, but they don't actually predict the future.
Thank you. That's I'm old enough to have lived through that. You know, thank you. Last but not least, Jean-Pascal. So Schneider is in the energy business. The energy transition is a key part of your business, I'm sure. By the way, I just found out that my university has a lot of Schneider components in them. And so given this, your company must have to watch out for these mega trends. You have to make money out of them. But you also have to make sure that you have sustainability for all, not just your customer, right? You have to lead. You know, you have to stay a step of the I'm sure you're using AI, digitalization, and all those technologies to make you do better business. Can you comment on these mega trends, how it affects the business of Schneider?
Yeah, first, I cannot guarantee to Kevin there will be no protests in France in 2024.
We'll miss them. We will miss them if you don't have them.
Capability. No, we speak, look, it's energy is at the center of everything, right? Mohammed was saying it, desalination, water is energy. And when you are in a conference like this, between two giants of energy, China and Saudi, and during the COP28, which is raising the big equation of energy, of course, energy is front and center to all the issues. We are speaking about AI, right? Biggest solution to energy, biggest consumer of energy tomorrow. A data center that works GPU. On AI multiplies by 5 its consumption. So a few thoughts on this topic. First, the problem is much bigger than we think. right? Because we speak about sustainability planet, but the first priority is to supply energy to everybody in the world. Because for anybody who's worked or lived in emerging countries, and I lived in Africa during some time, you know that access to energy is your passport to a decent life. So today, when you look in the next coming 30 years, we're going to have to supply energy to 3 more billion people. 1 billion who today still doesn't have access to energy, and 2 more billion that will join us mostly in Africa and in Asia. That's number one. At the same time, we also know that energy is at the core of climate emission, therefore climate change. We solve energy, we solve climate change. We have to divide by 2 the emissions. Multiply by 50%, divide by 2, this is the equation. The number 2 thing is very frustrating for me who's worked in energy for more than 35 years. When we speak about energy, people love to speak about supply, right? They speak about oil, gas, nuclear, and everything. But you take any serious study about energy, if we want to reconcile progress, 3 billion people on sustainability for all, 70% is about the demand. Because the reality is that energy transition don't happen through the supply. Cars will not become electric because there is more electricity. There is not much more electricity. They will be electric because somebody designed attractive, performing, and cheap electric cars. And that brings a responsibility on energy from energy companies to all of us. That means if we want a world which is for all, and which is sustainable, that means we need to decarbonize each and every moment of our life. And that brings the responsibility to every individual. So now, and that will probably finish setting up the problem, there are 2 cases. Number 1, the developed world. And the developed world is really using too much carbon. So what we need to do here is transition to net zero. I'm going to take one very simple example because we all have it, buildings, right? So today we all take commitments, net zero by 2050, Hong Kong, countries, our companies. Most of the countries have most of their buildings which are not net zero compliant. We retrofit at maximum 1% of the buildings every year. If we keep going with present technology and present way of doing, we are going to be done in 100 years. Which is beyond my life expectancy, right? And certainly not compatible with any sort of commitment. So you've got talking here and executing here. Now, second part of the equation, emerging countries, developing world, the 3 billion people. Just take a very simple example. If you focus on India, on Africa, they will build, in the next coming 30 years, as many buildings as there is today in the combination of China and Europe. So if we don't build net zero from the beginning, we are building emissions for the next 50 and 100 years. And there again, we are completely disconnected. So once we have said all of this, how can I make 2024 better than 2023? The only way to do it is to leverage technology and change the way we do things. And there, it's really digitization everywhere, that combination of IoT, big data, and AI that allows us to go to a completely different level of efficiency, and clean electrification. When Mohammed was saying 1.2 cents for a kilowatt hour, that makes coal obsolete. And if you look at Saudi Arabia, it receives every day 1 trillion kilowatt hour, and the whole of US is consuming 4 trillion kilowatt hour in a year. So the resource is there, but we need to develop 5 times, 10 times faster, and we need to bring the efforts of the whole world so that everything we build in the emerging world will be net zero from the beginning. But energy is behind everything, and we need to get it right.
Thank you very much. We have 8 minutes left. So instead of going once around, everybody takes another 3 minutes. We'll be here for the rest of the afternoon. So I thought maybe I change the tactic. I want to bring up a topic that any one of you can choose to comment on or not. The topic is this. The topic is Asia and Middle East, right? Because FII is coming from Saudi Arabia. We are now Hong Kong in Asia, first time for FII to be in Asia. You know, I was in Saudi Arabia when President Biden visited. It was just over a year ago. And then a few months after that, President Xi visited, almost exactly a year ago. There's been a lot of exchanges so far. And a lot of it had to do with investment, obviously, a lot of business opportunities. So any one of you want to comment on the business opportunity that arise between Asia and the Middle East, Saudi Arabia in particular, in this geopolitical context that many of you have mentioned? You don't have to feel obligated to answer, but yes. Mohammed,
For me, I have nothing to do with politics. And politics, nobody will even think about what could be tomorrow. So we need to think about, you know, our business, the social part of it. You know, Asia and Middle East, they are connected. You know, it's really in so
Middle
many
East
aspects.
should be called West Asia.
Yes. So we are really connected. We have so much common things, and we could think like, and we do things, you know, the trade and the past and the history, you know, we have so much common. Reality today, you know, in our businesses, I have to say, if China was not there, we will not be there. You know, to be very honest with you. And that's the reason, you know, we think and we believe that the connectivity between Asia and Middle East is a must. But also is not Middle East, is Africa. Because Africa also the future. Africa is the energy of the future of when it comes to demand and supply, you know, creating more demand. And I believe the biggest importance today, it has to be also giving to Africa. But we need to think Asia, Middle East, Africa, and this is going to be the future. And we need to see in our business, I'm telling you today, in the green hydrogen, what His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan talked about it this morning, 4 gigawatt is all coming from China. Is it wind? Is it solar? Is it inverter? Is it storage? You know, but there is many other coming from, you know, Europe, from United States. But let's not think about local. Let's be part of the global. And we do not want to have really labeling that this is who is coming from, this where you're coming from. We are all human beings. We are all connected. And we need to think about one thing. What's good for people, it's good for all of us.
Well said.
And we need to do.
Thank you. Before I turn to Ronnie and then Lord, but before I do that, I'm turning to Richard. So you heard, right? Africa. I hope there will be a future FII in Africa at some point. Okay. I think Ronnie has a hand up, and then Laura, and then whoever. Yeah. Okay.
I never would imagine that in my lifetime I will see the nexus between China and East Asia in general and the Middle East, other than just energy. It is unimaginable to me. And as I look back into history, one of the first times that the two sides really connected was when Admiral Zheng He, who is a Muslim, by the way, went from China all the way to Saudi Arabia and the whole area. And you remember 6 months ago, Mohammed, you and I were on a panel in Riyadh, and a gentleman from Oman told us that there's a port there that is called something like East Gate. That is a gate to the east, to China. And yet, for the last couple of 100 years, that connection has not been strong. It is truly amazing that in my lifetime, that I saw two things. Number one, I saw the rise of China since the 1980s and 1990s, and it's been amazing. What shocked me equally was to see the rise of Saudi Arabia. I went there the first time 29 years ago, and I've been back many a times. I would never imagine I would see what I see today in the kingdom. And so with the rise of Saudi Arabia in the West, and the rise of China in the East, you need big players to anchor places. They're not the only one, but you need the big players to anchor it. I think that the future is truly amazing when China and Saudi Arabia are rising together, and the connect will be very significant for the world.
Let me supplement Ronnie. If we look at two-way capital flow of the sovereign wealth funds, the top 15 sovereign wealth funds in terms of AUM, 5 of them in Asia, 6 of them in the Middle East, out of the top 15. And China has an untapped capital in terms of saving of 30 trillion US dollars in the entire population. And the Middle East has an equal number of opportunities because of the rise of Saudi and the other GCC countries. So I see, and Asia, of course, with the one of us have just mentioned about the population, it is going to be an amazing connection that has been underdeveloped in the past, and I think now is the time for the two-way traffic, both in terms of capital, commerce, connection in different areas.
Well said. Before I go to Kevin, I want to mention one thing. The Ministry of Education in Saudi Arabia just announced a few months ago that every school children have to learn Chinese 2 hours a week.
Wow.
In fact, they're short of teachers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those of you in the education business.
Can go
So
and teach
I think some of us have to learn Arabic as well.
Yes, that's right. You should.
So,
Yeah.
Kevin, you had your hand up.
Well, I just said, first of all, 2 words I've learned. I agree with Laura, so it's 4 words. I think
Always wise words.
Always, you cannot go wrong. You cannot go wrong. Because I think she's made the point, which is, look, in a world where we talk about deglobalization, actually there's plenty of connection going on. It just may be different to what we used to in the past. So the capital flows between this part of the world and the Middle East are growing. The trade flows in the world, if you look at the top 20 routes, and you look at the ones that are growing, 18 of the top 20 involve Asia. More specifically, they involve China. So if you put together the capital routes and the physical goods routes, you get to a conclusion which says it is vital to have that connectivity between the Middle East and Asia, because Asia is the world's trading hub. It's also where the financial flows move. Over half of all FDI goes into Asia. So this combination has a lot of economic rationale beyond any other rationale you may want to put out.
Thank you, Kevin. The clock just turned red. Okay, I want to give Matteo the last word. You're the chairman of the board anyway. Please.
Just 3 points in 1 minute. First, China, no one had the same results as China in the fight against poverty in the last 25 years in the history. So, chapeau, because that is a masterpiece. The same will happen, not for poverty, but for the future in the next 25 years in Saudi. Because that is the point of contact, I think. 2 unbelievable change inside the countries. First. Second, we have a great problem with demography, particularly we Europeans. Thinking about that, just to have a number, when I was born in 1975, in Italy, 1.1 million babies every year. Last year, 2022, less than 400,000. That is not a decline, it's a collapse. And I remember when I was prime minister, I discussion with the managers of treasury. They told me, oh, we have a problem. What problem? The people in Italy live too much for the pensions. I think if I go in the TV and I explain the problem in my country is the people live too much, I think is not a good idea for my consensus. But that is a radical change for demography, as you explained very well. Thinking about numbers, Congo, about Africa, will be in the next 7 years from 130 million people to 200 million people. Nigeria will be in the next 20 years bigger than European Union. That is a problem. Last point, last but not least for myself, consider that. We discussed about artificial intelligence. Everyone speaks about artificial intelligence. This is not our danger. The danger will be natural stupidity, not artificial intelligence. So remember that, it's very important.
Thank you, Matteo. You have the last word. Let's give the panel this big hand. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
What can I say? Great minds at work. How can we make this year a year to remember? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our Board of Changemakers for that fascinating look forward. I was at COP28 before this, and the questions of affordability of renewable energy mentioned by Laura Cha were very much at the forefront of people's minds. Access to energy being access to life, JP Tricois told us. And if we don't invest in making this affordable energy available to the global south, where the cities of tomorrow are being built, we will blow past that 1.5 degree warming goal of the Paris Agreement. And I found it fascinating that the world's largest solar plant is being built in Saudi Arabia, as we heard there from Aqua Power. Quite a different note there from Ronnie, that while the people in this room have a great respect for science, we heard a sobering reminder that many in the West do not. If you want to think more deeply about any of these questions, a good place to start is the FII Priority Report. Absolutely fascinating. Last summer, as we have in years past, surveyed 50,000 people around the globe from 23 countries. That's representative of about half the people in the world. Concerns and challenges. Top concern was economic, cost of living, making ends meet. But there was so much more, and I was personally quite worried by the rise in loneliness. Everywhere people are feeling more isolated, more estranged. We know that that cannot be good for them or good for society. So, I'm going to tell you a little more about what's coming in the day ahead, packed with interesting conversations. We're going to be looking at how the global economy will navigate through this era of mega shocks. We'll look at the state of climate technology, even as leaders continue to meet in Dubai at COP28. And we will be discussing financial leadership in the new Asia and how this hyper-tech century will transform us all. And that is all coming just before lunch. So, in just a moment, we're going to be diving into one absolutely crucial question. Can the Global South guide the global economy? So, here to lead our next conversation, please do welcome CNN International correspondent Mark Stewart.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is so nice to be here in Hong Kong. I am based in Beijing, but I spent time earlier this year in Hong Kong, and it is really nice to see things reopening and to have face-to-face conversations as we are about to have here. We are going to tackle a very lofty question, and that is, can the Global South guide the global economy? And just for definition's sake, because I am a journalist, we like to have facts. When we're talking about the Global South, we are talking about southern states, southern nations, not only from here in Asia, but from Latin America, from Africa, as well as from the Middle East. And we have a perfect panel to address all of this. I'd like to introduce everyone very briefly, and then we will jump right into the conversation. Directly next to me is His Excellency, Minister of Investment from Saudi Arabia, Khaled Al-Faleh. Good morning. Next to him is the Honorable Paul Chan, the Financial Secretary here in Hong Kong. We're also fortunate to have Ambassador Thomas Nyoki, the Head of Office for the European Union Office to Hong Kong and Macau. Hello, Ambassador. And Mr. Zhang Lei, Founder and Chairman of Hill House Investment, to give us the private equity perspective. Thank you again for all being here. Mr. Minister, I'm going to start with you. In particular, I think you're well equipped to kind of give us the global view of your position and where you are based in the world. As you know, Asia has been having a lot of success lately. GDP in Asia, in many cases, is far outpacing the rest of the world. A lot of this is based on investment, it's based on trade. But when we look at the Global South, is it equipped to continue that growth? Does it have the infrastructure for the future?
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and it's good to be here. I'd like to thank our hosts here in Hong Kong and His Excellency, the Financial Secretary, for doing all of the facilitation, and recognize the FII for the great job they do, Richard and His Excellency, the Chairman, Yasser Rumayyan. Pleased to be a partner with them and be here as part of this very important conversation. about the globe working in different ways and recognizing and capitalizing on some of the global trends that are reshaping the world as we know it, including the rise and the emergence of what is called the Global South as the new engine for global growth. I would just differ a little bit with your definition on the Global South being countries in the south or south of the equator, because Global South is about developing and emerging economies and not so much about geographical position. Most of those economies are indeed in the south, but we have Australia, we have Singapore, a few other countries in the geographical south that wouldn't fit in my definition of the Global South. And of course, the Global South has been turbocharging the global economy. The most obvious reason is demographics, but also economic growth, and we're here in Hong Kong, which is of course part of the greater China, and China has been a great example of the rise of the Global South. But as China reaches and approaches its potential and its incredible growth rates moderates, which is already happening, other countries within the Global South are picking up the slack. More recently, we've seen India do that, but Latin America, I was just there a couple of months ago, and I think the potential for Latin America is incredible. Brazil, Argentina, I believe in Argentina, despite recent political and economic issues, but the fundamentals there. But I think a big force in the Global South is going to be the Middle East, led and driven by Saudi Arabia. And the global trends that are going to accelerate this emergence of the Global South as a driver for global growth and prosperity are, of course, energy transition. I think that will help the Global South, not hurt it. The digital transition is going to be a bridge, and I think it's going to be what I call an equalizer for accessing technology and bridging some of the divides that have traditionally existed between the North and South. And of course, the demographics. Developed economies, the rich world is suffering from aging and population declines and productivity declines as a result. And last but not least, supply chain regionalization, the need for resilience in supply chain is going to drive a lot of new investments that will also leverage the other three factors I mentioned, energy transition, digital transition, and the demographic dividend that's available to countries in the Global South. That will allow repositioning global supply chain. This is what I refer to as globalization 2.0, and it will be clearly driven by countries in the Global South.
I've already had a conversation today about supply chain, so it is once again re-emerging as a discussion point.
Absolutely.
You brought up some very good points, and I want to turn to Mr. Chan now because you have an interesting role. You deal with policy, but you also deal with a lot of these issues, everything from housing to transportation. As kind of our local eyes on the ground, so to speak, how do you feel the Global South is progressing? Is it as strong as it needs to be to continue to be this economic force?
Well, I'm confident about the economic future of the Global South. If you look at the GDP growth, the emerging markets and developing countries from Asia, from 1995, at that time about 12% of global GDP. Now it's about 1/3. And also, this region has demographic advantages. People are young, very keen to improve their lives. And also technology and innovation are being embraced here. And this coupled with digitalization will expedite the growth of this area. And when you look at the foreign direct investments floating into this region, this is also very promising. So being late starter also has the advantage. Say, for example, in the area of green transition. Say, for example, in China, if you look at the wind power energy, solar energy, leading the world. So I believe going forward in terms of economic growth, green transition, technology and innovation, and the desire to continue to improve one's living will be driving the economies forward.
Well, you brought up these issues about green energy, about sustainability, which all plays into climate change. And I want to continue the conversation now with the ambassador. Obviously, we have COP28 taking place, and as someone who represents the EU, these are issues that you've dealt with for a long time. This is not a novelty anymore. This is very much a necessity. If we look at the global south, as we've talked about, there are a lot of emerging markets, emerging economies. Is everyone equipped to achieve these high benchmarks that there is consensus is an important thing?
Thank you, Mark, and it's a pleasure to offer a European perspective on this panel. And you're very right. This is a very big challenge. And the French president said that our house is burning and we're looking the other way. But this wasn't the current French president. This was Jacques Chirac 21 years ago. So our house was burning back then, and it's still burning. And so it shows that the emergency has gotten even bigger. Now, the EU is committed to this. This is one of our two major goals at the moment. One is the digital transition, but I think above that is the climate emergency. And with COP28 at the moment, I think there's a strong European presence there. And it's very good that the Damage and Loss Fund was one of the first decisions that was taken at the COP28. That's really good. And the European Union, that is the European Union institutions, together with member states, have pledged over half of the funding for this Damage and Loss Fund, which is what will be needed by many countries, mostly in the south, to face the negative effects of climate change. So this is really important. Another big topic at COP28 is the whole issue of climate finance. And there's this goal of 100 billion per year. Now we've reached, on our side, we've reached about $30 billion. So I think we are meeting this commitment. But I think the reality is that the amounts of funding needed, and this was referred to earlier, are not in the hundreds of billions, they're actually in the trillions. And so that's really the challenge, that we step up this funding. And the EU, I believe, is doing its part. We are, I think, have a historical responsibility for climate change. But the reality is that we are only 7.5% of global emissions. So we need everyone else to come on board as well.
So we are getting different viewpoints from the public service arena, if you will. But private investment, Mr. Zhang, is also very important in all of this. And if anyone understands the realities of the world, in addition to my colleagues here, it is you, because you have individuals asking you questions about high inflation, about a lot of the global geopolitical instability we are seeing right now. Private dollars are needed. We've talked about FDI here already. What do you say to entrepreneurs, to people in management, and to individual investors about the current landscape and how it relates to the global south?
Yes, absolutely. I think earlier everybody emphasized the importance of supply chain, the integrity of the supply chain, the technology innovation, how we should promote that actually for the global system to make it more efficient. I think right now you're seeing that the potential friction of the trade and supply chain actually going to make the inflation much longer term issue. The way to resolve that is actually we all work together to make the supply chain much more robust and less friction. And what we're seeing from a bottom up, if you look at most of what we do at a Hill House, a lot of actually very traditional businesses that leverage technology to make it more efficient. And for example, if doesn't matter you are selling shoes, you are selling in the pharmacy, you are selling even our mattress company, doing very well despite the real estate challenges, because they are able to leverage the supply chain, leverage technology, leverage digitalization with better products, better access to customers, and also with much shorter working capital cycle, so that they actually have less wastage in the system. So we are consistently seeing entrepreneurs and companies who can leverage the technology to make it more efficient, particularly useful for the traditional businesses. So in that way, I would say technology should not just be a disruptor, should be an equalizer, have the people left behind to catch up. And then my last point I want to make is really emphasizing that to all the entrepreneurs. Right now, they may have some challenges here and there. If you are a student of history, you learn about business history, the one thing I wanted to emphasize, all the best companies, the best businesses are born and nurtured in the most challenging period of time. You look at AWS, right after Internet bubble burst in 2002. You look at Tesla, right after 2008 global financial crisis. And they are able to really building businesses in the most difficult time. And if you do a good job, you don't have to be super smart. All you have to do is be consistent in what you do. Well, everybody else was pessimistic. You know, the pessimist in the end, you may get it right, but it's always the optimist going to win the world.
Well, I appreciate your optimism. And we haven't even talked about AI, which I'm sure we'll be discussing throughout the conference. Mr. Minister, I want to turn back to you. We've talked about government's role. We've talked about private sector. We also have multinational organizations, such as the World Bank, which weigh in and discuss the successes or barriers that many of these economies face. Are these multinational organizations, are they well equipped to perhaps process or synthesize what you see every day?
Well, they are obviously very, very important, and they are equipped with capital. They have their own infrastructure in terms of their staffing and technical expertise. So you talk about the World Bank, IFC, MEGA for investment risk insurance, which is very important for investing in developing economies. However, one gets the impression that they're really dominated still by the old economy of the world, and the decision making is still to a large degree Western particularly, but developed economies, and they are more responsive to the viewpoints there. So climate change, which is very, very important. We're all impacted and alarmed, and I'm a believer that countries in the South are going to be more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but they're probably also going to be able to ride it as an opportunity as they accelerate their resilience to climate crises, and at the same time build the energy systems within their economies to do the energy transition. But you find institutions, whether it's the UN, World Bank, IMF, that are still looking at climate change from the angle of the developed economy, which is probably mostly across the Atlantic in the US, Canada, and EU, and less influence by countries in the South. I think the G20 is an interesting multilateral institution and probably has a larger role going forward. It's only less than 25 years old. It doesn't have permanent staffs and a secretariat like some of these other post-World War II institutions, but it has more balanced representation, in my view, and we've seen the deliberations within the G20 a lot more helpful to economic and developmental issues that the world economy is facing. And in Saudi Arabia, we're proud at the role we have played within the G20 dealing with issues like climate change, energy transition, and I think most importantly, the COVID-related health and economic issues. Remember that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had the presidency during 2020, perhaps the most difficult year since the G20 was created, and the organization proved to be the most relevant, the most responsive. But going back to the traditional post-World War II multilateral organizations, I think they have to be reformed. And they have to take into consideration that not only the demography, the population, is today dominated by countries in the global south, but also GDP has shifted to a large degree. And increasingly, going back to what Zhang was referring to, technology and innovation is no longer one directional, coming from the rich economies, the developed economies in the north. We're seeing a lot of innovation, a lot of technology in countries of the south. Of course, China has been very visible recently in doing this, and this is great. Saudi Arabia today has our tech sector, our innovation, our entrepreneurship is literally on fire, and it's growing year on year at a rate not seen anywhere else in the world, and our young people are generating a lot of technology of our own.
Well, let's continue with that theme about technology and young people, because when we talk about GDP, it's ultimately productivity. I'm wondering on the local level, Mr. Chan, what is being done to make sure that young people are well equipped with these skills? Are there things that are taking place here in Asia that emerging markets in developing countries really could take advantage of?
Yeah. Well, to prepare and equip our young people, of course, at the education level, in the curriculum. But on the other hand, I think it is also very important to induce their interests and let them have a better understanding of the possible career prospect if they follow this route. So what we have been doing in the Hong Kong SA government in the past few years is that we choose two major engines for Hong Kong's future economic growth. One is financial services, which is very clear. The other is technology and innovation, which is comparatively new to us. So what we have been doing is to try to create the ecosystems, create success stories. We have been providing funding, proactively reaching out to invite startups to come, and recently also attract strategic enterprises to be settled here. Because with these strategic enterprises settled here, they will bring along not just technology, but also talent. And that would be a very positive reinforcing cycle. On the one hand, we provide facilitative government policies and funding. And on the other hand, they choose Hong Kong because, number one, this could be a very convenient platform to tap the Asia market and also proximity to the mainland. And also given the one country, two systems arrangement would be an ideal place to attract international talents. So when this ecosystem is built and being vibrant, when more quality job opportunities present themselves, then the parents and the young people will be motivated to consider technology and innovation as a career. And we are working towards that end. And even in the financial services area, we make it available in terms of private equity, venture capitals, as well as changing our listing rules to enable these companies to get listed easier. So through all these efforts, we start to see some positive results.
Well, I think we all agree education is one of the best business tools. We have just a few minutes left. I want to make sure our other panelists get to make some final words. Real briefly, Mr. Ambassador, AI, I mean, it's a mammoth topic, but based off of what you are seeing from the EU, in the briefest of terms, what is your advice to the Global South?
Okay. Well, as I said, the digital transition is the second big topic that we're looking at after the climate change. And there's a lot of work being done in the European Union on AI. Only yesterday there was an important meeting where agreement was reached on the first AI Act in the world. So looking at how AI can be somehow regulated, because I think we all agree that it can have great applications, but it can also be potentially very dangerous. So this AI Act that's being adopted by the European Union is looking at, in a way, it's a kind of a pyramid structure. At the bottom, there's the vast majority of uses that are actually very positive and very good for the world. But as you go up the pyramid, this should be looked at more closely, not necessarily banned, but somehow limitations. And at the very top of the pyramid, this should actually, certain things should be banned. And here I would say typically things which can potentially harm vulnerable groups. So I think we're on the front line in terms of regulating AI, and I think a lot of what we're looking at can be applied elsewhere in the world. For example, in terms of one of the first areas we looked at in this digital area is data protection. And in many parts around, in many other countries around the world, they use the EU as a model to look at data protection. So possibly the same thing can happen in the AI space as well.
Sure. Mr. Zhang, just 1 minute left or so. As someone who is in the private investment realm, these are great ideas, great concepts, but will the money be there?
Yeah, I wanted to quickly follow up Paul said earlier about talents ecosystem, actually. I think for us, it's really easy. What our job is very simple: follow the talents, right? Helping nurture that talent framework. I wanted to give two examples of one is the founder of Lala Move, and a Hong Kong-based entrepreneur, able to build a logistics-based network system. The other is actually a consumer brand. A young lady and her husband, they started a baby formula company called Little Freddy. The reason they are able to do that, because they are really building around the talent network, leverage Greater Bay Area, leverage the marketplace. I think if we do a good job as a financier, what we do is in the end financial services, but we happen to think we are entrepreneurs who happen to be investors. So how we can leverage our financial services to be more comprehensive, in addition to traditional venture capital private equity? Can we do more? Can we do private credit? Can we build a life science park? Can we do industrial park, helping build our ecosystem? That's the entrepreneurial behavior. So our advice to the financial service industry is always stay close to the talents, stay close to the real economy.
I appreciate your energy. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Yeah. I wish we had more time for more discussion. Hopefully our audience will be able to have a quick load to many of you if time permits. But thank you. I think this was a good introduction to kind of get a look at the landscape and perhaps the blueprint forward. So we're going to make a transition now from the global south and the global economy. We're now going to take a look at mega shocks So we'd like to welcome Dr. Cornelia Meyer, Chairwoman and CEO of NRL Corporation, and her panelists. And to these panelists, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you very much to the FII Institute for having us here. We are talking about mega shocks, and this decade surely started off with a lot of mega shocks. We started off with a pandemic. Then we now have two geopolitical events, two wars, one in the Middle East, one in Europe. Overlying that, we have the ongoing problem of global warming, which we're addressing at COP, and there have been many mega shocks in terms of environmental disasters, and we obviously have what's happening with technology. So. This is a very good panel, and I'm going to start right away with Mr. Benjamin Hung, who is the CEO of Asia for Standard Chartered Banks. And we live in turbulent times, and you are navigating the turbulent times for one of the largest financial institutions in the world and one of the most global financial institutions. So from your vantage point, what are the most biggest exogenous shocks, the biggest problems you're seeing coming our way here?
Right. Thanks very much, Cornelia. I think to talk about shocks, we have to first try to make sense of where we are, of what's happening around the world. I do think we are living right now through a transition of a 1 in 100 year process. Okay? I think the world is moving from a unipolar world to a bipolar world, and eventually, I think, to a multipolar world. And I think this transition, unfortunately, creates conflicts. And these conflicts, unfortunately, have also amplified what are normal cycles. They've amplified them to become mega shocks, creating lots of unpredictability, a lot of volatility. Okay? And that's the world we live in. I do think, having spoken to a lot of clients, different sectors, many businesses are actually performing a lot of scenario planning. What if this? What if that? Okay? And unfortunately, in this world, there's only so much and so many what ifs you can do. We have to try to make sense out of it. Fundamentally, I do think US, China will work together, will have to work together. But from a business lens, I do think everyone needs to find a way to create a more resilient business model. This is typically through diversification. Diversification through buyers, diversification through supply chain, diversification through funding, diversification through currency. This is what's happening. I do think corporates will need to be a lot more nimble and be flexible in terms of reacting to this. But rather than, Cornelia, just to focus on mega shocks, I also need to remind people there are mega trends, there are mega opportunities. Let's not forget about them. I do think Asia will become an oasis of growth. I do think there will be new supply chain, new trade corridors, new wealth being created, new payment currency, and new infrastructure. And as all of us, we need to also focus on what are the macro trends beyond just what the micro conflicts are.
That's very good, thank you. And I'm just going to working on what you just said with the multipolar world, with Dr. Sri Chia-Cheng here, who is the co-chairman and co-CIO, executive director of Value Partners Group. You are you work across all asset classes essentially in Asia, in China, and in the rest of Asia. So you're very well placed to look at that realignment between East and West, between North and South. How should this realignment be navigated to hopefully create the least amount of exogenous shocks?
Yeah, thank you, Cornelia. Yeah, I'll try to keep my response simple and straightforward. I think in the context of today's discussion, I think it's very important to look past the current very negative coverage in the Western media and look at what China has actually achieved. In my own opinion, what China has achieved is that it's one of the greatest success stories we have seen in the last 50 years. The Chinese, in many ways, have largely eliminated extreme poverty. They have created the world's largest middle class, 400 million people. They have transformed themselves into the world's factory. They lead in the use of green energy. They are pioneer in many aspects of science and technology. And they have achieved the national dream of national rejuvenation. So I feel that if we are truly serious about finding sustainable solutions to a world in crisis, surely we should examine what China has been doing, what they got right, what they got wrong, what might be relevant to societies outside China. Just two examples of what China has achieved. When the People's Republic of China was born in 1949, the lifespan of the average male person in China was 39. Today, it's 78. The US is 79. So that's a great stride for you. China has, in many ways, done something that people thought was impossible, because as recently as the 1960s, there was actual starvation in China, and per capita income based on World Bank was below that of sub-Saharan Africa. So they come a long way. Surely there must be lessons there for us to think about. Thank you.
That's very true. So you're basically saying, look, we should look east and learn the lessons from China.
Yes, we should look beyond the current situation where China's rise has created anxiety, even hostility in some quarters in the West. And and see, this is after all 18%. 18 out of every 100 human beings on the planet is actually a Chinese. And they really did a lot. Up till about 10 years ago, there were still 100 million people in China living below the poverty line as defined by the United Nations. By 2020, these 100 million people have been lifted out of extreme poverty to a working class income. There is a lot of lessons there, especially for the global South.
Yeah, that's very good. And we're staying in the East. We're looking with Mr. Ji Chun-fu, managing partner of GTV Capital. GTV Capital has been investing in Asia for about 23 years, so for 23 years, particularly China and Southeast Asia. As such, you're very well placed to look at technology, because you have a good footprint in technology. How do you think technology will affect us? Will it be technology? What do we need to do that it's technology for the good and not technology for the bad? So we can navigate those mega shocks.
Yeah, thank you, Camilla, for the question. And I think I just want to echo what Ben just mentioned around the shocks that we are having, and obviously the opportunities that we do see as well. And a lot of that transformation has been powered by technology shifts. Obviously, in the last 20 over years, we saw the internet, PC internet, mobile internet, how technology has helped to drive reconstruction of the value chain, compressing some of the inefficiency, and thereby gave rise to a new class of merchants and deliveries and platform players. So those are the good, right? And it creates a new class of companies. But at the same time, I think there is disruption. We have to recognize that certain offline retail, mom and pops are being disrupted. Some can transform themselves, others can't. So the question is, how do we bring this group of people to come along? because that's what, in many essence, a lot of the governments do worry about, because it does create these social gaps, if you will, and it requires tech companies, platform companies to work alongside with the government to make these transformation possible. Technology has also is also a solution to address climate change. The improvement in solar technology, wind technology, we do need to invest in a new power grid. So because the distribution of energy is going to change when we go from fossil to green or renewables. So that transformation requires investments. But at the same time, we are creating new challenges. So I think in every aspect of the transformation, it creates opportunity, it creates challenges. And collectively, I think we have to work to solve this problem. I think AI is another new dimension altogether.
And that's very good. So basically, it's the winners and losers. We need to make sure we bring the losers along and we capitalize on the opportunities. So lastly, but not at all at least, Mr. Fenglei Fang, who is the founder and chairman of Hoppu Investment. You are really invested across all sectors, you know, consumer technology, healthcare, financial services, and real estate. This gives you a really good view on, especially in China, on the state of play. How resilient do you think China and other Asian markets are towards to deal with mega shocks, which will come along? I mean, we will not get around them.
Thank you. I would like to speak in Chinese. Mega shocks, beginning from 1997. We also went into 2008. In China and Asia, everyone got more prepared. Secondly, when it comes to Asia's economy, China is the driving force. So there's a kind of consensus being built when it comes to real estate, local debt, small banks, and the stock market issues. We have to be very determined. Overall speaking, I believe China is still in an upward spiral. In the past 15 years, there have been some major changes, some FDI coming from Europe and the US into China, but in more recent years, many more FDIs are coming from within Asia. So we are very prepared. Thank you.
So you're very prepared and you're sort of resilient also within Asia. Now, I'm coming back to Mr. Hong. Looking at all these transitions, energy transition, dealing with shocks, all of that costs money, right? All of that is expensive. So how do you look at what that means for interest rates, for cost of doing business, from your vantage point as a global bank? Where are we going?
The two little I words that everyone wants to have a view on, which is so difficult to answer. But let me just offer a few thoughts, just for deliberation for the audience. Currently, I think we are in a higher for longer mode. I think the risk bias will be increasing towards high for less long. That's one, because increasingly inflation will become a component, but not the only component economic growth will be. Second, just to your point, I think the world will have to settle for a higher equilibrium on inflation. You talked about all the energy. I earlier referenced resilience in terms of supply chain, for example. Mm-hmm. Resilience is inflationary in it by itself. So if you opt for that, you will have to probably live with a slightly higher level of equilibrium.
Yeah, that's... Sorry.
I'll leave a third one, which I think there could be a structural divergence in the level of inflation between the West and the East because of the supply chain factors.
Yeah, that's very true. Reallocating supply chains does cost money. You've given Mr. Mr. Zhejiang, you have given Asia and Asia's and China's relationship with the rest of the world a lot of thought, right? And how do you see the relationship between China and other economies of the South, also the Middle East and especially also America? How do you see that develop, and how can we see it develop so we create the least amount of friction?
Well, the key here is quite straightforward again. I just don't see a good outcome for the world, for our planet, in the medium to long term, if we don't have true cooperation and a good relationship between the two key countries, the United States and China. These two countries, China and America, make up roughly 40% of the global economy. China alone, despite having slowed down its economy, is about 30% of global growth right now. America and China are responsible for approximately 45% of the entire global emissions. So you need them to talk to each other and cooperate with one another. And it's not a one-way street. I think the Chinese are very eager and remain very businesslike. They want to learn from the West. I'm not so sure about the West, though, because I used to be myself a Western journalist for many years. And I see that the Western attitude has really become much more dogmatic and ideological in the way they look at China. It's a reverse of the Cold War. That was the way the Soviet Union used to look at the West. But now it's the West looking at China in an ideological and very, I would say, rigid way. Whereas the Chinese remain quite pragmatic and quite businesslike. The Chinese people, from my more than 30 years of covering the country as a professional investor, have paid a very heavy price for their success. They have strict social and political controls that require enormous discipline to live under.
Okay.
They have a one-child policy. The older people still remember the Cultural Revolution. So it's not like they got all this economic miracle thanks to somebody else's help.
Okay, so
they work for it, yeah.
So you're pleading for mutual understanding and for mutual understanding and for harmony. I will go on to Mr. Fu. When you look sort of at the centrifugal forces of sort of geoeconomics, how do you see Asia can really manage that? And I know you are quite concerned about the social implications of what's happening, of all the things we discussed, because we also need social harmony within the countries. Can you sort of give us a very brief overview of your views?
I think we have to address some of the common challenges that we do have. I think climate is one big issue. We talk about resiliency, and thereby we do have to face with a new equilibrium, higher inflationary pressure, and all these hit all walks of life, across the social framework. And what that means is that we have to address a common problem. I think climate is a problem, and climate goes beyond just the energy transition. I think food security and food resiliency is one big factor. With the war that happens in Europe and around the world, and the climate change, we are facing more of the food security issue, and it translates into social problems. So those are areas where I think investors alike, government alike, can put their money to work and put the policies to work.
Yeah, and especially when we look at Asia over the last, let's say, century or so, we have seen times where food security was a real issue. So we have to be conscious of that. This brings me to the last question. Again, we're coming back to that all-important US-China relationship, Mr. Fang. Where do you see it going, and what can the US and China do in terms of collaboration to be able to deal with those exogenous shocks?
谢谢。首先，我想说，美国代表的是。
Thank you very much. First of all, I think what the U.S. represents is the Mediterranean culture, and the Chinese culture has never had a clash with Mediterranean culture, maybe because of the Himalayas. But I think what is between U.S. and China is Taiwan. China has drawn a red line. That U.S. cannot support independence of Taiwan. I think the Americans have already accepted this. So I think between them, we can avoid a hot war like Korean War, and we can also avoid the Cold War that had happened between the USA and USSR. I think conflicts will continue to be the daily thing. So with the San Francisco conference, we are talking about controlling this. And common sense has always been that ever since the trade war, the trade volume has grown multiple times. So the largest question is investment. With economic stability in China, American investors would not forego a 10 trillion consumer markets in the next 5 years.
Inspiring panel. And what we've seen is we're going towards a multipolar world. And these transitions, century-type transitions, are never easy. We have technology which can be for the good if we use it right. Everybody of you has pleaded for harmony and for learning also the lessons of the achievements of what has been achieved in Asia over the last 4 decades or so. Could you please give this great panel a big round of applause? And it's now my pleasure to welcome back Mark Stewart from CNN, and he will help tell us how Asia will redefine financial leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, good morning once again. It's good to be here. So far, we've been talking a lot about money, about growth, about opportunities, but I think everyone knows that does not happen by accident. Leadership is a big part of that component, that ingredient list. So our conversation, our discussion today is going to be pretty defined. How will the new Asia define financial leadership? And we have panelists who are on the front lines of decision making as far as information gathering, making tough decisions. Some quick introductions. Nicholas Aguzin, we know you very well from here in Hong Kong. I do see you many mornings as I'm getting ready, offering your commentary, so it's good to see you in person. Happy to welcome Dr. Victor Fung, Chairman of Fung Investments. David Liao is the co-CEO of HSBC, based here in Asia Pacific, and XD Yang, Managing Director and Chairman of Carlyle Asia. Good to see all of you. Nicholas, I'm going to start with you. This is your home territory, the exchange, so to speak. Look, you know how business is done, whether it's an IPO, whether it's through a trade deal. I'm wondering, when we look at financial leadership, are there some new tools, some new platforms that may not be getting the headlines, but that you observe that are very pivotal in determining how deals are made and how the economy moves?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mark. Let me say that when thinking about the new things and the new approach to doing business and the financial sector in Asia, and for all participants that have an interest in participating in the markets, there's a few things that I think are important to take into account. The first one is the changing geopolitical landscape that is going on around, and how there's a shift in economic and global geopolitical power coming a little more towards the east. So Asia is representing a bigger proportion of the world as we go forward. I'm sure Victor is going to talk a lot about that because this is an area that he focuses quite a bit. But that does create an environment where people need to recalibrate their portfolios, think about how they invest in the context of geopolitics, and just like the exchange, for example, we've created some specific connectivity tools to connect with the market onshore. So we have something that is called Stock Connect that allows investors through Hong Kong to invest directly in the mainland and the other way around. Investors from the mainland to start investing overseas through Hong Kong. So that's like an innovation that we started actually in 2014, and it's been evolving and getting better and better year after year. And this is important because you're creating a single liquidity pool. But that's just like one of the things. Besides that, capital formation around the world is also changing quite a bit. And what we're seeing is that local exchanges in each of the jurisdictions, and Saudi Arabia is a great example, they're also becoming more relevant. Companies want to be in their local markets. And from our point, what we've been doing is trying to generate the partnerships with those local exchanges. So we had an agreement, an MOU with Tadawul, and we actually recognize them as an exchange. Same thing with Indonesia. I mean, you may have read that, Indonesia has made a partnership with us. So it's not only the mainland, it's also Southeast Asia, it's the Middle East. And finally, and it'll be the topic of the day, fintech, all the innovation around financial markets, how you access the market. That constantly is evolving, and it's very, very important because today, it takes a long time to settle our transactions, and it's done, in a very antiquated fashion. That will evolve. We just last week we launched FINI, which lowered the settlement cycle of IPOs from 5 days to 2 days, but still a long way to go. And when we look at the market in 10 years, it's going to be quite a bit different.
Right, and things are so instantaneous with trading. Victor, I want to turn to you. I know you have such enthusiasm for Asia and the growth and the different developments that are coming from here. We were talking a lot about financial tools, but I know something that you are very passionate about is trade. Tell me why trade is so important.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here. Just to follow on this whole issue, I think the most important thing that we really want to keep in mind is that the economic center of gravity of the world is moving towards Asia. Asia today accounts for about 36% of global GDP. All the forecasts I can get my hands on would predict that half of the world's GDP will be in Asia. So this shift is absolutely crucial and something to keep in mind when you look at the whole issue. Now, if you delve a little deeper, all this is enabled really by trade. Trade is the ingredient that actually really mobilizes the economy, and also all the developing economies of the world are very reliant on trade to develop themselves. Now, today, trade is more than 50% of global GDP. And it will remain that way or maybe even increase over time. And I think Asia is actually very ready to enable this because we have just created last year one of the most, in fact, I think it's the largest free trade agreement in the world called the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, that involves 15 countries in Asia. And it composes of a third of the world's people, about a third of the world's GDP, and about a third of the world's trade. Now, this particular very inclusive and open regionalism sort of free trade agreement is going to enable Asia to continue growing. However, there is one issue, and that issue is, I think, it's trade finance. We now are facing a huge gap in the trade finance. As we all know, 80% plus of the world's trade is enabled by trade finance. You need trade finance to lubricate trade. We are now facing a trade finance gap of $2.5 trillion based on the last ADB report earlier this year. And that is going to be increasing. I think we've really got to focus on that, and that's really where I would suggest that Hong Kong has a central role to play. We are really at the center of orchestrating a lot of the global supply chains, especially in this region. We are an international finance center. you put the two things together, we are actually an ideal place to be the trade finance center for Asia and really help at closest trade finance gap. I think that's really something that we can very practically work on and would actually give Hong Kong and Asia a leadership role in the world.
Yes, you have ports, which is a very valuable commodity. David, I want to turn to you. I often say that bankers are some of the most well-informed people in the world. And the reason is, quite frankly, you have to be when it comes to making key decisions. And right now, Nicholas talks about the geopolitical challenges. Interest rates. I just returned from the United States. It's a big issue there. We have seen the conversation in the EU. When we have these headwinds, these barriers, what advice do you give, especially from a leadership role, to whether it be a corporation, individual investors, governments? I mean, these are some very strong, volatile forces, and making decisions during these tough times, are a big pillar of leadership.
It is indeed, but it's a pleasure to be here, to be connected with colleagues and partners to go through these opportunities and challenges together. I think the first thing, for whether you're working in a bank or anywhere else, is to really know the times. And it's, as Victor and Gucho mentioned, Asia really is exemplifying growth, and we can see that in the future. I mean, it's the apportioning of GDP is getting higher. It's accelerating faster than the rest of global growth. Consumption at 18 trillion is already higher than in US in aggregate. It's twice the size of Europe. We're seeing not just connectivity outside of Asia, but inside Asia, it's intertwining closer and closer together. And that goes through the ups and downs of challenge, whether it's through COVID or geopolitics, etc. It has brought a more equitable diversion of capital. It was so galvanized towards Hong Kong and China prior, but now we're getting some of the +1, which is extremely healthy. For the rest of the region. And the question, to your point, is how to bank that. And I think, yes, HSBC's home is from here, is from Shanghai, and we remain to be significantly scalable here. But it's also important to go with the times, to connect with the rest of Asia, but also to connect with the rest of the world. As Victor mentioned, trade hasn't decreased despite any sort of hits that's been thrown at it, whether it's COVID or geopolitics, etc. That conversation with the world has to continue. Now, the expression can be one way or another. You spoke about financial leadership, but the fact is the dollar remains to be the most sizable expression of finance globally and even in Asia. There's much work to do for renminbi to play a healthy role. I mean, it's the second largest economy and the first biggest trader, but it's now just increasing to 3.6% of payments, and US dollar is almost 47%. So, we first need to know the opportunities and then setting trajectories on what we can grow to. Tons of activities and initiatives done by the stock exchange or in Hong Kong, and bringing capital intra-Asia as well as Asia with the rest of the world. And we're keen to play a part in that. And that's probably why HSBC is structured, even when we have an Asia story, always globally.
So we've talked about trade, we've talked about innovation. Let's also talk about the consumer. And XD, we were talking just before our conversation here about the power and the value of the consumer here in Asia. Not only are consumers just buying things, but in many ways, consumers are taking a leadership role in changing the way practices and businesses operate. And you had some interesting examples. I'd like for you to talk about that real briefly, if you could.
Yes, Mark. I think historically, when people think about Asia, people talk about Asia consumption. A lot of the theory is as the economy grow, wealth grow, per capita GDP grow, therefore consumption grow. But what has really changed in the last decade, because of the digitalization of the economies, of the consumers, so what's really happening is that the Asian consumers are literally changing how businesses are run, or what business should be or what business should look like. I give you an example. As many of you know, we bought the McDonald's China business. In 6 years, now the customer base went from virtually 0 to 90% on the digital platform, right? So that itself changed a lot of our business, how we think about how to reach that consumer and what have you. But what's more important, what people don't see, is the investment in digital in these companies really kind of changed the capabilities of this company and how we run our business. You know, take as an example, staffing. We have 160,000 employees, so managing that is critical. So when you have this digital capability, the team is able to use AI technology to help the restaurant managers to forecast what's their really need for labor, so they can staff their people better. And that has never really happened before. So the other thing is, like, we're opening like 1,000 restaurants a year. And just to give you a people sense what that means, and this really doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, is that there are over 200,000 decisions to be made on how to build this 1,000 restaurants. Forget about running them, right? So you can see that without technology, you can't really bring your business to that level of scale and sophistication. So I think this is where really that when whether it's the company in China or India or other part of Asia, how they change their businesses, that's really leading the world.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, predicting what the consumer even wants next. No, it's very fascinating. As we are dealing with pressures from the clock, Nicholas, I want to go back to China because I've recently moved to Beijing. I was there for the Belt and Road Initiative, but we also have other partnerships, if you will, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and such. Mm-hmm. When we talk about growth in Asia, how important are these alliances? Are they truly necessary, or will we see even more cooperative arrangements form? Tell me your thoughts on that.
So, I mean, I just published a blog on the HKX website. You can get it. I mean, we call it the diagonal of growth. I mean, which talks about an area that starts in China, goes through Southeast Asia, India, Middle East, being a little bit in the middle of like northwest and east, north, south, and east, west. And continuing Africa and Latin America. If you think about this region, the GDP per capita is about $7,000 versus about 80 in the US. And not that we should eliminate any one region or anything, but I do believe if you look at that area has all the natural resources, middle class, food, energy, water, that you need. I mean, Richard this morning was saying that the demand of water will surpass the supply of water by 40% in the next 10, 20 years. Well, I mean, if you have like the combination Brazil, Indonesia, where you have like not only copper, nickel, iron ore, I mean, water, biodiversity, but plus you also have the middle class, a huge middle class, all the population growth of Africa, and the technology, infrastructure investments capability from China, plus the financing power of all that, all those funds looking for investments opportunity, both in the Middle East. Remember, Middle East today has just the sovereign wealth funds, it's about $4 trillion. And you combine that with all the capital from China that has not been going outwards as much, and the potential of that capital financing all these opportunities around the world, it just creates such an immense opportunity. Think about with today's technology, that GDP per capita going just like doubling, it would be so massive. And today, 70% of the global growth come from this region. So I do think that beyond the labels of BRI or like Global South, or I mean, it's just like this area that has like a great complementarity. It complements very, very well. It can be done today. So I think it's incredibly important to think about this region.
Sure. We just have a moment or two left. David, I just want to turn to you real quickly. Obviously, businesses need money to do different projects and such. And there's this whole idea of the innovation economy. Tell me what is being done to make sure that the funds are essentially available for this next generation of innovation and innovators.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I think it's critical that we work harder to get that capital allocation right to the right creativity. As we've seen on the opportunities in Asia, XD clearly does a big part of that outside of the bank. But I think banks are coming really into a timely play to run a holistic journey to walk through. Firstly, a democratizing creativity to as many people as possible. So we start early with, as you know, we've just launched innovation banking following the acquisition of the UK SVB. It's timely now, more so than before, in terms of being able to assume that capital strength and deliver that to the region and help new businesses come through. They are coming faster than ever. I know if you look at the stats now that some of the valuation has come off quite a bit, some 30% in terms of exit, and deals has come off 44. But it also clears out the tall trees for new creativity to come through. XD talked about McDonald's, which is most traditional business, but yet digital comes through with that. So we have a $3 billion GBA technology fund that's coming through. Technology would seep invariably through into sustainability, and that's a huge topic for Asia to get transition right. So I think the bank is front and center on that and quite serious about it.
Sure. Unfortunately, just like CNN, I have to monitor the time, and this is no exception. The good news is you're all here in Hong Kong, and I know you talk with each other, and hopefully our audience will be able to as well. Thank you. This was an eclectic conversation. Really appreciate it. Another topic we want to cover, though, is what's being called hyper tech. And I want to welcome Mr. Eugene Tang, the business journalist for the South China Morning Post, and his panelists to the stage, and to my panelists here. Thank you so much. It was great to talk to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Leho, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And thank you very much for staying with us. As the last panel before the lunch, we typically get two types of reaction. One is everybody pays close attention to us because they're really hungry, or second, they give us evil stares because they want us to finish quickly. But we have a very, very good topic for discussion today. We are talking about hyper tech, and we have with us four very bright minds to share with us their perspectives. So the first question I wanted to ask you, gentlemen, is in your respective careers in investing, in policy, in finance, what have you come across that you consider the most consequential technology of your lifetime? In other words, what is your definition of hypertech? Let's start with you, JP.
Well, I am a venture capitalist. I've been doing this for over 20 years. So for VC, it's always the next technology that's going to be the most consequential. For me, for my career, I have to say, in the last 20, 30 years, it's the internet technology that has been providing most of the return for me, for my firm, for the LPs, both in the US and also in the greater China region. I'm also on the board of two internet companies that are listed in Hong Kong.
Right, internet. Fred, you are a great investor. What do you think is the most consequential? technology?
Well, I'm most excited about the potential of AI to transform biological science, really change fundamentally how drugs discovered. There's so many diseases still poorly understood, and much less in terms of treatment. But AI with this tremendous data, with this single cell genome, gene sequence, gene expression, protein, you name it. We have, for the first time in history, to build a larger foundation model about the biology. So that, I think, in my view, has the greatest potential to revolutionize biology and advance human health, extend our health span as well as lifespan.
Right. Okay. So AI and drug discovery, for example. Eric, you've been involved in your technologies. You've been involved in public policies and so on. What do you think is most consequential?
Yeah, thank you. So I've seen this change dramatically just in the last few years. If you had asked me this maybe even 18 months ago, my answer would be different. In my lifetime, I never thought I'd see a moment like this impactful and this transformative to society. It was the internet at first, and the internet's evolution to the World Wide Web, and then it seemed significant but incremental changes over time. But now we're seeing a confluence of exponential technologies all coming together at once, driven by artificial intelligence, but also these other elements that are allowing it to become part and parcel of our daily lives. Augmented reality, virtual reality, 5G, edge networks, and this emergence of this next generation of artificial intelligence has now combined to affect every aspect of society. So we're seeing a transformation that is unlike anything in our lifetimes.
Okay, so internet, AI, and web-based technology, right? Mustafa, you obviously are part of a global organization that invests money all over the world. In your view, what is the most consequential?
I think there are many pivotal technologies who shaped financial industry. So internet, obviously, cloud computing, more recently, machine learning, distributed ledger. I think it's interesting when you look back what we learned from the past. Whatever we think is science fiction become our reality. So if some of you watch back Minority Report with Tom Cruise, which is 20 years ago, everything in that movie is our reality today. Everything exists. So it's important that sometimes we are concerned about innovation. Innovation become reality. It's just the way we use it. So for me, I will join the club of AI. AI has, in my view, the potential to profoundly change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we create.
Right. Okay, there seems to be a consensus that AI, internet, will be the most significant consequential technology of our lifetime. Let's focus on that. I was struck by the conversation earlier this morning by Ms. Ruth Shapiro and His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, where they talked about whether or not technology can be a force for good or evil, right? And I think the conversation that came out of that was that, like everything else, like fire, like food, it can be for good or evil. So from your perspective, what should we do to make sure that AI, as we stand on this cusp of transformation, as you call it, becomes a tool for good and not evil? And all the bad nightmares that we see from the Terminator movies and whatnot will not become reality.
Right. Well, I think technology is always good. It's my view as a VC. It's not the technology that's evil, just like guns. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. So all technology that helps people to improve efficiency, to extend life expectancy, and to reduce waste and give more the environment better sustainability, I think I will consider them good technology. All technology, in a way, is good. Well, I think AI is still in the very infant stage of development. OpenAI just came out a year ago, ChatGPT. So we still have a long way to go. In the process, there will be problems. There will be, evil people using the technology to do evil things. But we should not try to frame AI technology just because potentially bad people could use it. We should let the technologists be technologists, let the entrepreneurs be entrepreneurs, and let the VC provide funding for the growth and eventually the enjoyment of the vast majority of the people.
Right. Well, with all due respect, guns make it easier to kill people. Right? You don't need kung fu to kill someone. Right? You can be a teenager with a gun and you can kill somebody. So can it be that technology or AI in the wrong hands, as you say, would obviously do a lot of damage? How do we make sure that AI is used for good, Fred?
I think 3 things are important. Number one is the acute awareness of the downside risk with the fundamental transformative technology like AI, right? So then with very high standards, around this issue. Number one. Number two, I would say transparency and the communications. If you're secretive, no matter how innovative you are, you're inevitably going to arouse even more suspicion, more fear, right? So I think it's always be transparent about what they're going to do and really do a great job communicating to the larger world. The third thing I think is a partnership. There's been a lot of focus on talking about the regulation and congressional hearing and, global summit. But I think at the end of the day, this is such a new thing. I'm very skeptical. Politicians, can be so present, so wise to have the exact right regulation framework in place so early on. So I think this is not just about the regulations, really, in the technology industry and public policy, academic, and media, and all of it together has a partnership. So to have a conversation, but not to take drastic action, to regulate or over-regulate. So I think these are 3 things are the most important.
Okay, transparency framework and the conversation. You are appealing to the better angels of humanity to make sure that technology is used for good. Would that work, you think, Eric? If you appeal to the better angels of humanity?
I think it will work.
Right.
I think that we're going to have this opportunity to apply this incredible technology that did just seem like science fiction just recently to the benefit of humanity. But the reason is groups like FII. I'd like to commend the organizers, His Excellency, and the people who brought this together, who have already published an AI resolution early on. FII is one of the only organizations that's really working with the private sector to do things that have actionable effect on the world. You can publish PowerPoints, you can ask people to be good, but in order to actually bring it into the world, you have to have action. And some of the things that are happening at FAI AI conclave today and in the coalition are actually move forward an ethical base, a framework that we can actually look to then judge, are we moving in the right direction, and can we then move these projects in every aspect of society towards something that's going to have a beneficial output. And I'll say one other thing that I think is really critical. When you look at AI and its effect, there's a natural tendency to look at it for maximum efficiency, maximum output, and companies that can become streamlined and make more money. But if we're going to make this human-centric, make this actually a force for good, we have to start to step back and say we value humans. We value humanity over and above efficiency, over and above money, capital, everything else, and put that at the center of our framework of how we move forward. An example of that is culture. If you look at right now, in every government in the world, every organization in the world, these technologies are infiltrating how we build new systems, how we do healthcare, how we do education, how we run governments. So we have to look at the culture that is being homogenized by the models that are being trained and say, if we want to have this AI for good in the future, how do we train local models that preserve our ancestry into the future so that our future can be human-centric as well?
Right. Thank you for that. I was struck by a comment made earlier in a session earlier in the board of change makers. I believe it was Mr. Ronnie Chan who made that point about how technology enables globalization, but technology also enables deglobalization.
Yeah.
And to your point about how we should be humanity-centric, I was also struck by the fact that globalization, for example, as a buzzword in global economics in the last 20, 30 years, is being interpreted differently by different people around the world. There are pockets of people who have not benefited from or feel that they have not benefited from globalization, therefore they push back against globalization. Now, is that a problem that will be in the AI field? Is it possible that with a great digital divide, you might have pockets in the world where people are harmed by the advancement of AI or disenfranchised by AI, and therefore they push back against it? Is that going to be a danger? Is that how do we get around that problem?
I think it's a kind of two ways to look at it. One, globalization for me is access. Access to knowledge, access to market, knowledge, access to market, access to opportunities. A few years ago, if you are in one country, you want an opportunity in the other, you cannot access unless you migrate, you have access, you have visa. Now companies run with remote workforces, and people could get involved in projects to fintechs, create, and this creativity is available for everyone. So I think this technology allows this access, democratization of ideas, innovation, bring it to the world, making the world a larger market. On the other hand, you have inclusivity. And part of the challenge we see, we look at about computing, etc. The low-emission computing is very, very greedy on natural resources, for example. So how we balance that in countries who don't have access to that? How we make sure in the future that the future era allow everyone to be a part of this success and this progress? And that's maybe an element policymakers, government need to think about as well to make sure this, again, opportunity for everyone will still be available in the era of the new technologies too.
So inclusiveness being a very important key point. Okay.
Yeah.
Discussions like this, it is inevitable that we talk about geopolitics.
Yeah.
And if you look at the world, according to all the different data that's available to us, the world's top 2 computing nations ranked by computing power, United States and China. Is it possible for the two countries to work together on this common global framework and push it for the benefit of humanity? Number one, can they? And number two, or number one, should they? Number two, can they? Maybe number three, how do you go about it? Who wants to go first?
So I think, we're talking AI for humanity, right? So it's not AI for Americans only or AI for Chinese only, right? So it's for humanity. There are so many areas that make a lot of sense for nations to work together, especially, US and China to work together. For example, funding really, AI drug discovery, right, to cure cancer or dementia, Alzheimer's. So that's obviously beneficial for American, for China, and for the rest of the world, right? So there's no reason American scientists and Chinese scientists, cannot work together. Another example is climate change, right? So again, that's a shared humanity, shared future of our planet. So, by harnessing AI, we can maybe discover the next generation of battery, or new source of energy, right? Again, to deal with the climate crisis. So I think it makes a lot of sense for collaboration instead of division. View this as a zero-sum game. But unfortunately, politics, I think, is the only thing that stands in the way. And this again, zero-sum game mindset so deeply entrenched, and also overemphasis on national security. I would say, like every technology, right, potential for civilian and for military use. But fortunately, 99.9% of the technology has been used for, average people, consumers and, businesses. So, this excessive focus on national security really become such a formidable obstacle for necessary openness, collaboration. Together, we can really advance next technology frontier like AI, and also ensure maximize its benefit for the world as a whole.
Right. Thank you, Fred. You've answered the should they, and you've also answered the can and the how. So maybe we'll tweak the question a little bit. So what are some of the low-hanging fruits, for example, that two countries and other countries can cooperate together, can work together, and again, to show some positive results, to appeal to the better angels, and put that national security on the maybe back burner for now?
Well, I would just make a guess. Well, the two presidents met in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago and talked about AI and the regulatory, potential regulatory framework. With all that, and I totally agree with Fred, the two countries should work together and can work together. But my guess is they will go very different routes in regulating AI in the next few years. I think the Chinese government actually came out very fast. 4 months after ChatGPT was launched in November, and Chinese government came out with a set of regulations in March this year, and basically telling everyone, don't even think about it, introducing large language model to the general public without getting approval from me. On the U.S., the Congress still talking about it, the president talking about it, the politicians still arguing. So probably take years for the U.S. to come up with a framework governing AI. So I think they will go complete different routes on an ongoing basis.
Right. There is the open internet. There is now what we call the splinter net, where different countries approach the internet in a different way. So theoretically, in the AI world, can the splintered AI world work?
It can work. We have common challenges, and these common challenges can overstep the divisions between us. We can unite around this. So obviously the answer is, should we? Yes. Can we? Yes. And you see organizations already doing this, organizations like XPRIZE, for instance, which are putting out challenges to solve humanity's greatest issues, which also happen to be, as Peter Diamandis says, our greatest business opportunities. So can we clean the oceans? Can we address climate change? Can we increase longevity or lifespan and the quality of life? Each of these things is a human issue, right? And I believe that we can, in the research communities and in the innovation areas, we can come together and solve these problems for everybody. So the question is, how do you do it?
Yep.
And that needs a concerted effort. Work is already happening and sharing among universities, but there's a lot of distrust, right? There's a lot of, well, you can't share this with the other guy because it might be used militarily or et cetera. I think we can overcome that by focusing on very specific problems and creating multidisciplinary groups to go after them and funding those groups. And that's what's happening with XPRIZE today.
Right, and with transparency and and
That's
inclusiveness.
Right. Yes.
Right? A few seconds, remaining thoughts?
I think, for me, the low-hanging fruit is the concept of responsible AI. I think everyone needs to come together to define what are the ethics, what are level of transparency, of inclusivity we need to govern the AI globally. I'm not sure there is a competitive advantage for everyone in that space. Innovation is competition, creativity is competition. When it's come to common good, it should be a common cause, and I think that's where every forces could come together and create a better future.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Now, we are the last 5 men between the audience and the lunch. So let's thank the audience for tolerating us. And please join me in thanking our panelists and saying 谢谢. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Eugene as well. So I'd like everybody to take their personal AI, if they've got a phone or a watch, tell your personal AI to remind you to come back to this room in 45 minutes. We're going to have lunch now. Lunch is served just outside the plenary in the Museum of the Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing. And for those of you who are going to a conclave, please make your way to the 8th floor where you will be served lunch as well. So we'll see you back here in 45 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome back. A very, very warm welcome to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, as you know, it's in Dubai, COP28 is in full session. And in fact, most of us have just come from there. So we're all a bit copped out, as we say. So it's great to be here with you all in Hong Kong. I'm Ethna Trainer. I'm going to be your moderator for this session. We're going to be looking at climate tech after COP, and really examining what we need to do when it comes to technology, how it's absolutely driving everything we do when it comes to the energy transition, and indeed when it comes to building the energy of the future. Let me introduce you to my dear panel now. We have here Professor Andy Yoon. Delighted to have you here with us, and we're so happy to have you. The CEO of Gancel. Thank you so much. Alex Yang is with us too, the co-founder and CEO of Tua Smart. Also, we're delighted to be joined by Poman Loh, the founder and managing director of Alpha Tria Capital. Dr. Brian Gu joins us, vice president and president of Xpeng, vice chairman and president. And from Aramco, Saudi Aramco, executive vice president, technology and innovation, Ahmed Al-Kawthar. So what a fabulous panel we have. And as you can imagine, they have all the answers. And if not, they're exploring, let's say. They're well on their way. Ahmed, let me start with you. Sure. And really, you know, when we look at the shift in energy focus over the year, I suppose let's look perhaps at the bigger picture, really, and the response also from traditional, you know, hydrocarbon companies, because companies have had to change. The whole thinking has had to change, and how we look at energy around the world, that has had to change. So give us a feel for what's going on out there.
Thank you, Edna. Great to be here in Hong Kong again. So I'd like to just frame the energy system, just for people who are not, you know, pretty much in the business. Good to understand, you know, the scale of this system. So most of you are familiar with oil, for example, or coal, but just to get an understanding of the scale, the world produces about roughly 100 million barrels a day of oil. But that's not all we do as an energy system. That only represents 25 to 30% of the energy system. The energy system is more like 300 million barrels a day equivalent. That's oil, gas, coal, nuclear, hydro, and some renewables. So to understand that scale, about 80% is that fossil fuel part, basically oil, gas, and coal. And the rest is nuclear and hydro and some renewables. So to get an idea of the challenge we face, we need to understand that 80% has been pretty much constant for the last 20 years. It hasn't come down. Even though the world has really ramped up the use of renewables, we're still only at 2% renewables in terms of the new renewables. That's solar and wind. And that's because the world needs energy. It keeps growing. So even though we're producing so much renewables, we're barely catching up with the demand for the energy. And a lot of that energy was needed for growth. Much of that happened here in China. We saw much of that growth that's happened over the last 20 years has been in China, which really undergirded the quick economic growth in the region, which took people out of poverty and created higher quality of life. So we need to maintain that growth globally. It's not just China. We have India, we have the Middle East, we have Africa, we have South America. They all want to have that growth as well. And that's going to take more energy. How do we meet that challenge? How do we keep supplying reliable, secure energy for the growth and the economic well-being of the world? How do we make sure it's reliable and affordable? Affordable is a big challenge for that part of the world. And finally, how do we make sure it's sustainable, it's low emissions? And just that gives you kind of the idea of why we have this big challenge facing us. And the solution, we believe, is really technology, because we don't have all the technology solutions yet. Solar and wind, they address electricity. Electricity is only 20% of that primary energy mix I talked about. In order to go beyond that 20%, we need battery energy storage. We need storage. And that needs more work, more technology to bring it, to make it affordable. For the stuff that doesn't use electrons, that 80%, we need alternatives that give us the same value in, for example, in chemical energy, in the form of, for example, reduction of steel, concrete, aviation, which is a form of transport, but actually is a very hard to decarbonize sector. Those hard to decarbonize sectors can't use electrons directly. So we need alternatives, and that's things like carbon capture and sequestration, so we can actually capture and where it's available, where it's geologically available, hydrogen, and energy storage. So I'll leave it there, and that's the challenge.
But you're so right. I mean, the scope of the energy, issue is just it's huge, and I think we all need to be looking at making sure that this energy transition happens, but not at the expense of growth and not at the expense of development for people around the world. I think we have to. There's so much. We have to have a much more holistic approach. Dr. Gu, when we look at transportation. Really, the IEA is saying right now that, road transportation is about 1/6 of global emissions. And we just look around us, in traffic, and most of us have cars. So what do we do in terms of really bringing on board smart mobility, electric vehicles? How do we move from the hardware, sort of that we're so familiar with, to perhaps software?
Well, it's a very good question. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak here. But I want to share smart mobility is not just about energy, right? Because obviously, being a battery electric car, it's a zero emission. There is a sustainable sort of energy impact. However, I think the energy is only one component of that whole life cycle impact. If you look at smart mobility, the first compared to traditional ICEs, electric vehicle will have a smaller carbon footprint. We actually did a study on Xpeng's own delivery in 2022. If you look at the vehicles we delivered to the market, those vehicles over the life cycle, actually it reduces carbon footprint by 1.72 million metric tons of carbon, which is equivalent to about 90 million trees planted. So that is the energy impact on the sustainability. However, I think what the point people overlooked is actually what the technology, AI, has been actually doing to sustainability as well as emission. For example, in China right now, we start to see the rise of smart mobility. Highly capable ADAS functions or autonomous driving technologies become more and more popular in daily vehicles. And we actually done studies, alongside with McKinsey, look at autonomous driving technology actually can also reduce emission overall to the mobility sector. At the same time, it reduces congestion, it reduces accident rates, etc. So those impacts actually have not really factored into this environmental impact. So if you take it together, I think the software component in the smart mobility side is actually probably be more and more dramatic as we actually develop further and better technologies in people's daily driving behaviors.
And again, I think even looking at that, it is about taking that whole holistic approach to everything we do, even road transportation. It's without a doubt. Poman, let's talk at impact investing and just really look at we're at the race against time. I think everybody almost agrees with that, and there's so much needs to be done, and it's urgent. But how can we bridge that gap with impact investing, particularly in Asia?
Well, I think first is awareness, and I'm just really glad that, at FII Priority, that we have this panel dedicated to climate tech impact investing, because really climate change is not a theoretical construct. It's happening here and now, and we're racing against time. And in Asia, this is where the highest growth is, obviously. We do account for 2/3 of the world's population, and arguably probably 2/3 of the emissions as well. And yet, of all the AUM dedicated to impact investing, and that's over 1 trillion, only 17% comes from Asia. So we're obviously lagging behind. But I'm hopeful. I think with all this rising awareness, we obviously know that we need to address it as a priority issue. Otherwise, I think the 1.5 limit will not be met, and that will result in catastrophic consequences, irreversible damage. So we have to act here and now. And Asia, obviously, is a big part of the picture. We definitely need to foster collaboration and also partnerships, because I'm so glad to hear the word holistic. Sustainability is definitely an interconnected issue that requires PPP partnerships, because nothing can be solved in isolation. And we need a spectrum of capital to address all the needs, ranging from green bonds to green tech investing, to blended finance projects, to also projects that do need philanthropy. And I think that we definitely need a number of funds to address this gap. And that is why I've actually founded a green tech fund named Alpha Trio with a mission to empower the next generation of green tech companies to solve this challenge.
And again, that new way of looking at things, but being open to so many different ways, I think that's also more important than everything else, because there's so much that, we have to, just take a chance on some new funding, new everything. Alex, talk to me a little bit about when we look at, what's new, what practical technology is out there, what's working, because ultimately we're trying to build this interoperable world, really, I suppose, and deliver synergies. So how are we going to do this?
I think the most excitement will come from that where we try to integrate different type of technology together, like the IoT, Internet of Things, plus with AI, plus with the new material technology. So we create a perfect closed data loop that turn this world into a sensible, analyzable, and controllable world. So with the new material technology and connectivities, so we'll be able to collecting all the data among different type of devices and from different type of space. Like in this room with the new infrared technology, we'll be able to tell that how many people in this room, where they are they far from the stage, close to the stage? And then we'll be able to do the analysis to see that, okay, who are the guys on the stage? Okay, are those guys comfortable right now? Should we heat it up or should we light it up? And how far are the audience out there? So what will be the right luminance we put on the lights to make them look good, but they can look very comfortable. And then through the controllables, we'll be able to interact with the device, with all different type of devices in this room. So turn this physical world not only into a digital twin, but it's a controllable digital twin that you'll be able to interact with all the physical things in a different way.
See, so where were you this morning when it was really cold in that audience? And we could have done with you. You could have been measured and monitored to know that we needed just a little less temperature. But thank you.
Correct.
But again, it really is. It's so exciting, I think, at the moment, the disruption that's happening. But it's going to make such a difference, I think. Professor Andy, please, if I can, for you. Whether it's after COP28, we still have another week. But it is happening at the moment, and I think we need to look at it. The energy transition. Where do you see the primary source of energy for a really sustainable future? And I think I know what you're going to say.
Yes, I think that hydrogen is future energy. It's right. It's exactly I agree that the hydrogen is future energy, but hydrogen is the H2. That is not a science fiction and ideal energy sources. Most people knows that the sun is powered by the H2 hydrogen, but that's a problem. The sun is the sun. Most people that is not the human scale. The problem is that there is various forms of the hydrogen. That is a lot of things. That is methanol and then ethanol and then the propane and then butane like that, and also the ammonia also is that one. But I think that the most reliable and efficient and the human scale, the energy source is the methanol, because that is a very safety and very sustainable energy sources.
We'll talk more in detail about that. Ahmed, let me come back to you. I mean, while, Professor looks after hydrogen, and that's his focus, you have to do hydrogen and hydrocarbons and CCSU, and you have to do renewables, and you have the whole lot to look after. Yeah. But also you mentioned, I wanted to come back to, Dr. Brian was talking about AI. AI and sustainability, how does that come together, and how do you think it's going to help us?
Okay, so
just quickly touch on that, and then I'll come down to...
On AI, I mean, everybody's seen the AI revolution, and many have predicted that this is actually the AI age, that we've left the industrial age, the information age, and now this is the AI age. And that's how impactful and how that we believe it's going to be. It is going to change everything we are doing, not only in business, but in industry, in science, in health and education. And so we already see the beginnings of that in our work. We are seeing the application of AI on sustainability in the form of, for example, efficiency, improving efficiency by utilizing all the data to be able to optimize our energy production and reduce our waste and reduce carbon footprints. But also, more interesting in my mind, in the long term, is applying AI to discovery, to research, basic research, fundamental research, which can have a disruptive impact on our whole system and our whole energy system. Already we're seeing the acceleration of discovery utilizing AI, and we're just scratching the surface in our research labs. Many groups around the world are already seeing that value. So I can think that we're actually going to accelerate the scientific process tremendously in the next 50 years. And this is going to create many of those miracles we've seen in the last 100 years in a much shorter time span.
When I come back, I have a few other things I need to talk to you about, but I just thought I wanted to hear your viewpoint on that. Dr. Gu, if I can, we look at the auto industry particularly. This is your space, but also look at general manufacturing and those hard-to-abate industries, without a doubt. Smart factories are becoming a buzzword, and I know we're seeing this in China as well. But how important is it for industry, and I suppose the manufacturing of your cars and that Industry 4.0 can actually help reduce emissions?
Well, I think for the auto industry, being AI-driven, digital-driven, as well automation-driven is very important because right now I think the technology that actually empowers both the manufacturing side as well as the R&D side is making work significantly more efficient and also more environmental friendly. Just on the R&D front, let's say, just echoing the previous point on AI, it is also having a very significant impact on the efficiency that we're doing, for example, autonomous driving research. In the past, people all know that you have hundreds of vehicles you have to be on the road to test for the autonomous driving. Now with AI, we actually were one of the first ones to use transformer network as well as the BEV architecture to do large computing simulations instead of physical testing. So it actually saves a lot of significant, in terms of environmental impact and footprint as well. On the manufacturing side, what we're seeing is that moving towards a more integrated, large scale, for example, die-cast stamping for automobile manufacturing. In the past, you make a lot of small pieces and you weld it together, and it's a much more laborsome, much more costly, as well as inefficient process. Now we actually are bringing all these together into one large stamping, integrated, but powered by software, by digitalization and automation. What it does, it reduces the amount of material use, it reduces the time of manufacturing, it lightens the weight of your vehicle, so make it overall process more efficient, and utilization also saves energy as well. So all these technologies that you are starting to seeing in automotive industry, but at the same time also permeating in all aspects of our work.
Alex, if I may talk to you and bring you in on this one first. Let's look at the economics. I mean, it all comes down to the economics at the end. And again, really creating that new demand. And how do we get capital? And it's huge amounts of capital that we need in here, and the resources to really build the energy capacity.
I think a very interesting turning point in the past 2 years is that I think in the beginning, sustainability will be, for most of the end users, will be more like the ethical good versus like the economical beneficial.
Okay.
And I think that since last year, I think that while we have the kind of a global energy crisis that turned this mindset of most of the end users into another one, is that they already see the economic, good, from the sustainability. So like take South Europe, for example, for last year, their average electricity price raises 3 to 4 times in the South Europe. And the majority of the, no matter is end user or enterprise, is seeing that so the electricity become more and more unaffordable. So what they can do with this? So they're trying to looking for the solutions, no matter it's for the new energy storage, the decentralized, that's self-generated power like the solar, so etc. So the total revenue about the major residential energy storage company, maybe top 10 of them, they get the 4 to 6 times growth in last year, and which will attract maybe 3 times extra capital for that, and also attract most of the talent and all the related enterprises from the industry to get in. I think that type of end user demand will be a very good hinge to attract all those kind of capital and talent out there. Versus in the past, the majority will be a big portion of the capital will come from the NGOs like the government, like the university. I think that will be a very good part.
The end user, again, we've heard a lot about the end user and putting people at the very heart of this energy transition and really looking at it. And Pullman, I know you talk a lot about purpose-driven investment. But when we look at purpose-driven investment, how do we make sure that that's what's on the minds of investors? They're looking for return on investment. They need to make sure they're putting their money where there will be return. How are we going to shift that concept?
Well, purpose-driven investments have to be sustainable, which means they have to not just drive impact, but also financial returns. So I see that sustainability is obviously the defining challenge of our century, but it's also the biggest trillion-dollar opportunity. We have almost 100 countries committing to net zero. We have 80% of Fortune 500, I think it will be close to 100, making some sort of climate pledge. And the only way we can drive this transition is by leveraging on technology. Technology has obviously disrupted each and every facet of our lives, but it can also turn these risks into opportunities. And I'm very glad to have seen it in action. So actually 13 years ago, I launched the first carbon neutral hotel in Hong Kong called iClub. And since then, we've been investing a lot in impact ventures. And I would say with great success, because we see that those that deliver impact actually outperform the rest of the portfolio. So it means that these companies are successful because of the impact they deliver.
So it's getting easier, convince people.
Definitely. So we see that all the stars are aligned. The next wave of unicorns will be green tech companies that actually help us solve existential challenges. And I'm particularly excited about prop tech because actually in Asia, where it's very dense and humid, half of the emissions actually are buildings associated. So there's huge demand for prop tech to help us decarbonize our buildings, and all the banks are keen to work on sustainable finance. So the developers have all the reasons to pay for these solutions. And secondly, clean tech, obviously, all the game-changing clean energy solutions out there, also water treatment solutions and carbon capture solutions. And obviously AI really helps with energy efficiency, with climate modeling. And lastly, I'm very also excited about agriculture and food tech because we actually have to grow 68% more food to feed the world. And precision farming with AI, with big data, is the only way that we can actually save lives.
And again, I think the leadership in that sector, the momentum is there. Yes. So it's really about keeping that moving forward. Professor, I know you talk a lot about human-scale hydrogen energy. Talk to me a little bit about that. I mean, methanol in terms of advantages, where we are at that right now, and why you think that's such a good way to go.
Yes, just I'm here to talking about methanol and hydrogen. Most of people focus only the hydrogen, but the hydrogen is very dangerous. You know that. Most of people don't know that. Hydrogen, you think that what? And there's a hydrogen bomb. But the hydrogen bomb is why? Because the hydrogen needs using hydrogen gases that is high compression. That is 1,000 bars. It's LPG stand is 100 times the high pressure. And that needs to be low cryogenic temperature, minus 253 the Celsius. So that's why this is very dangerous. And that's why the hydrogen needs a very low density, even that. So on the other hand, the methanol is very safety. That is liquid status in the room temperature, and then very easy to handling, and very high density than the hydrogen itself. So most importantly, that is the methanol is very environmental friendly, and then the carbon neutral. So methanol is very safety and then very environmental friendly energy source than the hydrogen.
Again, I can't resist on this one. Hydrogen comes back to you, Ahmed. There's some incredible work going on in Saudi Arabia, and we heard a lot about NEOM this morning, and of course you've got the big green hydrogen happening there. But put it into perspective in terms of what work you're doing in hydrogen with Saudi Aramco.
So I'd like to just take a little bigger picture and say, okay, well, the challenge is really technology and how to get that technology. And I just want to carry over a little bit from the venture aspect. So we actually invest tremendously in technology, in both in our R&D, which is upwards of $800 million a year, 60% of which goes toward these types of technologies: sustainability, hydrogen, carbon capture. These are the technologies we do in our own labs in R&D, and we commercialize and scale those technologies. But we also are big investors in venture capital, because that is the way to get to the market. And we see that that's the bigger challenge, actually, is getting to the market. The problem is, it's not just a technology problem, it's also a market problem. Markets are not designed to pay a higher price for energy than the existing technology. So that's why we really need to work with governments to make these markets happen. And so we have a $3.5 billion venture fund on early stage technologies, deep tech, $1.5 billion of which is dedicated, we announced last year, on sustainability technologies, exactly like hydrogen, carbon capture, battery technologies. We're a very active investor in technologies such as these. We've been a leading investor in energy in general, but in sustainability recently, the last 5 years. Many of those technologies we actually scale up, and that's the challenge, is scaling up energy. If you remember the last energy venture boom in the early 2000s, it really failed because of lack of scale up. It's far too large of an investment for a startup to be able to scale up energy technologies, and that's why you need strategic investments with large energy players. The energy players have to be part of the solution. Otherwise, these technologies will not go very far. They will not scale. And so we are scaling very large projects. Hydrogen, for example. We shipped the first low-carbon hydrogen shipment back in 2020 from Saudi Arabia to Japan. Nobody had done that before. We converted to ammonia, low-carbon ammonia, and shipped 20 tons at that time. We then subsequently sent commercial volumes, thousands of tons, to Japan and Korea. That's the way you make a market. You have to invest at large scale. And that's what I think is the bigger challenge facing technology today. We are in the process of establishing one of the world's largest, as you heard from NEOM, the world's largest green hydrogen, but also in the eastern coasts, Aramco is leading the development of the world's largest blue hydrogen hub, which is about 10 times larger than the green hydrogen hub. So by 2030, once markets are available, the challenge is really, how do we get off-takers at the higher prices? That needs government support. And we're working on it. We already are developing those projects. In addition, we're doing carbon capture at scale. We're developing today the world's largest carbon capture and sequestration project. It's 9 million tons a year of CO2 from industry. And that will be running by 2027. We already awarded engineering, and we hope to award construction soon. So we are putting our money into this because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of investment, but it's also going to take a lot of market development. And that's where I think the big challenge is. One of the things that we always hear is hydrogen, low-carbon hydrogen is too expensive. And if you look at the IRA in the US, $3 a kilogram, it does sound very expensive compared. That's $30 a million BTU in natural gas language. So that's a lot of money of support, given that you can buy natural gas today at maybe $10 a million BTU. However, if you compare it to the solar revolution, that $3 per kilogram, that kilogram contains about 40 kilowatt hours. So you're paying basically 7 cents a kilowatt hour. If you compare that to the feed-in tariffs governments paid for years and years, it is at the low end of feed-in tariffs for electricity. So if we're really serious about decarbonizing the hard-to-decarbonize sectors, governments have to get serious about incentives for scaling the technology to get the cost down. So I think we need to put things in perspective. We're willing on one technology, but we're not willing on another technology, and that's the challenge I feel most. We are not technology agnostic. We want to pick our winners. Well, we're going to end up with continuing rising emissions if we do that.
Bowman, I see you, watching this and maybe wishing we had Saudi Aramco's scale and sort of energy to do this. But again, how do we encourage some of the smaller players that want to come into this business, the startups, and not just with capital, but again, connections, market opportunities, all of that? What needs to be done?
What we need to do is build a robust ecosystem that can connect these startups with not just capital, but a lot of the resources and connections because they need to scale. Otherwise, they will not be the winners that you mentioned. So that's why I think funds are very important. We don't need just one party to invest. We need all parties to work in collaboration so that they can fine-tune their business models. So for example, in the past, I used to just invest using our own balance sheet. But now with this fund, we have lots of LPs that will also contribute their expertise, and they can be the ones to actually test out these solutions, and whether their own operation guys are willing to pay, and whether it's actually helping to decarbonize. I think that's more powerful than any type of due diligence you can do on paper. And again, I think knowledge transfer is also very important. We need to work across borders so that we can actually pick the best of the best cutting-edge solutions and help them scale.
Do you want to come in on this, Alex, in terms of being able to scale up the smaller players and the startups?
Yeah, I think that's a very good topic. Like you mentioned, as right now, I think for most of the funds, that's things have become more and more competitive because all the good companies and good teams, they're not looking for money looking for them, right? So the key part is what other values they can create for them, no matter it's your networks, no matter it's your market, your insights, and your talents, whatever it is. I think it's the same way that how we grow this company in past 10 years and become the New York and Hong Kong dual listed company is that we have very good shareholders, investors helping us in all other perspectives other than financial. And financial will be the least part that we're looking for then.
Brian, talk to me about government support and incentives here. What's happening in this region, and again, how can that work to actually move this and really escalate it, because that's what has to happen.
Well, I think whenever you have try to catalyze a megatrend in the beginning, I think government's role is very important because in the beginning you have an undersized sort of industry. The cost is not really, I would say, practical for use. At the same time, encouraging these user behavior also takes time. That's why, for example, for electric vehicle industry, when the penetration is low, government subsidy plays actually quite big role in terms of encouraging people to use and buy EV. However, when the penetration, for example, reached current stage over 30%, government does not need to provide the subsidy anymore because then the natural demand takes over. So again, the government's support at a critical junction is necessary to encourage the transition. At the same time, I think government has to play also a role to make sure there's sufficient infrastructure for the use of EV, for example, the charging stations. Obviously, the private network is also building at the same time, but the government will have to build in areas that private networks doesn't find economical. So I think that the collaborative effort between the private capital and the government capital is very, very important in terms of interplaying. And then lastly is actually the regulatory framework to really allow the new technologies, the new behaviors to take ground. Even for autonomous driving, you saw in China today is that now you start to see blueprints provided by the government to encourage use of level 2, level 3, or even level 4 scenarios to be on the ground. So to me, is actually the most important
and
part.
There's so much here, and our time is running away. This conversation is it's so good. Dr. Yoon, we have to start wrapping this up. Again, the most important thing that we need to be looking at right now, I think building sustainability into this, building, what's your call to action, so to speak, to, the industry out there? What do we need to do that's very urgent and what we can do?
I think that is the the electrification is very important. But renewable energy has some problems. That is, the problems are intermittent and then unreliable. That is, we cannot believe that. You know that as a solar can generate in the night, only generate in the daytime. Wind is also. So I think the reliability of renewable energy is a problem that is cannot storing and then cannot the distribution in the right way, and then so transformation is impossible. So how is making it possible? and that is power to X, and then to change it to the form of the hydrogen, the very safety hydrogen. That is the methanol. So solution is the transforms to the methanol. There's a power to X. That is transform to the methanol is very inefficient at the beginning, but okay. Yeah, and then there is safety, and then at the beginning time, but it's ultimately it's a safety and a very good energy sources.
Absolutely, it's a long 30 seconds, so I'm squeezing the rest of you here. Forgive me, please, Alex. Just very quickly, quick call to action. What does the industry need to do?
I think it embraces the technology, looking for any type of great guys out there in different fields, and to find any way to interoperate with them and to cooperate with them. I think that's the way. Cross-border.
Give us your words of wisdom, too, in terms of what impact investing.
Invest with purpose. We are the problem, but we can also be the solution. So let's drive the catalytic capital to empower the sustainable innovative solutions. And also, let's come together. Together, we can win the race and create impact for generations to come.
And Brian, give us a few words of wisdom to send us off.
Electrification is already here. Smartification is next. Autonomous driving for all.
Ahmed, I mean, for all of you, there was so much we didn't get to talk about, but the class closing word I need from you.
Well, I think we have to invest as a world in research and science and technology. We know that the challenges, we don't have the solutions yet. So I encourage, in taking risks, companies, industry, to take risks on technology. That's ventures and R&D. And I think governments have to step up and put more into R&D. It's not that easy of a challenge. People may believe that we have the solutions. We don't yet.
Thank you all so much. I really want to thank you for taking the time. Ahmed, Brian, thank you so much. Poman, Alex, and Professor Yoon, thank you all for your great insight, for sharing with us what's going on here. We have to leave it there, but again, wonderful conversation, and again, thank you all so much. Coming up shortly, Kelsey is with us, I believe, and we're going to be looking at AI and Web.4.
Asia stands poised for explosive growth, yet the region remains divided between digital access and inequity. The FII Priority Compass revealed that 58% of the population in Asia regularly employ tools such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, representing the second highest adoption rate among all regions. While China alone is predicted to have 600 million 5G connections by 2025, nearly 40% of Asia lacks access to the internet right now, according to Brookings. And around the world, UNICEF found that 90% of adolescent girls and young women do not use the internet in low-income countries, while their male peers are twice as likely to be online. As the emerging Web 4.0 promises a more user-centric, collaborative approach with unprecedented interactivity, the global digital divide only deepens. Meanwhile, generative AI is poised to unleash a new era of productivity and could add more than 43 trillion Hong Kong dollars to the global economy, according to McKinsey. If the hypertech century is here, how can leaders ensure that technological advancements improve life for all people and not just the privileged few? What strategic investments need to be made to allow AI and Web 4.0 to empower 9 billion people?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel this afternoon, where we're asking a big question. Can AI and Web4 empower 9 billion? I'm your host, Kelsey Chang from Caixin Global. In the digital area, AI and Web3 and now Web4 aren't just buzzwords. They're becoming powerful tools that are reshaping our world. Yet, our conversation today will extend beyond these technological innovations and address the need for ethical frameworks and collaboration. These two will be key to ensure that these innovations benefit all, regardless of where you're from and where you're at. We're very lucky today to have 5 esteemed guests joining us on the panel, and I'd like to introduce, starting from my left in alphabetical order, Mr. Stefano Benedicta, founder at Neuraxi, an AI company that develops longevity services, and Richard Benjamins, Chief Responsible AI Officer at Telefonica, the largest telecoms company in Spain, and Simeon Campos, co-founder at Safer AI, a developer of auditing infrastructure for general-purpose AI systems, and Li Ying, founder and managing partner at Deep Tech Venture Capital Firm at Ma Capital, and last but not least, Jen-Ju Scott, founding partner at In Capital, a digital-forward asset management firm focusing on deep tech. Welcome, and thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. So there's a lot to unpack here. Let's start with a broader question to kick us off, this really exciting topic. So which specific AI and Web4 technologies hold the most promise for A, society at large, and B, specific industries? In other words, what exactly are we talking about when we talk about AI and Web4 tech, and how can they be applied? Ying, as a longtime watcher of this deep tech space, could you help us break it down? Thank you.
Sure. I think it's not long ago when we were just talking about Web3, and now it's Web4. So it's within a year. It's changing very, very fast. And as we have the next number, it's usually an improvement over the current technology. So I think for Web4, I looked up the definition for it, and it's very diverse. It means different things to different people. But I think in general, it's an improvement over what we have today. So improvement, we need to understand what are the areas of changes or things that we can improve on. So one is the safety. For AI right now, it's not as safe in terms of data privacy issues. And also, a lot of the models are trained on copyrighted content, so the original authors doesn't have credit for that. And so all these could be solved or mitigated by using blockchain on top of AI. And another thing that currently the AI is, the generative model can be extended better is by connecting everything. So not just human, but a better relationship between human and things and machines. So I think the IoT, Internet of Things, adding AI, that would be very exciting. And as everybody knows, AI, the only companies that are making money are the ones that are selling hardware, like NVIDIA and TSMC. So how do we get the computing costs down? So a lot of people are talking about quantum computing plus AI. So I think a lot of very exciting technologies combined to enable the next generation of better AI and Web 3.0. So those all lumped together could be defined as Web 4.0.
Thank you so much for all of that comprehensive picture. So just zooming in on how specific companies has been driving positive impact of these advancements. Richard, could you tell us more about Telefonica's vision and work on promoting the ethical use of AI in the context of emerging tech, and how do they intersect with Telefonica's core business?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here in beautiful Hong Kong. Actually, so Telefonica started using AI and data solutions already many years ago. So currently we have more than 500 systems working every day across our footprint. And of course, we wondered already some years ago, so a huge opportunity, but also huge responsibility. So what can we do to make sure that those systems have positive impact only and avoid potential negative impact? Yeah? I'm focusing here especially on unintended negative consequences, because all the users have a good purpose, optimization or increased revenues or whatever, but there can be negative side effects. So we started in 2018 when the first scandals were published around about the use of this technology, like discrimination, let's say, lack of explainability. We started with identifying principles. Yeah? At that time, there were no global principles issued by the OECD or the UNESCO, so we had to come up with our own. We say all the use of AI should be fair, So it should not discriminate, should not have bias. It should be explainable and transparent when the use case does require that. It's not the same doing a recommendation of a song versus a medical diagnosis. Should be with privacy and security, of course. And also should be human-centric and have proper human oversight if that is required. And of course, we want to do it across our value chain, because not only us, it's also if we buy or if we partner. Very important because the value chain of AI is very complex. Now, having those principles is already a challenge, and we published them already in 2018, but actually then making it happen on the floor on a daily basis in all the different teams that develop, buy, sell, or use AI, that's actually a challenge, and there's not a lot of experience. So over the past few years, we did a lot of work on that. We did a lot of training of our people so they understand the potential negative impact. We had multidisciplinary teams, ESG people, privacy people, security people, also human rights people. We came up with a questionnaire that asks the difficult questions. So if you bring something to the market, it's not only about business opportunity, it's also thinking about if the AI system makes a mistake, and it happens, it's never 100%, what is the potential impact of people, in terms of severity of the mistake, in terms of scale, how many people are affected, and in terms of probability that it might happen, And then, of course, we looked a lot of tools, because some questions you can ask by thinking, but other questions you have to ask by doing. So if you want to know whether your data is representative or whether it's biased, you need to do a lot of things with the data. So you need technical tools. And finally, we came up with a governance model in the end, because this creates a kind of new process that requires new roles, responsibilities, and actually last Friday we signed officially off our internal regulation for AI ahead of the European AI impact. Just a few things to wrap up. We identified 3 new roles that we think for ethical AI are important. First, we identified a responsible AI champion. That's the go-to person in case of challenges and questions about the ethics of AI that are in each business unit where this technology is used. We have an AI ethics expert group or committee where we discuss the hard questions. Do we need to have gender as a variable in our model, yes or no? And then we have an AI office, which is basically the change, that drives the change throughout the process.
Thank you, Richard. Definitely a lot for many other companies to learn from. And Stefano, also looking at company first, you're trying to help all of us live longer and healthier by using AI. Tell us more.
Yeah, first of all, to answer our overarching question here is like AI cannot only impact 9 billion people, but it must. It needs to be a technology unleashed to really impact the lives of humanity. And we're really at the dawn of a revolution when it comes to digital health and digital biology. And big data and AI is unleashing our understanding of the biggest disease, which is actually aging at the moment. Just to give you some numbers, Oxford, which has done the most research on quantifying the impact of aging, if we add 1 year of healthy aging to the entire US population, it's about $50 trillion of value created between cost saved and new output. So we're a Silicon Valley-based company. We're building an AI model that's based on the largest data set of super agers in the world. Super agers are people who live to 100 plus without intervention. And the data set is, we're mapping the journey from 18 years all the way to 110 and over 10,000 people. So essentially, we're building an engine that can power institutions, companies, clinics, of course, is the first target, to map the journey, the longevity journey of every human. And so it's a deep tech concept, so to explain it quickly, it's almost Waze for traffic. We were trying to do the same thing for your longevity journey. So when you enter our engine, you can see your journey, not 40 kilometers down the road, but 40 years down the road, identifying your digital twins, and so what interventions and what lifestyle changes you can do to change your trajectory. We're Silicon Valley based, but we actually rolled out our technology in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh last month. So we're really working towards the Saudi Vision 2030 goals of enhancing the health span of the country. It's very important to underline health span and not lifespan. There's huge buzz around longevity, people following, billionaires trying to live forever with very restricted lifestyles. The reality is the big impact can be had on the core of the population. And luckily, Singapore set the example by showing that they have reached a status of a blue zone in the past year, life expectancy of 84 years for the entire nation. And they've done it a lot also with data they've been acquiring, and the technology that was built to acquire the data was built by one of the people who works in our team. So really working to acquire big data and impact longevity for the masses.
Wonderful. And I hope I can benefit from that
of course.
In a couple of years, well, in a dozen years. So really interesting. So turning to the investor's point of view, Jen, what are the crucial factors for you as an investor for balancing innovation, safety, and ethics in AI development? And do share with us any interesting companies in your portfolio.
Thank you. AI safety is a very big topic, but one of the reasons why generative AI, especially ChatGPT, took the world by a storm in the last year or so was because the current generative AI model really reduced the machine-human interaction into natural language. If you can speak the language, you will be able to interact with the machine. But Gen AI is very useful and very powerful, but has a lot of problems. Number one is there's an alignment problem. Ultimately, AI is calculating zeros and ones, and our human intelligence and human value especially is a result of 13.8 billion years of the entire history of the universe, and also 4 billion years of our Earth and our evolution gradually arrive how we organize ourselves, how we organize our society. So it's very hard to translate that 0 to 1, or other way around, translate our value into logic and therefore into 0 and 1. Second problem with the generative AI is the efficiency problem. So our brain, many people worry about AI is going to be too powerful, take over the world, replacing human. In fact, the most powerful, most efficient, and the most incredible computer is still the one sitting on your shoulder. And our brain consumes about 30 watts and be able to process about 100 trillion parameters, whereas with the large model today, to train a large model, a month will takes about 0.5 gigawatt of energy, and train at about 6 billion at most parameters. So those are the big questions to ask. However, within the current technical framework, there's still space we can do to balance this kind of good versus just capability. I personally don't believe large model is the future of AI, simply because you don't get to the Mars by building a taller and taller building on Earth. So what we're looking at is the type of companies that actually really being not even just right now understanding, adopting existing technological framework, but be future-proof even within the current new technology. So for example, we invest in U.com, which is the world's largest, the first Gen AI native search engine. What they do is they completely transparent in terms of privacy. Right now, if you're a company, non-tech company, but producing a lot of data, or individual, we all produce a lot of data, the last thing you want to do is to, without ask question and sending all your data into any other third-party large model. So U.com right now is empowering a lot of companies and individuals to be able to do search without giving away their privacy. We're also investing, Clear.ai is our Hong Kong local grown company. They're now the largest, fastest growth kind of SME AI company that empower SMEs in developing countries to use generative AI. So they created this tool on WhatsApp. A flower shop in Brazil will be able to spend about $100 a month and be able to have a Gen AI bot to answer their customers' questions. And they're enjoying double-digit growth. So this kind of a do well, but also do good in AI is the companies we focus on.
Really interesting. And just to continue the discussion on risks and challenges, Simeon, you're one of the many people who are concerned, and you're flagging these challenges. What are your biggest concerns when you see AI, LLMs, and Web4 technology evolving so quickly, and how is Safer AI addressing these potential pitfalls?
Yeah, so I think at a broad level, my broadest concern is just like that society doesn't have the required velocity to keep up with the technology. Concretely, there are like 3 main risks I'm pretty worried about. The first risk is super persuasive AIs. In the very short run, chatbots will probably become better than humans at persuading humans of stuff. That will have deep implications, the first being for our democracies and for political campaigns that we'll probably observe within a year. So that's the first big concern. The second big concern is AI is an incredibly power-concentrating technology by default. So I think that unless we have broad and strong governance structure at an international level to redistribute benefits, AI might have not only upsides for most of the population, and a last but not least concern is, as you may have heard from voices from some of the world top AI scientists, AI might or might not, hopefully not, cause catastrophes, large-scale catastrophes. Within like the top 3 AI most cited scientists tell that it could happen within 10 years. Wow. That's a big worry of mine, and I've been working on risk assessment and risk management to determine how plausible that is and how to mitigate that. Safer AI, our role in this is we work on developing risk management to be able to cope with this broad range of risk, especially in large language models, and on auditing, which is kind of the operationalization of risk management in a concrete business use case.
Thank you. Really important work to keep us all in check. And so we have about 6.5 minutes left on the panel. I'd like everyone to share on what the future looks like for AI and Web4 from your unique perspective. Ying, back to you on emerging AI and Web4 trends in the context of ethics and AI. What are you most excited about?
Yeah, so I think AI, any technology, it's about how to improve humanity. And it's not only about making money, but how to make people's life happier and healthier. So the big trend that I'm seeing is that AI is better at integrating and working with human. Right. So from the central place, we see that quantum computing and all the advancements in computing can enable better, faster models. And also, as we go forward, I also see the AI or generative AI, all these applications can be applied on the edge as well. So each person's phone or other wearable devices will be all AI enabled with smaller sized model running on the edge or locally. So I think that would be totally exciting. And some of the applications that we be enabled by all these new technology changes, for example, we've invested in companies that's democratizing access of before only the professionals from the Olympic Games can access the motion analysis, how to prevent injuries. Yeah. Now with AI and cell phones, everybody can have access to this kind of expertise from people. And another one that's doing diagnostic through retina scan. Before, it cost thousands of dollars to scan all the different diseases. Yeah. But now with only one scan, based on the holistic philosophy of human body, they're able to tell 70 kinds of different diseases that people can have. So I think those are exciting areas, and we'll even go further as we progress.
Wonderful. And I'd also like to touch on AI development in the world's 2 largest economies. Jen, since you're a close watcher in this very, very competitive space, how do you compare the AI ecosystems in the US and China, and how do you expect that to play out?
Yeah.
I think U.S. and China are very different. They're very different ecosystem. U.S. will always be the best in terms of 0 to 1 because the ecosystem has very patient, large amount of capital, invest in companies like DeepMind and OpenAI for many, many years without knowing what will be the product. Whereas in China, the engineers, the investors are usually much more practical. If you don't commercialize within the next 6 months, it's not going to be funded, it's not going to be coded. So, however, the China ecosystem in terms of 1 to 100 to scale, make it very affordable, make it very available to a very large market, second to none. So call me naive, I actually think the two ecosystems are very complementary, and the biggest problem is in this world, as human we face from cancer, from climate change, they are not American, they're not Chinese. So if we could find a way for the two ecosystems to actually work together, I think it would be great for humanity.
Thank you. And Richard, very quickly as well, how companies can stay at the forefront of AI innovation while also ensuring its technologies are accessible to a diverse population?
Yeah, of course, innovation is key for companies to stay ahead for the future. But I think what we've learned that is you have to innovate as fast as possible, but you also have to consider ethics, inclusion, and accessibility for everybody on the planet by design. Yeah? So it's not innovating as fast as possible, putting it in the market and then see, hey, is everything well? No, from every step from the beginning, you have to think, what could be the consequences if things go wrong? And actually, changing course and preventing important negative impacts is much cheaper and much quicker if you do it in the beginning than once you are in market. So I think that is a kind of mindset shift that we have to do. Yeah, people say always we also hear it today, there is a trade-off between innovation and rules and regulation. But if you do it in the traditional way, yes, but not necessarily. Yeah? It's this new way. So I would say think about use AI for people, for planet, and for profit. The three of them, that gives prosperity.
Wonderful. And Stefano, also very quickly, what challenges do you foresee in the integration of AI with healthcare, and how might that be addressed?
It's obviously a very dicey topic because one thing if somebody hacks your account and steals your photos, and one thing is if your health data is out. And we have news this week, which is pretty disruptive. 6 million DNA records have been hacked, essentially. So there is that risk, and I think Web 4, decentralization, potentially blockchain applied to it could help with securing that. Computing power, and there's a lot of concerns on how that's actually done. With Jean, we'll figure it out. The other, I think it's not really a concern, it's actually an opportunity, is the data that we all have in this room is worth for humanity, one, to advance science, but also to really inform on what decisions should be taken for other people. And so essentially that information is valuable, and we want to make sure that the people who share the data, they can have a full traceability on how the data is being used. If it has a worth, if it gets monetized, make money out of it as well. Essentially monetize your own health data as you walk, just like Lumi Health is doing in Singapore. So turn what is a real threat into an opportunity. There are concerns, but we have to be optimists, and optimists live longer.
Very nice. And lastly, Simeon, quick comment on protecting people in AI safety, a little bit overlap. What's the most effective framework to ensure ethical practices?
I think the most exciting framework is risk management in general. So risk management is something we do in every industry, starting from defining the acceptable risks we're fine with, then doing risk assessment, so assessing the level of risks, then doing risk mitigation, so dealing with this risk, and finally making sure that all throughout the life cycle we deal with this adequately. This has a lot of learning experience from other industries that can be straight away applied in AI, and that's what we're working on at Safer AI, and which I'm very excited about.
Okay, thank you so much for those wisdoms. So what a great discussion, and there's really a lot for us to take away. And while we've obviously just brushed the surface of this really massive topic, we hope we've shed light on how AI and Web4 can help us build more resilient, connected, and empowered societies. Thank you to our audience for joining us in this conversation, and looking forward to our next dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, now it's my pleasure to hand the stage over to Benjamin Koscheva, a lawyer at Hogan Lovells, who will be moderating the next panel, What is the MENA Asia Tech Corridor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ben Koscheva, and I'm a lawyer at the law firm Hogan Lovells. We're going to talk about what is the MENA Asia Tech Corridor. And in talking about corridors, we're going to talk about belts and roads, and we're going to find out, I think, that that corridor is much wider and goes well beyond the Middle East. I also hope that today will answer an important question of mine, which is whether or not I should give up my legal career and become an esports athlete. So with that, I want to turn to Nicholas Ho, who's the Hong Kong government's commissioner of the Belt and Roads Initiative, to talk about what the Belt and Roads Initiative has meant in the Middle East and what it might mean particularly for technology investment and development.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I think before, is it on? Before I share my thoughts, perhaps I can give you a brief overview on Belt and Road. It is the largest international cooperation platform. It is an open and inclusive platform that includes... Hello? Oh, yeah, it sounds different. Yeah. So perhaps I can share briefly on Belt and Road Initiative. It's the largest international cooperation platform in the world, announced and created by President Xi Jinping 10 years ago, with initially 60 countries to now over 150 countries and close to 30 organizations. It is a fast-growing, open and inclusive platform with 5 connectivities in mind, where policy, infrastructure, trade, finance, and people-to-people connectivity. The main goal and the common denominator is very much about the people, to enhance people's upward mobility, common prosperity, and quality of lives. And the World Bank has estimated that it will lift, by 2030, it will lift 7.6 million people out of extreme poverty and 32 million people out of moderate poverty. In Hong Kong, we have a series of policies to support both policy connectivity, finance and trade connectivity, and enhance technology connectivity into the MENA region. So some of the policies include trade deals, investment promotions and protection agreements, which we're currently discussing with Saudi Arabia, and we hope to be able to complete that soon, and also with other Gulf nations. And since it's in the past 10 years, it is also estimated there has been $1 trillion invested in Belt and Road projects to build these infrastructure connectivity. So now, moving ahead in the next 10 years, I think this is the extremely exciting phase because Hong Kong can really play a big role in mobilizing international resources to start to tap into these new markets connected through policy and infrastructure, both physical and digital. And SMEs, private sector capital, tech companies can really tap into these regions and find success. And I think apart from the financial policies mentioned by our chief executive this morning, there is many more financial reforms. There is much more delegations in terms of targeted approach and also cross-border events and promotions that we hope to work very closely with our partners in the MENA region going forward. And I think Hong Kong, we have always been international. That has always been our strength. We look forward to strengthening our role in the international market. As mentioned by His Excellency this morning, Hong Kong is truly a hub. And we want to build on that hub model to create and strengthen Hong Kong as the regional headquarter for MENA region business to tap into Asia, and vice versa, Hong Kong and Asian business using Saudi Arabia, Middle East to tap into the entire MENA region. So I'll just stop here and I look forward to hearing other thoughts.
Thank you. I think all of us who make our home here are happy to have Hong Kong the hub of the region. Catherine, you're the grand dame of finance in Hong Kong. As far as I know, you wear many, many hats, including right now you're a founder of Mizma Capital that has been investing from Hong Kong into Israel and around. Maybe you can give a little context on the historical relationship between Greater China and the Middle East and where you see it going, particularly as it in technology and innovation.
Thanks, Ben. Very kind of you.
I am a born and bred Hong Kong person. I started doing business in the Middle East starting in 2013, first with ADIA of Abu Dhabi, and then QIA of Qatar, Israel in 2016, and then of late Saudi Arabia. I would say that as a matter of backdrop, I noticed there are three striking similarities between China and the Middle East. First of all, these are cradles of civilization, Mesopotamia, China. I don't need to elaborate further. Second, they are both, China and key countries of the Middle East are beneficiary of top-down government directives that have a very long-term vision. They are not transaction-driven. They're looking at things in 10 years, 20 years, or even further. Third, relationship and trust is paramount in terms of how people touch each other, whether only in economics and finance or otherwise. And I think looking forward, I would actually project that as China has leapfrogged, in technology, in payment systems, in green energy, in electric vehicle. China is now the biggest exporter of vehicles, and especially electric vehicles, in the world. I see no reason why the Middle East cannot do that in terms of leapfrogging as well in agtech, biotech, digital health, gaming. And I think the imagination, to me, is where through capital and through joint funds, right, whether it's sort of Middle East money together with Chinese money, but investing in mandates that are not just China, but the Middle East, and grooming the best technology companies, if you can imagine that sort of capital flow, it's going to be a different sort of capital flow that is US going to China, which is now being completely disrupted. So I think the power of that capital flow, whether in venture capital or private equity, is going to be so powerful. And you know from the audience and from people in this conference that it's already being put to action. And so I think that if you take advantage of the similarities in culture and every aspect of things, and then the capital flows, I think, what could happen between Asia, China, and the MENA region is beyond our imagination if we just put our thoughts to it.
Yeah.
And I'll elaborate further in a moment, what I think the government can do a bit more to facilitate that.
Great. And I want to hear more about people-to-people exchanges as well. But why don't we turn our attention to Duncan, who has been a long-time observer. I don't think you'll need that, but we'll keep it as a spare.
Way? Oh, okay.
You've been a long-time observer of the Chinese technology industry, written about Jack Ma and Alibaba, and then from your perch in Tokyo, continue to look at that.
Yes.
Where do you see the China tech sector these days? There's lots of mixed messages these days if you read the headlines.
Yeah, it's definitely hit a bit of a sticky patch, let's say, partly just by sheer scale. We know that big tech companies like Alibaba and Tencent and others, TikTok, etc., ByteDance, have become so large. And there's a different attitude of government towards the scale of these companies in China as there is to the US. So they're navigating that. A number of these companies are becoming quite successful internationally, as we've seen with ByteDance. We see recently with PDD and so on. So there are going to be players in the Middle East as well along this corridor. Within China, obviously, we have the downgrading of consumption because lack of confidence has sort of, not just the zero COVID policy, which is thankfully receding, but also just the attitude towards entrepreneurship and so on. It's coming back, and I was just in the GBA, which is real. I mean, we've heard about the Greater Bay Area for a long time now, but it's practically when your apps start working cross-border, and you start to realize, okay, I can do this. The connectivity, the physical connectivity is amazing. From here to Shenzhen, Guangzhou, et cetera, and all around. But now I feel the digital connectivity, and I think more than that, the mindset of people in Hong Kong, Macau, there about each other is changing very rapidly. So I really felt that coming back from the GBA. And I was just at an interesting session in Japan looking about opportunities for Japanese investment into GBA and vice versa. There's a lot happening. I mean, this area, this region of southern China is such an export powerhouse. It's such a consumption powerhouse. And so I'm very confident about the southern China dynamism getting us out of this recent difficulties. And on the tech side, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of amazing ideas and entrepreneurs in China. And I think you use the word imagination. I mean, it's hard to think back. And some of my friends here, we saw China in the early days. And thinking back is like, was that this lifetime? I mean, it's changed so much. We need that imagination to think on this Middle East corridor as well, where we're going. I mean, it's hard to remember how much it has changed. And you pinch yourself basically. And I feel the same because the physical infrastructure is going in. China did a great job. I was at Morgan Stanley here doing the telecom infrastructure at actually 3 Exchange Square when that was the cool building. And I've seen like just the transformation of this city, this region from that. I think we're about to have a rerun of that with the right focus on infrastructure. And now we get to the more interesting stuff, frankly, the software, the people, the content, which I think Yat's going to be talking about as well.
Great. I know I felt a deep sense of elation the first time my WeChat Pay worked when I went across the border, because you're always so nervous that you're not going to be able to pay for anything when you're in China with that WeChat. And great. From your position at Animoca, tell us about what you're doing in what I think is some of the most interesting spaces of esports and NFTs and everything else. And you're living having investments going in and out of Saudi Arabia. So maybe you can elaborate on what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, Animoca Brands is a company that's focused on the intersection of Web3, blockchain, and gaming in a sense. Yeah. We're probably one of the biggest players in the world. Sort of driving forward this idea that people who play video games can actually own their digital assets. And just to sort of enumerate this in numbers, gaming is an industry that is larger than music and movies combined. Last year was over $200 billion as an industry and is actually continuing to rise. And we ourselves actually have been beneficiaries of sort of this MENA Asia tech corridor in the sense that actually just very recently we announced a partnership with NEOM in the kingdom, both an investment and sort of as a platform to help basically grow Web3 and Web3 gaming in the kingdom. And I think there are some interesting parallels when you look at Asia. Actually, Asia is the biggest gaming market in the world by numbers and by revenue. And similarly, when it became a gaming sort of powerhouse, had a very young population actually that benefited from this, whether this was in China or the sort of Southeast Asia or Korea. And the same is actually true for the MENA region. In the kingdom, they are very active, avid gamers. They are, I think the average age under the age of 36 is like 80% of the population. So basically it's a very, very young population. One of the highest ARPU gaming in market, meaning highest sort of paying users are actually in the kingdom, for instance. And then, of course, other regions around, whether it's Turkey, UAE, Jordan, is actually also very active in terms of gaming activities. So there's a great interest in bringing the sort of gaming talent and gaming development opportunities and gaming content into the region. One of the interesting things that maybe people don't know with Mango Holdings, which is basically, I guess, a kind of, public but yet private sovereign sort of manga studio that basically is developing stuff in Japan to bring manga-based content into the kingdom, for instance. So you see content exchanges, technology exchanges. So I think it's a great opportunity for this region to basically introduce technology as well as opportunities to a region that's hungry for it and that needs it. Part of their Saudi Vision 2030 is to transform themselves into basically a digital nation.
Interesting. I want to turn back to that a little bit more, but first let's talk to Patrick from Petrie Investments, who we're going to expand our scope even wider to include Latin America. You've been working on Belt and Road projects and investments from here in Hong Kong, but also in Brazil and around Latin America and the Middle East. So maybe you can talk about how this MENA Asia tech corridor actually wraps around the world.
Yeah, no, thank you. Happy to add some Latin flavor to our conversation here. But I think, yes, absolutely. I think that the three regions have a long history of friendship and trade, frankly speaking. I think first, if you look from a perspective of business relationships, just this year, you're going to see over $1 trillion of trading being done between MENA, Asia, and Latin America. So this is a quite significant amount. Growing ninefold if you go back to the last 2 decades. If you look at MENA region and Asia, they are now the fastest growing regions in this term of trade with Latin America, growing 14% and 12% respectively. So that shows you how the capability and how we can connect this. We've been hearing a lot about this global south, about diagonal that Gucho mentioned this morning, and I think that tells you that goes beyond the promise. This is a reality. I see Richard here in front of me. I'm already pitching for him to have one FII in São Paulo, hopefully next year, because there's a lot that can be done together. But I think beyond that, where can we connect these things? So what are the teams that we are playing? And we see the three regions being played. Of course, energy transition, right? We've been seeing a lot, been talking about it. Sometimes we forgot that Latin America has the largest renewable and cleanest production energy in the world. 59% of the matrix, it is clean, right? Digitalization. So you have 655 million people in Latin America. Out of that, close to 455, so 75% are mobile users. If you look at Instagram, the third largest market is Brazil. If you look at TikTok, the third largest market in the world is Brazil itself. If you add Mexico, that will become the largest market, just these two countries. So where we can connect here, basically the technology is here in Asia, the execution is happening and has been happening in Latin America, so there's a lot of lessons learned that can be do it. And of course now the Middle East can get these two together and connect these things. And by the way, that's what we at Patria are doing. One example for you, for example, we manage a lot of toll roads in the region. In partnership with one of our Chinese suppliers here, we built what is perceived as the longest uninterrupted Wi-Fi network in the world, 1,300 kilometers in the interior south of São Paulo. So there's a technology involved, there's a learning involved. I see a lot, we're talking about the line this morning, right? About how many kilometers, so I'm sure we can do and work, and that's exactly how we do at Patria.
I want to get back to that. Catherine, you wanted to kind of talk about what existing trade and government barriers may still exist and how we can improve them.
Yeah, I think, the Belt and Road sort of commissioner and the FSTB and a lot in the Hong Kong government have been doing a lot of work with Middle East, but I still think that there are two aspects that could actually be done better, and I know that I've spoken to Nicholas about this before sharing with everybody. The first, I think it's that because the way we do business with the Middle East is based so much on trust and relationship, we actually need to have more people on the ground in the different countries in the Middle East. And they are all similar yet different, right? So, you need to have an office in Abu Dhabi, you need to have an office in Doha, Kuwait, or even sort of, Riyadh, right? Put people there. I think it's important because I think it really facilitates the understanding of the cultures and the people and how things could actually get to fruition. So having trade offices there is probably a good start, but not quite enough. But people who can really build trust and relationship, being a phone call away to some of the senior ministers here and the senior ministers in Hong Kong to facilitate that sort of interaction and deal making, for instance. Second is relationship building is beyond economics, right? I think the Hong Kong government needs to think about the way it crosses the barriers within the divisions within the Hong Kong government so that you can have art and culture being a part of it. There's going to be a lot of exchanges, right? Hong Kong Philharmonic should play in Riyadh and Jeddah, and they should come here in the same way. Ballet, the symphony, and in sports. So look at golf, right? I don't need to elaborate further. And Hong Kong has a great golf association. We can do a lot. So if you can do that holistically, I think the relationship between China, Hong Kong, and the region could just go so much further beyond just deals and economics.
Yeah. Nicholas, what do you think? How do we build on your good initiatives already?
No, absolutely. Definitely thank Catherine for the recommendations. In fact, the government in the latest policy address has announced that within the MENA region will open 2 new offices, and at the same time we'll put more foot on the ground in order to have built this long-term relationship. Because when we look at Belt and Road Initiative, as I told my kid when I took on this post, I said this initiative will outlive me. And it will definitely outlive most of us here because it is a long-term connectivity cooperation play. And in terms of culture side, I totally agree because the Belt and Road Initiative is very much about the people at the end. It's not about the numbers, the trade, the flights, the bridges. It's about people. So culture, science, and also education is a key formula to success when we're talking about people-to-people exchanges. That is why also in the latest policy address, all the ETOs, Economic Trade Office of the Hong Kong government, with about 14 of them internationally, we're going to expand the people-to-people exchange program. In Chinese, we call it 民心相通. So a lot of these offices will take on new roles, exactly what you mentioned, doing cultural tours, facilitating the ballet, the Philharmonic, internships or education exchanges for young people, and also cultural exchanges for performers, arts, music, everything. So that is already in works, but I totally agree, we must do more. And that is why in my capacity, I will also be traveling to the Middle East very frequently next year to not just meet people, to connect, but to strengthen these communication channels. So to show that trust building, that commitment to build long-term trust, and also commitment to reinvent ourselves in the world, to continuously to have reforms in all aspects. That level of commitment is for sure there.
Great, thank you. Yeah, what advice would you give to a young software developer or young private equity fund owner who wanted to get involved in the esports business in Saudi Arabia or e-gaming business? So what are some of the pathways that you've seen, and how would you advise them to go down the road that you have?
Sure. I mean, first of all, just to sort of riff a little bit on what they said before, if you want to bring in the youth, start doing some joint esports competitions. I mean, in fact, one of my first experiences, actually the very first experience when I visited Saudi last year, was actually to go to an esports competition. And I was there for 4 hours, and actually it's a good team. And there's a lot of sort of activity in the space, a lot of investment in that area as well. And actually, what do a lot of people in Asia love to do, and in Hong Kong in particular, esports as well, right? So the youth will probably have more connection with the games that they play together. And what's also interesting is that the games they play in Saudi or in the Middle East generally, or in Hong Kong or in the rest of Asia, are generally the same games. So there is basically already a form in which you can start create that sort of interchange of culture at a very ground root level. So the first thing I would definitely advise people to do, though, is to visit the region, right? And it's very, to Catherine's earlier point about parallels to China, it's kind of the same as well. The kind of stuff that's happening there is hard to imagine until you actually see it in person. Like a project like NEOM, which is basically building like a new country almost, right? That seems kind of crazy, this new special economic zone. But then you say, wait, but the Guangdong province, the special economic zone in China, actually has done something similar. And I remember the same commentary back in the days, when we were both in Hong Kong, where it was like, it's not going to work in China, it's crazy, why they're doing all this kind of stuff, right? And then here we are, right? So from our lens, and I think for people who have experienced what happened in this region, we can totally imagine and see what's possible because we've experienced this. But if you haven't seen this before, then you're naturally skeptical. So I think the very first thing I say to people, especially younger people who have not been there, you have to visit it. It's a very welcoming place. English is fine. Just go in, and that's the first part. The second thing is that there's a lot of investment opportunities as well. So we are basically very active in investments in the region as well, and we've done to promote our particular industry. And as a growth region, because it's such a young region, when you think of MENA, you're not only just thinking about UAE and Saudi, you're actually thinking of North Africa, the whole Egyptian region. There's actually a very large market there that is, I wouldn't say exactly similar, but has parallels to Southeast Asia as a market opportunity as well. So again, drawing on these parallels can sort of demonstrate some of the market opportunities.
Great. And Patrick, I'll go to you. Name 3 industries or sectors where you think there's, I'm going to use my least favorite word, synergies between Latin America, Middle East, and Asia. What would you do right now if you could snap your fingers?
Absolutely. I think this energy transition, as I mentioned, is something big that we can connect these 2 regions. Digitalization. As we just said here, I think it's something that the regions can learn with each other, with the technology from Asia, with the execution coming from Latin America, and of course the know-how and building that you have in technology in the Middle East. One thing that we end up not talking here for the next time is the agribusiness, right? So Latin America, it is today 30% of the global beef exporter, 25% of poultry, very related to the Middle East and China, will be by 2028 exporting a quarter of the world in the whole agribusiness space. So we have a whole agro-tech that we end up not having time to talk here, that is expanding productivity, technology in Asia, necessities in the Middle East, land and water in Latin America. So this ecosystem can work very well.
That's great. More involved. And Duncan, maybe you can, I wouldn't be a very good lawyer if I didn't talk about some downside risk. Can you talk about...
This isn't billable hours, right?
You're all on the clock. This is going to cost you a lot of money. Maybe you can talk about some downside risk in the Chinese tech sector. You know, we live in a time of great geopolitical change as well as economic changes in China. Do you see that as being an overwhelming barrier? How do you think that'll play out in the near term?
Yeah, obviously, well, if you're looking at a government-to-government level, there's massive challenges, obviously, US, China, and the kind of who's leaning which direction, you know, around the world. But I like to look at more at the entrepreneur level, at the consumer level. And at the consumer level, we heard, for example, about electric vehicles and so on. Like, there are trends which are unstoppable. That, for example, China's expertise in the EV sector, not just in the fact that it's electric, but these cars are just completely blow your mind away. I mean, like the latest Huawei car that I saw, you know, you just want to like stay in it. It's got the most comfortable seat that like floats, and you know, there's like little robots helping you with your stuff. I was just in Tokyo, also seeing BYD. They've sponsored the Roppongi Hills kind of lights, you know, which is a big thing, and you know, so you have to see these cars and experience them to understand that you're seeing the future. And we're seeing that happening in different business models that are coming out of China. And so the ideas alone, even if you're not talking about Chinese companies that are expanding regionally, the ideas coming from China, I've already invested in some, they can really transform. And I think some of the most exciting investments, like probably you're looking at as well, you're leveraging your experience in China, in the Middle East and beyond. It's a vision. It's that ambition, you know, that China has. And so I think, you know, China's challenges to some extent at the moment, which I think hopefully will be diminishing, are actually accelerating the export of some of these ideas and these companies as well. And so I think China's role is to spark the imagination for what is possible on scale, as you said. Now that's what we need. We need that ambition, and you know, it will come back in China, but certainly it's inspiring many others. Of course, we've had it on the infrastructure level you mentioned, and that's very important. But as you've both said, it's also about what's happening over those roads, over that infrastructure, and I think that's where the next phase is coming.
Interesting. And what about you live in Tokyo? Do you see Japan playing a role as well?
Well, I like being in Japan because I feel a lot younger there, relatively. And what you're telling me about, you know, the extremely young population in Saudi, I get the same in Vietnam. I'm like, oh, geez. But in Japan, I'm great. I mean, I'm helping people on the bus and things like that. So I recommend that you know, I'm in my mid-50s now. I'm like, go to Japan, you'll never feel younger. And I was just actually taking a Japanese exam on Sunday, and along with 2,000 other people, mostly coming from South Asia, Southeast Asia. You know, Japan is shrinking by 500,000 people a year, so it has to invest highly in robotics. I saw self-driving wheelchairs at Haneda Airport, so I'm like, well, that's coming. If you look at things like the diaper market in Japan, the biggest vendor is to adults, not to babies. You know, so I think Japan is like, you know, nailing aging tech, but also the blue zones. I've just joined the board of Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, which is one of the famous blue zones. And you know, there's things we can study from Japan. But Japanese companies for growth, of course, are looking to growth areas with younger demographics. And there will be a lot of talent flow back and forth, I think. And Japan is a major capital exporter as well. So I think Japan is, you know, don't neglect it. It's coming back.
Catherine, what do you think?
I was going to say, as the only woman in the panel, when I was in Riyadh in May this year, and then in October for FII, I was stunned with the role of women in Saudi and how that's different from 10 years ago. And the direct comparison is also women in China.
Yeah.
Right? When you have a country that's growing so rapidly, it really doesn't matter what gender you belong to. They grab whoever has the capability to do the job. So whether it's female entrepreneurs who want to found companies. I was thronged in a party with everybody coming to me saying that I'm doing a fintech, I'm doing biotech, this, that, and the other. Of course, it's infancy stage, but the aspirations are there. And it reminds me of China 20 years ago when you have female entrepreneurs in every sector possible. So it's very encouraging to see that as well. And I think Duncan's Japan point reminds me because, you know, under the former prime minister, they're also promoting sort of more people in the workforce, whether you're a man and woman, it just doesn't matter. And I think those are the countries, they see the light and they will grow the fastest.
Yeah, completely agree. And to Yat's point as well, I went to Riyadh for the first time last month with open eyes and couldn't believe the level of enthusiasm. And I think we talked about it before, how it does remind you of China in the mid-90s, where it just feels like it's bubbling into more and more opportunities. Patrick, any final thoughts? I want to make sure that...
I think, again, we've been investing in emerging economies and industries for 35 years now. And I think you ask about risks, right? I think we need to be very careful in not confuse comparable advantage with competitive advantages. And I think this is a public and private solution that we need to be, and seeing the activities of FII, PIF, and the Middle East as a junction of that. This is where we need to be careful. And I think the work that they've been doing in exactly trying to unknot this knot and making sure that we have less tariffs, we have an environment to invest, an environment to do. And I think this type of activities, this type of forums, is exactly what we need to continue to do to avoid going back decades, right?
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank the panel. We've got a little time left, but we're going to bring in a very special guest. Richard Atias would like to join us for a moment to talk about it.
I'm not joining. I just want to answer to Patrick. Patrick, FII will be in Brazil next year. And
excellent.
We just made an agreement with President Lula a few days ago in Riyadh. So the good news is that we're coming to Brazil second week of June. The bad news, it will not be in São Paulo, it will be in Rio de Janeiro.
No problem at all. You're more than welcome. We're going to host you and have a fantastic event there.
No, thank you.
If you need a moderator, I'd be more than happy to go to Rio.
I'm sure that we'll have a lot of moderators and friends who will come to Brazil.
Thank you, Robert. Fantastic.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you to all of you. Thank you to the audience for your time and attention, and look forward to continuing the discussion.
Obrigado.
Thank you, Ben, for that insightful panel. Up next, we have a distinguished group of thought leaders joining me who will discuss the meaning of human-centric macrofinance. And if I can now have my panel join me on the stage. Hear me?
No.
We're here now to talk about human-centric macrofinance.
No. Yes, no. Started.
Technology is democratizing the financial industry, making it more accessible to a broader range of customers. How can banking, monetary policy, and financial systems be recentered, prioritize social benefit? We're talking about themes like technology disruption from artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and blockchain, talent competition for talent, reskilling and upskilling, and then the regulatory complexities that comes with governing this artificial intelligence and the compliance with all the data and the security that goes along with that. So we're here to talk now. We're going to start the conversation with technology and AI. And if I can put first my question to my gentleman on my left here from GFH. AI has the potential to level the playing field. Which industries can this be applied to and be most effective?
So thank you very much for having us. I think it's a wonderful panel, and I would like to thank the FII family first for such a beautiful series of events starting from Riyadh. Now, with regards to the question, I think, simply put, all industries are impacted by AI. And most of them have positive impacts, of course, with varying degrees. Now, what I think needs to be done, or let me start with us as financial investors. We have exposures to industries diverse, such as logistics, healthcare, education, and we can see effects of AI across all sectors. Let's give you a simple example. In healthcare, I mean, the tedious and mundane jobs are now being replaced, and that's being covered by AI kind of application, which means more time for healthcare specialists spending time with patients, which I think is a very positive thing. Now, AI also has the potential in healthcare, has the potential to, through analyzing great sets of data, to help drug makers kind of develop more accurate and more advanced medications. And these are just examples, and I understand we are, this is like the tip of the iceberg, and we have a long journey to go. But I think the effect, we can see it across all sectors, to be honest.
Now, we've seen many different companies incorporate artificial intelligence, and I know VinFast and Toy, you've had great experience with AI. Can you share that with us?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. We implement AI a lot, not only in VinFast. I think outside of Vietnam, people know about VinFast a lot, like, that crazy EV company that at some point was like $250 billion. But we use AI a lot in VinFast. But as part of Vingroup, we actually implement AI in everything that we have, from like mega projects for smart cities to healthcare to all the applications in our buildings, for example. So even in our company, we have 3 AI companies. We have VinAI, Vin Big Data, and VinBrain. VinBrain focuses exclusively on healthcare applications. VinBDI focuses on a lot of other AI applications, and VinAI also mostly working with VinFast and other AI applications as well. So basically, we implement AI in a lot of things that within Vingroup that we do in Vietnam and outside of Vietnam as well. Actually, we just got to know from the CES organizer that we got an award for using AI in VinFast vehicles. So that will be officially announced in January at CES.
Nice.
As we look at startups and financial institutions, traditional ones, they were first at a dichotomy. Now, with a shift towards a collaboration, we're seeing moving away from collaboration, moving away from direct competition and into collaboration. Will we see the focus on profitability and shareholder returns take a back seat to something else? And what is that?
Me? Okay. So I think it's a matter of finding the right balance between, like you just mentioned, equality or equitable kind of returns. So I think I'll just quote the same phrase that has been going on stage since the beginning of the conference: collaboration. So I believe collaboration between, I don't want to say governments, but I would like to say the governments, sovereigns, and the private sector, finding and identifying the right framework in which both can be one. And again, as a financial investor, we have the great conviction that communities are a major stakeholder of our well-being. Hence, the greater good you do the community, the greater good you have for yourself. So again, it's a matter of balance, finding the right balance.
I'm interested to know, Samir, tech is first being deployed in developed markets because developed countries have more money than emerging markets. Will this create a bigger divide between the haves and the have-nots? Is there a way for this technology to be developed in a more equitable way?
Well, let me first say that the productivity question is a real question and one of the 2 essence of what AI would be doing. And when we speak about productivity, the fact that many jobs actually will be probably not eliminated, but being able to be replaced by the AI technologies would make productivity actually much quicker, much better, much faster. I'll take an example, the research, for example, all the research activities that we are doing. Statistically, 80% of the jobs done in research, and mostly the analytical jobs, the junior jobs, the collecting the data, the reformatting the data, etc., will be eliminated, and then will be replaced by AI activities. And we're starting to see it now in many, many, many companies. That will lead actually to a much more level playing field among the people and the levels of knowledge that the people have, because knowledge will be accessible to everyone. What remains, so productivity would be much quicker and much faster. What remains is actually the EQ that will really develop and become the most valuable asset that we can talk about. Now, then, when we think about technology, of course, technology will be developed mostly in the developed country. Well, let's assume that China is considered a developed country because technology will be as much in AI developed in China rather than in the West. And when we look at Alibaba, when we look at well, ByteDance and the rest, they have the best AI technology in the world for the time being. But when we think about it, technology will be developed by the West, but will migrate very quickly, first through usage, to the global South, and secondly to implementation and development. Think about, the technologies of the smartphones, for example. Yeah, it was developed by the West, moved very quickly south, but the usage of this technology has been very popular and democratic everywhere. So we should not think about who's developing what, but we should think how is it used and is it accessible to everyone or not. And I think that throughout the technological spread and digital use actually that is going everywhere, this technologies would be used easily in the global South.
Can I just want to add something? I mean, yes, historically developed markets had the lion's share of developing new technologies, but if you look at the ecosystems being provided, at least I'll speak from our part of the world, in the regions, Saudi or the GCC, the wider GCC, you've got great focus on developing capabilities in the near future. So if you look at the Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, I think I read somewhere that around 2/3 of it has some sort of AI references and AI involvement, 2/3 of the full vision. So that's quite impressive. I think they are targeting around developing or training 20,000 AI and data specialists by 2030. Similarly in Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE. So I think that paradigm is shifting in the sense. So I think going forward, I don't think we would see the same kind of disparity in terms of the technologies being produced or developed in one part of the world. It's just where do you find the right ecosystem?
Yeah, I think I disagree with that statement. I think that in the current time, actually there's a lot. It's like a level play field for a lot of organizations. So we are a good example of a company coming from developing country that managed to take advantage of all the technology and bring the products to the world. And I think to Samir's point, it's about application, about implementation of the technology. It's not only about inventing the technology, because technology has to be, put in the products. And I think in developing country, you see a lot of, that implementation a lot faster. In my industry, for example, you find vehicles in China with a lot more like smart features, autonomous driving features, a lot better technology than you see it in a lot of more developed countries. So I think it's actually this level playing field right now in the world, and there's room for companies from developing countries like us to be able to be faster, get there faster than many companies in more developed countries.
If we can hear from Tong Li, I would like to ask about financial regulations and the different programs that can empower more equitable entrepreneurship and SME development.
Thank you, Emily. Please give me a second to say hello to Saudi friend first. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Hong Kong. I have been with FII for 7 years, from the very beginning up to now. And all the 7 editions were in Riyadh, and this is the first time in Hong Kong where I'm based in. And through these 7 years, it's a really amazing journey. I have made many new friends there, and very delighted and honored to be part of FII. Thanks, FII. Thanks, Richard. Through these years, actually, especially the past year, Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong has been exploring the cooperations in the areas of technology innovation and green transformation. So this is also integral part of human-centric finance. And back to your question, you mentioned about SME. This is also a very important part of human-centric finance. According to the United Nations, SME account for 90% of all enterprises worldwide, providing 60% to 70% of global jobs and contributing more than 50% of global GDP. So if we are to achieve a sustainable development of a global economy, so we simply cannot ignore SMEs. However, the SME around the world have long been facing a severe challenge. That's the expensive and difficult financing. So is there any solutions? Many countries have been struggling to figure out ideal solutions. I would like to share some views on that. First, from government angle, the policy arrangement is very, very important. It's very, very critical. As you look at China, China has been emphasizing the support of SME for many years, particularly, the Central Financial Work Conference just held in October also make it very, very clear that inclusive financing is one of the 5 major tasks for financial development in future. So, for many years effort we have put, you can see some result coming out. By the end of September, the SME loans increased more than 24% in China. So it's simply doubling the growth rate of all loans. This is an outcome. And the second one is some guests already mentioned about digital technology. So better use of digital technology to to be integrated with information of such as tax data and some supply chain, or some lawsuit data, and so on. So to better, just facilitate the credit rating, credit granting, and to control credit risks. This can solve the problem of information asymmetry. So that's also very effective approach. And the third one, I can think of is the financial market, where I have been in. The financial market should be more adapt to the needs of SMEs, financial demand. And for example, we can just establish a special listing board for SMEs, just to provide a more smooth, direct financing channel for them. right here in Hong Kong Stock Exchange has been pushing forward a reform of the growth enterprise market. The initial name is GEM. This will be implemented in 2024. This will better satisfy the need of SMEs financing.
The world's largest EV market, China, 2 cars sold in every 5 are electric vehicles, and EVs are in the process of transforming communities. What is the social impact, Toy, with this growing uptake?
Well, I think, first of all, it's about the environment, right? I mean, in Vietnam, in particular, 70% of the emission is from transportation. So transforming transportation, making it green is, reduce our carbon footprint, and is good for the environment and the country as a whole. I think we started with making, in VinFast, we make electric vehicles. So we have 7 models of electric vehicles, 6 of them already out on the road. The 7th is coming out next year. So we are the one that has the largest lineup of EVs in the world that for all different markets. We also have 8 e-scooter models. We started out with electric scooters, and then we also have electric buses. And beyond that, Vingroup also, the parent company, also set up VinBus, which is, so we have the electric bus to route everywhere in major cities in Vietnam that transform the whole cities. Because, imagine in a country like Vietnam, in the traffic congestion, a traffic light, and then you stand behind the electric bus versus standing behind a gasoline bus. It's a huge difference to the environment and the people around it. So that we got a lot of compliments for that, for the VinBus as well. Our chairman also recently, 6 months ago, set up the electric taxi as well. So we have about 15,000 taxi EVs and about 30,000 e-scooter on the road. So transforming, transportation in Vietnam as well, and that changed the transportation in Vietnam. So we're expanding that to, in ASEAN to start with, but other part of the world as well. And the same model, in Vietnam we also have a charging station as well. So we're just taking a part of the models to different markets all over the world right now.
We're watching COP28 in Dubai, and 110 countries have joined the COP deal to triple renewable energy by 2030. How can technology be used to address environmental change?
Sorry, I just came back from COP28. you as well, right?
Yes, we do, yes.
I think a lot of us, it's all about technology. About climate change is all about, in my particular area, right, we see technology in battery for sure, a lot of technology, material technology, design, just a lot of new technology that's implemented in either in EV sector or in green energy to tackle climate change problems. So just everywhere you see in COP28 is about technology.
If I may add, well, again, it was said this morning, the whole debate around sustainability is the supply side and the demand side. And we know that on the supply side, there is a debate about fossil fuel and what will happen to fossil fuel and the alternative energies, and who is working on what on the alternative energies and how much money needs to be deployed to create the new technology of the alternative energies. But there is a demand side as well, as the chairman of Schneider said this morning. And on the demand side, for example, in some countries it's about transportation, in some other countries it's about our other aspects. If there is no technological development, the demand side would not shift. And hence, the deployment of the technology in all the verticals on the demand side is extremely important in order for the demand of energy actually would shift. And there is no other alternative, It's on the asset side, a lot of money should be dedicated to the new technologies that will allow us to have alternative energies to the fossil fuel. And this is called a transition. It's not called we stop fossil fuel and we go into alternative technology. It doesn't exist for the time being, as for the world would need. But the work is on the demand side. A lot of investment should continue to be powered on the demand side for that reason. And I would like to go back to the regulation 1 second to just say, His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan this morning put it rightly in saying, well, regulation is about policy and it's about rules to make sure that ethics, values, consumer is not misused, data are not misused, so on and so forth. But regulation and governments are as well enablers. And this whole shift that we are talking about cannot come alone from the private sector, needs a lot of support from the public sector and from governments and from regulators, and not only money support, but as well incentives, positive policies, tax reduction, as we talked about, and so on and so forth. So the enabler part on the regulatory framework is as important as the controlling part and the regulatory part in this whole shift that we are living in. Whether is it on sustainability or is it on AI, it's actually the same debate that we're having intellectually about partly regulate and partly enable.
Andrew, if you wanted to come in here, I wanted to ask about sustainability and metrics and whether climate stress tests can be incorporated into risk assessment when it comes to making decisions about lending. I mean, this is a question that actually I wanted to put to Samir, but I also wanted to bring you into this conversation if there's anything that you wanted to speak up on.
As a registered fund in Hong Kong, we actually are required by the Hong Kong SFC to put environmental changes on risk assessments on climate and environmental change on our portfolio. And we do that every year. And we found out that, I know today my topic is about agriculture. I know it is very related to that topic, especially when we invest in, as we know, agriculture business are quite sensitive to climate changes and carbon footprint. And so that's actually we do on an annual basis.
Before we move into agriculture, Samir, if you wanted to talk about risk assessment.
Yes, well, I would say three things. The three steps. The first step is data. Nothing can be achieved, actually, from a risk framework if we don't have the right data. And everyone started to collect his own data, and this is a huge field. But now we are seeing, and at COP28, it was announced actually that there will be a utility data empowered and actually invested by Bloomberg Philanthropy, in connection with one planet, to create a utility data available for everyone for free. So now we will have, in the next few weeks, months, years, one data system where all the informations are gathered in and can be pulled out. That's extremely important because it will allow data collection, it will allow the same data going into the risk system, and so on and so forth. The second topic is the stress tests. And the stress tests will be more and more used, actually, by regulators on one hand, and we have seen already the Bank of England, we have seen the ECB having their own scenarios and sending those scenarios to the banks regulated by them to stress test their own lending portfolios and see how these lending portfolios will resist actually the shock that they put in these stress tests. But as well, every bank now is having its own stress test. And in the case of HSBC, for example, we have applied 4 different scenarios on climate change and on sustainability matters, and so how our portfolio of lending will react on each of these 4 scenarios. So it's becoming extremely important that stress testing as part of the assessment of the lending to the economy. The third topic would be disclosure. And nothing can be achieved without having the right disclosure. We have seen that we started to work around disclosure, for example, for the banking system since 2016-17 with the TCFD. And now at COP28, there is an agreement, with another norm of disclosure that will be put in place for other standard will be put in place for all the companies to disclose, and disclosure would be mandatory. And it would be audited. And then people cannot do any greenwashing anymore. People cannot promise something and not deliver it. And people will be obliged to deliver what they promise to an extent, or deliver what the regulators will ask them to do. So it's data, it's risk management, stress test, and then it's disclosure. These are the 3 pillars, actually, of the risk assessment framework that will be put in place for the next few days, months, and years.
Let's talk a little bit about food supply and the investments needed. Andrew, what investments need to be made into agriculture for food supply to be sustainable?
Okay, thank you, Emily. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I'm very glad to get to talk about agriculture, because unlike AI and EV and healthcare, probably those are more popular topics. But agriculture is one of the most essential industries for human civilization. But unfortunately, it's quite challenging to price the assets and risks in this sector due to the sometimes very severe and very common information asymmetry in this industry. So therefore, I feel that, evidently the financial world has not been particularly friendly to agriculture businesses, especially when it comes to biological assets and in developing economies. Take China, for example. In all the A-share and H-share agriculture listed companies, their market cap combined only take up 1% of the total market, when actually agriculture industry accounts for over 7% for China's GDP. So it's very underdeveloped in the financial market. So to that point, I think we definitely need more attention from financial services and capital markets on this industry, because I believe the only way to so-called secure the food supply sustainability for the growing population is to modernize and industrialize this industry. I know to most people in the audience, agricultural investment is quite remote from our experience, but let me give you an example. The China swine farming industry is a $150 billion business in China. Every year, Chinese people, the total consumption for pork is 57 million tons per year. That's more than half of the world's total consumption, and 97% of which is domestically produced. However, so it's a huge industry. However, China's swine farming industry is very considerably low efficient compared to developed countries such as the USA and Denmark in many ways. There are two major reasons for that. One is primarily, primitively, this industry is quite unconcentrated and unmodernized in China. And second, so it lacks of scale effect. Second of all, the technological underdevelopment is almost everywhere in every step in the industry chain, in every process, including genetics and breeding, feed formulating, disease prevention and control, even fattening. Those important steps are lack of technology advantages, developments. By the way, actually this industry involves much more technologies than most people think. So to improve those two factors, I believe, to leverage the financial power and capital power is crucial in the long run, especially. And in 5 years ago, we invested we did tons of heavy investigation to research on this area, and we eventually invested in an A-share company. It is it got phenomenal change in the past 5 years. 5 years ago, its annual production is only 8 million pigs per year, and now it's 60 million a year, more than 60 million a year, and it's the single largest farming company in the world. And its profitability changed from 5 years ago, suffering a quarterly loss, to last year a whopping $2 billion net profit, which accounts for 70% of the whole industry's pocket. So it's really phenomenal. And its success, and of course, its stock price at its peak in the last 5 years rocketed up 7 times. So what's more importantly and more excitingly is this particularly leading company spent $500 million in R&D in the past 5 years, developing all kinds of technologies and techniques and patterns in every producing processes, and which lead the whole industry to modernize. You know, it's a fun fact that I live in major cities in China, Shanghai and Hong Kong mostly, and most pigs in that company breathe better air than I do, because they live in a very modernized farm, in buildings, in tall buildings even, and with very fancy air filtering systems. So it's really it got very phenomenal changes and developments through the past years. So to sum up, I think investing in agriculture can be both economically and socially rewarding, but it definitely requires patient and prudent investors. Because in the same past 5 years, some company got huge success, and others, some even lost $2.6 billion in 1 year, and even committed in financial frauds, and even went bankrupt. That's 3 different companies. So, and those are all listed companies we are talking about. So that's quite risky if you look at it some way. So it definitely, so that facts put us in very serious perspective that we are in desperate need of more industry-specific financial services providers, such as auditing and biological assets assessment services, and information disclosure and communication services providers and such. And also, of course, a more welcoming capital market for more investors to go to the agriculture sector.
I was at a different conference recently, Hong Kong FinTech Week, and was talking to Kai-Fu Lee, and he shared with me that my job was at risk. So I'd like to, in summing up, we only have about a few minutes left here. I want to hear from everybody on the floor. Technology changing the workforce demographics. Do you think that technology can replace human-powered success?
No. I think simple answer is it will replace the tedious, repetitive jobs. But I think this will just mean more fulfilling jobs for humans. But what we need to really focus on, and I know time is running out, is reskilling, upskilling of our current workforce by either instilling AI in our education curriculums or through vocational training programs. And I think, fortunately, we've seen this in our region, whereby you've got significant emphasis on vocational training. You've got universities such as KAUST, I think the doctor was one of the panels earlier, developing and actually using AI technologies in their curriculum. So, short answer, I think there's nothing to be worried about. I think positives outweigh the negatives.
Samir.
Well, I would say the reverse. I would say that it will create a better playing level field. It will liberate from the tasks that people, achieve mechanically and learn how to achieve. And it will liberate the energy for more the mind to act and for the humanity to exist. So I think really, it's a liberation that we will live throughout this technological revolution, where the mind and the humanity would dominate compared to the tasks that we used to achieve in the past.
Andrew?
Yeah, in short answer, I think AI will replace a part of human resources success, but we need to redefine human resources success. It will play a different part. And also finance, to quote Robert Shiller's book, Finance and the Good Society, it's a goal architecture science. It's not goal itself. It should serve the proper and righteous goals. So it all comes to humanity ourselves to determine what goals are we pursuing. Yeah.
Toy.
I don't think so. I think technology and AI can replace certain simpler jobs, but human beings just need to be smarter and process more and do more complicated jobs. I think smarter, at least I process more data than my parents at my age, and I think that my children, when they become my age, will be a lot better and smarter. We just need to adapt. But no, I don't think that technology can replace people totally yet.
AI is an inevitable trend, and it's this kind of a technology we have to embrace. And we just try to make it do more good rather than bad.
Thank you very much to my panelists. Thank you, everyone. Up next, we're going to have business leaders and investors from across the world who will answer questions. Will supply chains always lead to Asia? Please welcome to the stage Candy Wong and the next set of panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Hong Kong. This is a panel about supply chain and critical mineral. We originally have 25 minutes, and now my time has been cut, and I got 4 speakers, smart speakers here that they have a lot of good point of view. So I'm not going to say other things too much, but go straight to the discussion. Like, my speakers just want to have some sort of opening remarks, like on why the critical mineral-related supply chain nowadays is it still leading to Asia, or we would just see a different landscape of supply chain in the world going forward. So I just start with Dario. Dario is an industry player that with the insider's perspective. So your question is to just start with something like a background, like a more general landscape of the supply chain. Why are the rare earths and magnet supply chains concentrated in China? You can just explain something to us.
Yes, thank you, Candy. I'll first explain where rare earth magnets are used. Basically, there are 3 main areas. One is in your mobile phone, very small magnets. And then now the growing application is in EVs. Each traction motor that powers the car would have 3 to 4 kilograms of magnets. And then thirdly, the wind turbines would have up to 1.5 tons of magnets in them. So rare earth is in the forefront of the green revolution. And I would like to explain how the supply chain has changed over the past 40 years. I'll do it briefly. In the US versus China. The rare earth supply chain consists of 3 main steps: mining, separation, and magnet production. So in mining, 40 years ago, the biggest rare earth mine in the world is actually in the US. It's called Mountain Pass, California, the biggest single site in the world. China had no dedicated rare earth mine, but China is very lucky to have an iron ore mine that contains 5 to 7% rare earth contents. This is in Baotou, Inner Mongolia. So this is the mining area. I think over the years, the Mountain Pass decided to give up for the Chinese to take over because of cost and also environmental reasons. This is the mining area. Second step is to process the ore into oxides. That's called separation. Separation is a very intensive chemical process. And they used to do it in Mountain Pass. Then they decided that not to do it anymore because the Chinese can do it better. Give the dirty work to the Chinese to do. So when Mountain Pass decided to close the mine, they also stopped the separation process. Now, China has the ore, China has the oxides. The next step is the magnet production. These rare earth magnets were first invented, you wouldn't believe it, by GM, by General Motors, 1982. So the factory was in Anderson, Indiana, not far from Indianapolis. I have been to that factory. They ran the factory until early 2000, and then decided to move that factory to China. Now, and then the Chinese industry developed. Now you have the ore, the oxides, and the magnets, the full chain. This used to belong to the US. The US gave up and gave it to China. Now, 30, 40 years later, suddenly it becomes a critical materials that China is trying to dominate. So by talking about the history, you know that this is what happened.
So thanks for the history. From China concentrated supply chain to diversification discussions nowadays. So I just have my question to Lewis. It's more like from the governmental institution perspective. So how can leaders actually achieve continuity and balance to ensure the resilience of supply chain right now? We're talking about all of these challenges that we have. So what can we do in order to enhance the resilience? Given the backdrop is that we have the political climate volatility. And of course, it's especially related to the renewable energy build-out.
Okay, thank you. Well, pretty much, in order for us to have a robust supply chain, we need to consider that before COVID, there were like 3 main characteristics. The first one was cost of capital of the supply chain. Second one was the quality of the products of the supply chain. And the third one was pretty much the service that supply chain provided. right now what we're seeing and where the governments need to support us is on three more things, is on the adaptability of the supply chain, talking about policy there, sustainability of the supply chain, and finally on the resilience of the supply chain. So what we're seeing right now on those three additional areas that McKinsey calls out for a supply chain is that they need to create a policy around what is happening just in the region and then think about the globalization. As you were saying before, is China move and make a big change on the supply chain. Right now, the supply chain for the world, they purchase 30% out of it from China. Okay? And if we think about the US, which is the largest market, they have $30 trillion market. So just do that math, $30 trillion market with 30% of the supply chain coming from China. So the regulations need to be there, the policy needs to be there, and as well, governments need to support us as well on the diversifying the policy and diversifying the geopolitical risks that we have. So I think that is the main, let's say, agreement that we need to have from them, and understand as well that the government will move a lot slower than the investor. So it is just create a framework, we'll do it, we'll work on it, and then we'll move on for that.
Right. So we talk about China concentrated supply chain, diversification, and now the diversification would just come to some new disruptions, especially since the COVID period. My question would just come to Boris, like what innovations can help balance efficiency with all this kind of new disruptions, especially when sustainability demands that require the rethinking of resource flow suppliers and critical materials reliance.
Thank you. And thank you for the organizers for such an amazing conference. For the context purposes, Open Mineral is effectively building Glencore 2.0, a commodity trading house powered by the digital solutions and data. And in our industry, what is amazing, and I'll refer to your points, in the metal trading, the Chinese smelters are absolutely dominating the world. More than 50% of the global capacity in the metals are located in China because China was ready to produce all the metals around the world. The commodity traders historically have been the pioneers in finding the alternative solutions for the supply chain because the sheer size of the commodities which are being moved, the complexity of the supply chain, and the value always force the resilience in looking for the alternative solutions. What we use is the platform in order to always look for alternative for every supply chain that we do because there is no guarantee that one of them will be working. What is interesting, we've been looking at the study by the Bank of International Settlement, and they have shown that the average supply chain has lengthened recently as there are more counterparties staying between the producer and the ultimate buyer of the raw materials because there is a lack of confidence in the resilience of the supply chains and the diversification that many of the users that are looking for. And the future that we see is Internet of Things, providing the traceability into the flows, giving the confidence in the flow from the producer to the ultimate buyer of the goods around the world. And that helps basically open up to different parts of the evolution of the supply chain. Number one, it provides the mechanism for monitoring the not allowed practices, for example, in the mineral raw extraction, right? And the second is the premiums for the green metals. Today, the metal produced from the hydroelectric power station, electricity, and the coal burning electricity with no capture of CO2 is going to have the same physical parameters and going to have the same price on the market. The real market participants which are ready to pay the premium for the green metals. But in order to do that, you need to have verified supply chain so people are confident that they are paying for the real green materials. And last but not least, the analytics which is going to be driven by IoT is going to be enhanced by the machine learning that is going to draw the predictability and insights into the future. And just to give you a tangible example, we are running the machine learning on the data that we have in order to predict the regional supply-demand balances for the different raw materials.
Thank you. I just come to Jerry. You will give us like a more specific point of view from Saudi in terms of supply chain development, especially in a time that there is uncertainties ahead, that we cannot really kind of predict everything. So with the Vision 2030 and industrialization drive central to that, what is Saudi doing to secure supply chains?
Thank you, Candy. It's a pleasure to be here. Supply chains are a very important topic globally. They're also very relevant to Saudi at this time. So at the time of this dislocation, Saudi is in the midst of an economic diversification drive, which includes a major reindustrialization of the economy. And to give you a sense of the scale of that, just in automotive, from scratch, we're building an automotive manufacturing sector that's targeting 600,000 light vehicle production by 2035. And it needs to be competitive. 2/3 of that production is meant to be for export markets. So we're building, and we're building at scale. We'll consume about 1 billion tons of cement, 150 million tons of structural steel, and 300 million tons of refrigeration, which incidentally is slightly more than the current installed base in California. So we have real demand for everything. And as my colleagues have been saying, and as we've all experienced, supply chains can be unpredictable. So we're taking steps to secure supply chains. I'll give you a few examples. Our food security platform, which is called SALIC, just invested recently. They bought a 35% stake in Minerva, which is a leading global red meat exporter based out of Brazil. In rare earth metals and minerals, we've set up a joint venture between the PIF and Ma'aden, which is the Saudi leading mining company, to secure supplies of strategic minerals and metals that are critical to our industrialization drive. Recently, we entered into a tripartite agreement between PIF, Aramco, and Bao Steel out of China to set up the first integrated steel plate manufacturing complex in the kingdom. This is important not only to help with the building agenda we have, but it's also an important feedstock for some of the industries we're developing. So these are a few examples. We're still at the beginning, in a sense, that I think you can expect to see across different sectors many more steps to secure supply chains, whether that's in the entire construction value chain, healthcare, advanced manufacturing, et cetera.
Right. As you talk about industrialization and sector development, I have a follow-up question to Dario on industry per se. Is that how the global, you talk about the history, you talk about the change. We're actually facing a new landscape, actually, and the new challenges. So how the global auto industry, that Jerry also mentioned about auto industry before, that is adjusting the situation right now and what challenges they're facing?
In terms of rare earths, I'll give you 3 answers, but I'll do it quickly. I see the clock. American re-engagement, Japanese conservatism, and German pragmatism. And I'll explain a little bit. The Americans have restarted Mountain Pass at a very high cost. They are putting separation back in that location. They're building magnet plants in Texas and I think Oklahoma. Now, of course, this is re-engagement. You're starting that industry again. But we think the challenge would be the cost. We estimate that the cost of that production will be about 50% higher than Chinese local production. So that's the American approach. Japanese conservatism. When the rare earth crisis happened in 2010, the Japanese made the decision to actually produce magnets in China. So they moved bigger production sites, brand new factories to Shanghai area and Guangdong area. And now I think a lot of the Japanese production is actually made in China. And they serve the global market from that location, from these locations. At the same time, they closed the factory in North Carolina they closed a magnet factory in Oklahoma as well. So this is Japanese conservatism. In terms of Germany, I was there 2 months ago. I talked to my customers because I haven't seen them since COVID. I said, so what's your view on decoupling? And the answer was, now, we have this market which represents 40% of our revenue. And it represents 80 to 90% of our component purchases. They're talking about China. What plan B do you think we can have? Because any plan B would mean overturning your own business and giving that market to your competitors. So this is German pragmatism. I think for me, the final answer is welcome back to capitalism and the market economy.
So I'd like to direct my question to Louis, actually, because as Dario talks about all that kind of different approaches in the world, US, Germany, Japan, China, whatever, I just wonder whether regional bodies nowadays are familiar with the China products to the USA. Do they familiar with that path and practice? And what is it going forward?
Well, it's happening with the US and China. It is that the US found out that China kind of get the biggest grip of the market, okay? So China has been kind of in many boards of mines. So what they call is, the US used to call it end-to-end. What we learned from China, it is mine-to-end, as Dario was saying, is I have the mine and I'll sell it, okay? So what right now the US is doing is they are placing many duties into the Chinese products. So what is happening right now, and that I was talking about regionalization, is understanding where the duties are coming to, so we can provide the right answer to the mid-sized companies, number one, as well to the consumers, so they can have the product. And this is kind of the balancing act that we need to do between risk management and having the flows moving into the country. What we see, since many of our companies sell into the US, what we see is that if we continue purchasing from Asia, yes, we will. That won't change. What we need to understand is how much value add we can do in order to get around or avoid the duties that are placing, so we don't have the consumer paying for it. So what will happen is that the US will go into Mexico in 2026 to renegotiate the USMCA. The USMCA represents 22% of the global GDP of the world. Okay, that is a big market that we need to attend. However, China and India, they have like the 20% of the GDP. So that is why the risk management and that balancing act needs to occur. At the end of the day, what we need to have is the regulation managed by the bodies of the government as well as the private sector.
We heard about the pragmatism from Dario and from Louis already on supply chain, that China still plays a very important role in the entire supply chain development. I just want to have a follow-up question on Jerry then. So what have you done to engage Asian business? You talked about the Vision 2030, you talk about industrialization, you talk about how Saudi work with the other Chinese companies. Can we have more examples to make it more concrete?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So Vision 2030, which is our roadmap, is a great national project, but it requires global resource, global capacity, and global capability to deliver. So engaging the global business community is really a core part of what we're doing. Part of what we do is we explain what's happening. So in the short term, we need builders, we need leaders, and we need partners. We need builders to help us build out all the infrastructure and all the built environment that's required to diversify into the sectors that we're targeting. We need leaders who have competitive technology and capabilities to partner in the industries in which we're building to make sure that we're competitive and future-proof. And then we need partners, like-minded institutions and organizations to help us secure the supply chains that we need to make sure that we can deliver on time. And that's very much what I would think of as the short term. But if you look a bit forward, I think we will pivot from how do you help us to how can we help you. So we're we're very much committed as a country to becoming a global green energy supplier. We're investing in logistics to connect north to south and east to west. And we're friendly people. We're friends with everyone. And so we will become a node in the global manufacturing landscape. And so our message really to industry is, come help us today. And in doing so, benefit tomorrow.
I have my last question to actually Boris, but this question is like a more general question. So after you basically the other speakers, if you want to jump in, then you just give your thoughts to our audience because we have a few minutes left. So my question is I just want to have a more general kind of closure for this panel. It's like, is the world deglobalizing right now, and how would it affect supply chain? So I just start with Boris, and then all three of you just jump in later on.
I think, as everyone else on the panel have said, the world is not deglobalizing, it's reglobalizing. So the supply chains are adapting to the realities, and the people who are able to adapt to the realities, expand the new relationships, will have the outsized returns due to that. I think one element that I wanted to quickly mention up, what is necessary in order for the supply chains to get to the next level is the trade finance. We see the trade finance available for the global trade, at least in the commodity space, has been decreasing because of the complexity of the supply chain and the compliance which is necessary to do, right? And so we need more of the trade finance solution. For example, one thing that we have done recently is we have done the joint venture with Trade Flow on the critical mineral finance fund, in order to be able to use the technology to trace the supply chain and to mitigate the risk, and that allows us to lower the interest rate charged.
Okay, pretty much what I see is that supply chains are kind of like the circulatory system of the body, right? So the circulatory system of the economy. So based on that perspective, what we need to do is anticipate what is going to happen, as well prevent what already happened, okay? So we need to see into the future, but we need to learn from the past. In the middle right now, what is happening is we need to change a few practices, maybe the procurement practices that we have, how we purchase, how we manage warehousing, and how we manage logistics, because we think we know it, but with this reshaping of the processes, how everybody moves, I think we need to just engage differently into that perspective. Right.
I think I have to say there is enough rare earth in the world. There's also enough cobalt in the world. My concerns are actually more on copper and nickel. So these are the big ticket items, not the so-called the minor materials. And China is also worried about not having enough copper and nickel, and that's why China is working together with the world to secure that.
And Jerry?
Thank you. So from my perspective, disruptions in supply chains are inflationary in the sense that they cause duplication of capacity across the supply chains. They cause people to hedge to protect themselves. And our approach, the way we think about it is, we should be partnering our way through this wherever possible, right? Finding people, finding relationships that help us hedge in a way where we're not necessarily creating overcapacity where we don't need it. So again, we're open for business and have already started a few discussions in the green room, which I look forward to continuing.
Thank you so much, all. That's it for the panel. It's time's up, and thank you so much for your point of view. I just pass the stage to the next panel. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jerry.
And thank you, Candy, so much. Thank you all. Looking at supply chain, they're absolutely vital. So important in terms of how we run business and how we run economics. Now, we still have lots coming for you this afternoon. So maybe if you can move in to the center a little bit, because while we're on our panel here, it's nice to feel a little more connected. And then if the people on the side can maybe move in and we can get a good connectivity going, and then more people will come because they'll see empty seats on the sides, whatever it is. But so much more for the afternoon, and our next panel is going to be looking at how can urban tech rebuild societies. Let me get them on the stage here. From Rocket Capital, we have the co-founder and managing partner, Bing Yuan. Bing is with us. Come on, it is the afternoon. Let's welcome him here. Just because it's not 9 in the morning, let's get them all in here. Thierry Vuzlars is here, the CEO of Thales from China. Thank you so much, Thierry. Majid Mufti, the CEO of NEOM Investment Fund, and David Grover is with us, the Group CEO of Russian Real Estate. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. Lovely to have you here. And again, we have, an action-packed half hour, so we have lots to talk about. And again, we'll have lots of people to talk to any minute now, I can promise you. David, let me kick off with you, if I may. And when we look at, technology-based urban planning for the most part here, decisions have to take into account people's well-being. And again, if you were to look at what's the most important in urban planning and development and that, and just you'll tell us throughout the course of the conversation what you're doing in Saudi Arabia with Roshan as well.
Okay.
But what's essential? What is so important? Tell me.
All right, well, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. You probably picked up the fact I work as an expat, I work in Saudi. Saudi is my home. We've heard a lot about Saudi in the past day and a half in relation to the significance of that market and the impact on the world at the moment. So I'm privileged to be the group CEO of one of the biggest real estate companies in the kingdom. We're funded by the Public Investment Fund, but we're also a private real estate organization. We are building on a scale which is almost impossible to imagine. And I struggle sometimes, even being in the business, to imagine the scale of what we're doing. I'll give you some stats. So we're developing 400,000 homes at the moment. We're developing tens of millions of square meters of, not square feet, square meters of commercial space, retail space. I've got 1,000 schools to develop in the next 7 years, 1,000 mosques. We're involved in airports, urban regeneration, power, highways, sewage treatment, the lot. So I think, that's a big ambition. And in many ways, and I'm going to, in many ways, just bring it back to the basics. Building things is not the difficult part. I think the real challenge that we have is a kingdom which is going through fundamental change at the moment. Is about how you actually create a place where people want to live. This is about humanizing real estate. Now, real estate becomes an enabler for that. But I think actually, fundamentally, we all live in different parts of the world, and we call our home our community. We know our neighbors, and we maybe play sports and socialize, children go to school. That becomes really, really important. And we've got to create all that, because the transformation that Saudi is going through at the moment, it doesn't really have that infrastructure. It doesn't have that permeability in the way that other cities have. And just walking around Hong Kong, and I've not been back here since when I used to fly into Kai Tak. It's that long ago when I was here last time. So, but the quality of the infrastructure and public realm is really strong. So that's one of the challenges that I think we've got to do.
And we'll talk a lot more about that. But it's lovely to hear real estate people say they're putting people at the heart of this. We really like it, because most of the time it's like, let's build those buildings and get that money in. So we're pleased. We're gonna keep you sweet. Majid, talk to me. When we look at NEOM in terms of look at the futuristic city that's being built, it's still going to be community-led. It'll be all about connectivity, mobility, sustainability. Do we really need to be looking at all of these things together? Or maybe like in the past, we just looked at them separately. Perhaps that's what was wrong. Talk to me about, the big investment that NEOM is and the investment fund that, you have for NEOM.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ed, and wonderful to be here, part of the FII event. Thanks for having us. I think one of the key things that we need to think about is, why is NEOM so relevant? Why is it so important? And that is because of the issues that we are facing with existing urban sprawls of cities. There's huge congestion, huge traffic that discourages people from coming into work even, and we see that already. And to sort and try to solve these problems, the best thing to do is really to think, what would we have done differently if we had a blank canvas? Right. And that comes into integrating transportation as part of the urban development and part of public transportation. And so the NEOM Investment Fund is essentially the investment arm of NEOM. And we were launched recently. In fact, we were launched at FII in Riyadh on October 24th, is when we announced the NEOM Investment Fund. And what it does is it invests into technologies that have strategic importance into any of the 10 or 14 socioeconomic sectors of NEOM. We also look to bring partnerships together in joint ventures. We're also looking at infrastructure plays. But all of these together, as they come in, are part of what the NIF does in terms of bringing in partners, collaborators, and our discussion today, I think, is really about the urban development and how we do that.
Exactly, and again, NEOM is a city that's working now, but again, working for the future, which I think is so exciting. Thierry, when we look at the growth of cities, clearly it needs innovation, that will help really transform societies and people who live there, because that's really what it's about. But again, transport and mobility services, where, the work that you're doing in Thales, and that connectivity, so important. How do you build it for ease, efficiency, and actually practicality?
Yes, so thank you first for welcoming Thales here. I would say, of course, mobility is a huge stake for the cities, and particularly in Asia. And to move to green mobility is absolutely a must. So whether it is new energy vehicle, but also autonomous vehicles, and autonomy are definitely a good way to move to a greener transportation. When we are looking at whether it's a new energy electric vehicle or autonomous vehicle, we are dealing with connectivity, we are dealing with data exchange, whether this data coming from the traffic, the weather, the whichever events, or the position itself. Many data have to be collected and processed inside the vehicles. And then, of course, come the famous artificial intelligence we've been talking about since the beginning of this day. But artificial intelligence, when we are dealing with traffic, is somehow dealing with a high safety critical topic. And this is where Thales, we have been working on now for a few years, as Thales is a very known player in the aviation field, and so we used to work in a very highly regulated environment in terms of safety. And how can we cope artificial intelligence with safety? We have developed a very absolutely true approach, which is true meaning understandable approach and transparent approach for artificial intelligence, which means that you cannot, I just give an example, when you are working with your smartphone and an app which is simply estimating the number of feet you have done in the day and giving you some advice, if this artificial intelligence goes wrong, it's not a big concern. Now, if you are on board an aircraft, and if artificial intelligence say that you need to go 30 degrees right, and actually it was the reverse that should have been done, then it becomes very critical. So the true AI that we are developing has to be explainable and has to be certifiable. And this is really where we want to go. By the way, it's already implemented in some of our products, not only on board aircraft, not only on board, we have solutions that we are proposing also on eVTOLs, but also on ground to operate the flights. And here I mentioned a new concept of a systemic approach between what's going on in the onboard and in the flight management system, and what's going on in the air traffic management, which is managed from the ground. So air to ground and ground to air, we can also implement artificial intelligence inside, so as to really optimize the trajectories and give here again some very positive effect in terms of carbon reduction.
Yeah. And all of that has to be seamless, it has to be making sure everybody is connected. Let me just bring Bing in first, and we'll go into detail on some of these. Society is changing a lot, and our demands are changing, I think. And in a way, I think we've just chugged along for the last couple of years, centuries perhaps. But, is urban planning, is it adopting and adapting fast enough to keep up with what we really need? Some examples, yes, but globally, what do you think?
I think clearly not enough. I think for new urban planning, we need to think about energy transition. We need to think about smart mobility. We need to think about sustainability. I think NEOM's doing a great job trying to bring all these visions into reality. I think when we talk about energy transition, we can no longer rely on fossil fuel for the big cities. We need to think about from power generation to transmission to storage to application. I think these need to be based on alternative energy, especially solar. On smart mobility, I think we should reduce private car ownership. We should have future cities run on public transportation, running on autonomous vehicles and on shared platforms. Of course, all these vehicles should be all electric. And sometimes they will fly as well. And thirdly, on sustainability, I think we need to talk about both sustainability in terms of environment as well as in terms of social inclusion. So I think future cities should be a place that is green and that's sustainable from an environment point of view, and also it's a place where people from all different backgrounds or social status can be all included. So not just for the rich and the haves. I think for people from working classes, they should be able to afford decent housing, decent healthcare, and decent education.
Majid, come in on this, just on the mobility, I suppose the integration of different types of transportation, and again with the focus on sustainability, and even maybe not flying cars, but flying vehicles, let's say.
Well, in fact, we have invested yes, we've invested into Volocopter, which is a eVTOL company out of Germany. Part of that relationship isn't just the investment, but also setting up a joint venture in NEOM for setting up a public transportation system. Now, we've made a number of other investments. In China, we've made an investment into Pony AI, which is autonomous vehicles. We've done investments into a company called Boom, which is trying to bring back the Concorde, if you will. Zero Avia is working on the engine for aircraft to try to use green hydrogen. Regent is another investment, which is an electric sea glider. So all of these investments, and since our launch, is quite a number of activities that we've done. But the idea is to integrate all of these opportunities of multimodal mobilities into one seamless experience that is sustainable, that is integrated, that can accurately bring a person from one part of NEOM into the other. We have 463 kilometers of coastlines, an archipelago of different islands. And the idea is really to bring that multimodal mobility experience to people that can take them in the future way with one super app that can be as easy as what we do today.
It is, and keeping that connectivity there. And I think, again, building that great choice into it. David, talk to me just a little bit. Bing mentioned there, kind of putting the human element in. So the building part is probably the easy part. Then you've got to bring humans into all of this and build communities. That's where it gets a little bit difficult. So there's a lot of issues sometimes around that, and even with the FII priority report, when we looked at that, we come down, people are concerned about health, they're concerned about isolation. There's a lot of interesting areas that you also take into account when you're doing your planning. Even if we get a little bit lonely, maybe.
Yeah, look, I mentioned it earlier, what is a community? It's where people want to be, and Hong Kong's gone through the downside in terms of COVID, certainly in terms of how humans can become incredibly insular. So I think we've got some really interesting dynamics, and what Majid's doing in NEOM and what I'm doing in Roshan actually put Saudi in the forefront of actually looking around the world, I think, and taking lessons in from other cities, other journeys that people have gone through, and said, okay, fresh start in many ways. What can we do here to actually make this unique and actually an incredibly attractive place to live? So you've got to find the balance of the ability to get to work easily. Traffic can be a problem if your infrastructure isn't great. So you've got to think about that. You've got to think about where kids go to school, how they integrate in sport. Saudi as a country has been very conservative for a generation now, really, and with a very youthful population wanting to be out and about, socializing in a way that perhaps their parents didn't do. There's this real drive and enthusiasm, and unless we get the real estate right, it will never support that ambition. And the ambition coming from the top is super clear in terms of what is aspired within Saudi. And then I think we have a big obligation to get this right on behalf of the country, because real estate is an industry that takes so long to create. In other words, you've got to design something, you've got to procure it, you've got to build it. It takes years, even if you're super quick. And often the risk of that is that what you finally, when you open the doors, it actually doesn't suit the market anymore. The market's moved on. So we're trying to think about new technology. We're trying to think about new ways that people might want to work. I think the final point, so I don't hog the limelight, is that I see a really interesting dynamic. So if you look at established cities and you talk about office space, and people, my generation, have spent their careers going to an office every day, commuting in different cities, wherever you are in the world, and that's become part of the DNA. Yeah. And then the younger generation are looking much more about remote working. Now, that works in some ways, but I also, for my kids' age group, which are now in their 30s, but younger kids, so 20 to 30, that there's a real need to interact with humans. And this isolation is something. So you can kind of think, okay, work from home, not a problem. But in reality, people need to interact with other people. In many ways, it's the older generation, my generation, who can actually work effectively remotely, more effectively, because we have some experience to fall back on. But if you're in the beginning of your career, you need human interaction. So how real estate helps human interaction becomes a key, I think.
And Majid, even you have sort of a theory on this too, in terms of just the connectivity that will actually play out in terms of how we travel and how we move. And again, not feeling so isolated sitting on your metro or whatever. Again, it's all about really making that connectivity work for people.
I think that's a very important point, Edna. And I think, Annie, when we take a look at the macro trends, you have a upcoming generation that is glued to their screens. And so what that does, it reduces the human interaction.
It's almost a different type of isolation.
It's a different type of isolation. I mean, there's socially interaction on the screens, but that doesn't really satisfy the human needs in some ways. At the same time, they're also looking to reduce their level of ownership. Nobody wants to own cars anymore as they used to. And we're actually trying to encourage public transportation. So when we put all that together, we see today people in the tube, in the underground, on the subways, and nobody wants to interact with anybody. Everybody's glued to their phones. But how can we make transportation actually a place where people are connecting together? And you can think about it. And so we're investing into these features also that anybody who's got like-minded individuals in the same carriage, for example, or, you went to school with my brother. You can find that out immediately, and it prompts you to, whether you're interested, to engage with that person or not. So you're trying to encourage people to
Maybe you'll be putting it on the metro off mode,
You
like
could.
the airplane off mode going, I just want to sit here and be quiet. Huh? And now Majid is in the other carriage, and I have to go talk to him. No, but I see what you're saying. It's the possibility of just...
I think people just need a little bit of a nudge to kind of get together. But I think that really brings up the issue that was brought up today on the statistic that, isolation, 38% of the stats identify isolation being a major problem in the world. And, we're not just trying to solve for mobility piece, but really it is the interconnectivity that happens at the human level in addition to transportation. Today, people want to stay home and work from home. They want their food delivered. They're discouraged to go and want to stay in traffic. That paradigm shift needs to change. We need to bring back the human factor as part of the urban development and part of transportation.
And I think that's really good that you see that at the very forefront of what you're doing. Thierry, when we look at the digital tools that are out there really to enhance connectivity, secured connectivity is essential. This is all fine, but if I don't want to talk to Majid in my metro, I'm sure I would. I'd be like, have to go. But please, it has to be safe. You talk about, safety and security. And again, how important is that? And who guarantees that safety of all of this connectivity? Private companies or the government? Whose job is it?
Well, I think first maybe I would like to emphasize the importance of this cyber security and the number of connections that have been mentioned all along the day, the number of data we're exchanging. I think it's important that people really can trust what they are doing every day and seamlessly, of course, because if they want to enjoy all the services that are proposed by the digital transformation, at the opposite, we could consider that all these services increase the vulnerability of the population against any kind of threats or cyber threats. So really, the importance, and for us and for Thales, since the beginning of the digital transformation is really to invest in cyber protection of any data, transactions, networks, servers, but also to anticipate, to detect the events that could occur, and in that case, to embark also some artificial intelligence to proper anticipate and detect what could happen in terms of cyber threat. And we have today a coverage of all the planet, 24/7, to really overview what's going on the network. So yes, the question you raise is about now how to regulate that. So of course there are already some regulation. I mentioned the safety critical systems, of course, are under very particular specific regulations, but governments and let's say whichever is security critical within governments or agencies are also regulated. But not everything is regulated, and I think the enterprise has also, and the private companies has also to anticipate and to embed in their own conception cyber, what we call the cyber design inside the product that we are delivering. That's what we are doing, and also to anticipate the future, because most of the time the regulations comes after the innovation, and that's the problem. So we are innovators as a private company, so we need also to anticipate the threats created by this innovation. And for example, we are already working within Thales on the cyber threats which would come from quantum computers.
Bing, when you look at connectivity, you know, in motor vehicles and that, perhaps you can pick up on that. But another area, and you just mentioned it, affordability. You know, you look around the world and you look at EV penetration, it's not huge by any means, and probably in the Western world it's probably still very expensive. Certainly in China, I think we're coming up with reasonably priced cars that people will want. But, you know, it really has to be something that rises across the world almost at the same time. Again, how do you build affordability into that, and how important is it?
No, I think it's very, very important. I think the development EV in China has increased affordability of cars in China dramatically. Even to the extent I think the Europeans are really scared. So they are starting an anti-dumping investigation of China EV cars into Europe. But the reality is because Chinese can make them so cheaply. So they are not selling below cost. They are selling above cost. Oh. You know, Chinese EVs are making much better margins in Europe compared to domestic China. So this is the reality. So I think the fact that China has the most developed value chain, we have the most skilled labor force, I think that's because made EVs more affordable, not only in China, but also globally.
David, let me come back to this concept of affordability, and our session is called Rebuilding Societies, you know, and what urban tech can do on that. But, you know, when we think of a lot of the new plans that are in place, they often come with a big price tag. So as a developer, particularly in Saudi, with some, you know, very new and very wonderful looking projects in the works, I've seen them. How can you fit in, I suppose, all members of society, or as many as you can within that? Do you think about that?
We do actively think about that. So we are an open market price real estate developer. We have to make a margin to pay back our investor behind us, and also help with our credit lines as well. So that's important. But the scale of what we're doing enables us the luxury. It shouldn't really be a luxury, but enables us the ability to help provide more affordable homes. And when you talk about a community should be made up of different income lines, different affordability challenges, and you don't want to create ghettos of low-cost homes, equally ghettos of luxury homes as well.
I like that, ghettos of luxury homes, God forbid.
You want some blend. And I think it's really important that what we're trying to do is create high-quality public realm, first and foremost, because public realm creates the space, creates the environment you want to be in. And whether you're in a small apartment or a big villa, why shouldn't you have the benefit of the same high-quality public realm? So we're able to do that because we do that because we're doing such a big scale of activity. It gives us the ability to create some headroom, if you like, where we can give discounts to those who are more needy. And what do I mean by that? So we have the ability, people on lower incomes, proven lower incomes, and also either disabilities or other needy causes which we have identified.
And the
with
UK
our
and
funding
places
fund.
have done
And
things like that,
we'll give these guys,
nurses, teachers.
yes, exactly, and we'll give these guys discounts in terms of buying into the property. Now there is a caveat, life is caveat driven, so the caveat is you can't sell it quickly because otherwise people will profiteer from that. So we're doing it for all the right social reasons, and we can do that, but still maintain a profitable organisation. So this becomes really key. You see it around the world in London. I don't know what happened in Hong Kong. So you have shared ownership, you have discounted product. This is just a different way of doing it. Whether Saudi's ready for a shared ownership structure is something we're debating at the moment. In terms of people like having 100% control of the land title rather than part of it. So let's see.
But I do think you'll find, and Majid will of course, support this. The Saudi mind is very open these days.
It is,
looking at different areas, different ways of living.
For both of us, in terms of what we're doing, you have a leadership which will enable legislation to change to help us, and that's quite unique on the planet, I think, really.
Majid, come back to, because a lot of your investment, to where it's focused in terms of really moving this. The link, I suppose, between mobility and, the wider society. And the fact you look at Saudi, you look at the big cities in Saudi right now. Traffic's still a little problem in Riyadh, let's say. But again, how do we really look at that and really address it, with the human at the very heart of it?
There's a number of cities around the world where you have major congestion. The traditional way that we've seen municipalities and cities try to work with it is increase congestion tax. Philippines, Manila, not too far away from here, certain license plates can only come in during certain times of the week.
Even London, only certain cars.
Even London, exactly.
People buy too.
Yes, it
So it becomes expensive, it becomes prohibitive. Some of these solutions are not there, but these are legislative type of solutions that come in. When we think of tech and how tech can come into that, a lot of the congestion, for example, I'll speak about Riyadh, is about delivery, so supply chain. Mm-hmm. How can drones really be equipped in a way that can have and take a heavier payload and make those deliveries, for example, reducing the congestion on the ground? How can, when we sit, and I've seen this in traffic, you sit stuck in traffic, but if you elevate your eyes and you say, there's so much room up there for us to move on a different plane that's not being utilized. If we were to put a lot of the effort and investments, a country like China, for example, saying this is a solution that we need, this is a problem that we need to solve, and it is imperative that we do it, then you'll see a lot of funding, a lot of regulations, certifications moving faster, investments going into that can really solve some of these problems for existing cities. Now, hopefully that's not the case for NEOM, because at the outset we're trying to sort out this problem.
And that's what's exciting, having that sort of blank sheet, which NEOM is.
Precisely.
Because when you think about that, I think the work that's going on there, and it will work, there might be a few hiccups along the way, but there will be a great project at the end.
That is the promise.
The lessons learned to the rest of the world will be fabulous.
NEOM's meant to be a living lab. We're willing to take those types of risks.
Yeah.
And with those risks, if we're able to prove that out, that could be a demonstration for other places to sprawl.
No, and that I think is so exciting. Thierry, again, everything comes down to building sustainability into everything we do, transformation in terms of mobility, autonomous solutions, transforming greener. But is everything right now being focused with sustainability at the heart of it, do you think? Or should it be? What's at the heart of everything you're doing? It should be, yeah.
It should be for sure, yes.
Maybe not everywhere.
But I think there is still a lot to do in that area, for sure. And so, as Thales, we are dealing on mainly the topic I mentioned, make sure that the human remains at the center of this stake, and that safety and security are properly addressed, so that we can really build up a future which is sustainable. But to be sustainable, it means that we can trust into the solutions that we are implementing.
Bing, let's come back to the community discussion too, and of course mobility based into that. I mean, you know, Rocket's a private equity firm really investing in EVs and that too. But, you know, we see different projects here happening in Saudi Arabia, very different projects possibly happening in China. And culturally, you know, do we live in wider communities, in taller communities? What works? Do we really have to think differently in different cities, in different countries, and bring it all together?
Yeah, I think clearly different cities have different characteristics, different history, and different culture. So we need to think differently. I think in China, in Hong Kong, you know, the population here is very large. Space are quite limited. So we're used to living in big compounds with high rises. But with that, as David pointed out, I think we need to have common areas for all people. Right? You know, whether it's playgrounds for kids, you know, clubhouses for adults, and schools and nurseries. So this is how we bring people together. So people have this sense of community. So you're just not total strangers. So when you know, take your kids to the playground, you run into other parents, you commute to work, you might see your people, your fellows from your same building. I think this is how we build communities. In China, there's an old saying that says, a far away relative is not as helpful as a nearby neighbor. So that's very, very true. So I think that's the spirit in the Chinese culture. I think that's probably something we can bring to other regions as well.
And probably we have to bring that back, because sometimes I think it's disappeared a little bit. We're going to have to wrap this up. Stay with you for a moment. And if there's one, I suppose, call to action or something we can do right now to make sure that we're all headed to you know, the goal at the end, which will be, you know, more community living, better sustainability, and just more functional mobility for everybody. What would your call to action be?
I think clearly climate. I think that's one of our FII priorities. I think we only live on one Earth. Although Elon Musk is trying to immigrate us to the Mars, I'm not sure how many people want to go.
Maybe he should go.
So climate challenges, you know, we face as a global citizen. I think that's clearly something we should address today.
Thierry, again, you know, that sort of call for action that needs to be done that business and government and everybody can do.
Yeah. So I would say let's make sure that the human remain at the center of this transformation, and make sure that we are building a trustable and trustworthy future with addressing properly, of course, the green and sustainability transformation, but at the same time, proper security and safety for the population.
Majid, we look at the NEOM Investment Fund. What are you going to be looking for out there, you know, and what do you need to, what do we all need to bring together when we bring to the very heart of the work that we're doing with you and everybody else?
I think one thing, Richard this morning, Atyas mentioned it, which he said, one of the things that he's going to be unforgiving about is collaboration. And collaboration through the investor community, the startup community, the government on certifications. That all really needs to come together if we're really going to be able to deliver on a much easier transportation environment within existing cities.
You're so right, and I think for once, you know, that concept of urban planning, it's probably been connected, you know, but well, not necessarily. I think, you know, we look back in maybe Western Europe days where you had to go to this department, and get things stamped here and there. It's that connectivity that needs to really happen, and digitally, you know, and technology can enable that. David, I'm leaving you with the last word, which is always the great one that inspires everybody here to get up and take action.
I think for me, so imagine I live in a country which has got amazing leadership, real clarity of thought. The ambition is amazing in terms of you know, that transformation journey that's being looked at. I think the biggest challenge that certainly that we have living in the country, and is coming rapidly around the corner, is our supply chain. Because you can have amazing ideas, amazing vision, but if you cannot find the right people from around the globe to help you, be it people skills, products, tech, knowledge, construction materials, whatever it may be, you're going to slow down. And I think that's the biggest fear we have in the country. So we're working, we as a business, for example, actively invest in the supply chain. So therefore, we're helping create products, doing joint ventures. The partnerships, the collaboration becomes really important because we can have great ideas sitting in our office about how to deliver projects, but you need someone who's going to physically manufacture something for you. So doing that, we're collaborating with Chinese companies. We've just placed a big construction order with a major Chinese construction partner, $2 billion, US dollars, not Hong Kong dollars. That's a massive contract. Then we're looking to bring in expertise and skills into the country to help Saudi achieve their vision.
And while we were talking about what we're all going to do for people and put them at the center of this, we didn't really talk about the people who are going to carry all this out. But we know we're in the right hands when we have all of you doing what you do well. So keep up the good work. So again, Bing, Thierry, Majid, and David, thank you all so much. And thank you for putting it in perspective for us. Please. Again, what a great conversation there, and thank you. And again, it really is, it comes down to it, keeping technology moving at a great pace, but actually making sure that we keep humans at the very center of everything we do. And we are beginning to hear that, I think, through every discussion. And we're beginning to hear it in terms if we're building real estate, if we're building, new digital connectivity, it doesn't really matter. But if the people on board, while we have the best tech in the world, I think it also comes back to making sure that we have the best talent in the world that runs that together again. So much going on, and I think we really need to be doing that. So rebuilding societies is not just about rebuilding places where people will live. It's also about rebuilding communities, rebuilding mobility, rebuilding sustainability, and again, making sure, I think, that they're all connected, all joined up, and that they work seamlessly together. All of that, I think, absolutely key for what we're doing. Now, we have so much coming up in the rest of the day, and of course, tomorrow we have a full great day for us. We're going to be looking at future-proofing finance. We're going to be looking at, we have a big interview with Horizons Ventures, and AI, how they can build the near future. So much going on, but right now, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues for the next panel, and I'll pass it on to you right now. Thank you so much. Mark. Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well, good afternoon once again. It's good to see so many people here for these afternoon sessions. Look, this afternoon and this morning we've talked a lot about technological change, global uncertainty, and I think everyone here will agree that the finance, banking, and private equity sectors are not immune from any of that. So this afternoon, we're going to try to answer this key question: how to future-proof the finance, banking, and private equity matrix, and what can leaders do to help maintain the growth, but also stay relevant and forward-thinking. We have two great panelists. We enjoyed some conversation ahead of time. First, let me introduce Alan Chen. He is the General Manager and Head of Strategic Development at Fosun International. And our other colleague, Dr. Guang Yang, Vice Chairman of the CTH Group and Atlas Technology. Thank you to you both. I think we're going to have a real interesting conversation. Alan, I'm going to start with you. When we talk about the future and future-proofing, obviously, there are some great tools. There is great data. There is great analytics. There is great technology. We have AI. We have blockchain. There are all of these new advances. With all of that on the table, I'm still wondering, how much of a role does basic common sense, basic just gut instinct play in future-proofing these financial sectors?
Thanks, Mark. This is a great question. I've been in the private equity investment career for over 20 years. So I would say basic instinct, people judgment will never be faded out, will always be a very important factor in terms of decision making when you come to investment. But I think AI does provide a very, very powerful tool. For example, 10 years ago, if I want to look into healthcare industry, my analyst will probably take overnight or a day to come back with a summary of the technology, latest development. But with the help of AI, for example, ChatGPT, an in-depth analysis or research report can be generated in 10 minutes' time. So that certainly shortened the time you spend in terms of understanding the sector and industry, which is extremely helpful. So I always hold the view that common sense has become common sense because of the availability of the data. And AI certainly contributes a lot of that.
And this is a competitive global environment. So these issues of time and analysis do matter. It's not an option to wait a day or two.
Exactly.
These are decisions that have to be made in just hours.
Yes, exactly. So that helps very much. And I think the other development we see is private equity has always been an illiquid asset class, which is different from the stocks traded on an exchange. But now we start to see more and more tokenized assets, which definitely helps to improve the liquidity of the private equity asset class, which is a fantastic improvement or progress we've seen so far.
Sure. Dr. Young, both you and Alan have very traditional beginnings in the finance sector. Yet, right now, you could argue we are seeing a bit of a revolution. I'm wondering, from your experience in the past and now in the present and future, are we seeing as monumental of a shift as it seems?
Yes, absolutely. I think AI and blockchain are two most powerful tools right now. That's going to disrupt everything, right? Like you mentioned, I come from traditional finance, traditional asset management business. I used to run a big asset manager listed on NYSE. But going forward, I think if you look one by one, all the financial institutions, their current business model will be disrupted. Let's start with banking, right? Like commercial banking. Their main function right now is just handle payments. But their payments process is so costly that basically leads to the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, right? Because compared to blockchain, it's very cheap to move money around. So we really see the tokens, the coins, stable coins, is going to completely change the commercial banking industry as a result. We just launched our own stable coin. It's called the World USD. And tomorrow my partner will talk about more on the coin. But we can go down the list, like a traditional asset manager will be disrupted. Even stock exchange probably will be disrupted. You can see one day there will be just one marketplace for everyone. You can trade 24/7. So you don't have to worry about liquidity in regional markets.
When you are talking to different clients, different banks, different financial institutions, what is the one question or questions that they ask you? Where is their concern about the emergence of this technology in future decision making?
Yeah, of course, like many panelists were mentioning about this before, the ethics, the security breach, identity thefts, right? Especially if the decision is made by AI versus human. But that's where I think the blockchain can really help, right? If AI can sound like you, talk like you, write like you, look like you, your digital identity becomes most critical part of the whole thing. And that's what blockchain can offer you, that solution.
Right. We were talking, there is still a human aspect to this, a human factor, I think you were alluding to. So we need to have a skilled workforce that is able to implement and develop. Do you feel that that framework, that base work is in place, or is this something that the business community needs to get together and make sure that educational institutions are able to support?
Yeah, I'll start. I think that definitely makes sense. It is progressing at the moment. And I think in the future, if I look at junior talent to enter into this industry, I think a good judgment, always remain curious about the new knowledge, new sectors are always important, as before. But I think on top of that, the skill set in terms of using the AI as a tool to improve the efficiency is very, very, very important. For example, if two candidates in front of me, they have the similar, judgment capability, but one is versed in ChatGPT, generative AI, or even can program to serve the specific task. I will have no doubt to hand over my offer letter to him first, or her. So that also requires the educational institutions to adapt to this and to provide more professional talents with skill set both in their judgment as financial skills, as well as the AI and AI skill set. So that's very, very important to us.
Dr. Yang, you talked about the stable coin and some of the tools that you have been advocating and helping to develop. There's been a lot of discussion this morning and this afternoon about emerging markets and developing nations. So that leads me to a question about accessibility. All of this technology, we know it's beneficial and we know it's the future, but it's only beneficial if it has broad accessibility. So how do you make it more tangible to parts of the world that have economic ambitions but just may not be able to access these different instruments?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think blockchain can offer that solution. And traditionally, some folks in emerging markets may not have access to traditional bank service, but everybody now can have their digital wallet, and they can move money around and buy coins and pay whoever they need to pay at a very cheap price. Almost costs nothing. So I think the technology will bring down the barrier and allow people in the emerging markets to have the same access that people enjoy in the developed market.
I would also like to add on that point. I totally agree with Dr. Yang that if you look at the technology impact on traditional banking services, it does improve the accessibility to the poor and in the rural. If you look at the data between 2011 to 2021, in the 10 years, the banking account owner has grown by 50%. Most of them are in the mobile banking area. Having said that, we still have about 1.9 billion people in the world who doesn't have access to any payment system. So I think AI and technology in broader sense does improve the accessibility to the people. But also having said that, I think we still have the young, the older, who may not be a skilled user of smartphones. So I think AI still needs to improve and becoming more and more easy for people to have access. For example, instead of typing your instructions, maybe you can do it in voice. That will make a lot of people's life easier. So I think that will probably be the next step to disrupt the traditional financial sector.
Well, we talk about disruption, and that kind of leads me to my next question. What's not being done that needs to be the priority, let's say 5 years ahead and even a decade ahead?
Good question. I think we're still far behind in terms of adopting the AI technology in the traditional financial services sector. And what we fall more behind is probably the regulatory side. Such as how the KYC rules will adapt to the new norm, how to regulate the transactions, and how to prevent from the financial risks where you see a pretty mature system is already in place for the traditional transaction manner, but not in AI yet. So I think on that side, regulators need to do more.
Yeah, let me just add that. I think we are still way behind in terms of how much computation power we need going forward, which leads to how much power we need, right? People talking about blockchain consumes a lot of power, but AI is going to consume probably more. So therefore, we as a society are still very much behind in terms of building enough data centers, building enough power generation capacities, especially the renewable energies. In that space, we really look at the solar, wind, plus battery, right? So therefore, people are now really fully understand how much lithium we need going forward. So to make that whole thing work, there are a lot of work need to be done.
Right, we have all of this innovation, but then there's also this question about, as you rightly said, about regulation. I guess what I'm wondering is how do you regulate these, I mean, they're almost nebulous concepts, because what may be acceptable in Asia may not necessarily be acceptable in North America. I mean, if we look to Europe, for example, the tech regulations there are much more stringent than other parts of the world. So how do you establish a regulatory framework with so much development so quickly? Is that possible?
I don't think so. I think it would be really hard. Actually, recently I participated in an AI/regulatory panel in Silicon Valley, and Congressman Ted Lieu was the first one introduced the AI bill, and he is the only Stanford-educated computer scientist in Congress. There are only like 4 of them has a CS degree. So I asked him, how can 4 of you write something to regulate millions of entrepreneurs, AI scientists? There is no way. So I think the only thing the regulator can do is probably education, right? Like make sure you label this product is generated by AI, not by human. But try to have regulators ahead of the entrepreneurs and engineers. I think it's impossible.
I think as we know, AI, as much as we want to believe in it, I mean, there will be examples where its flaws become present and people will demand some kind of regulation. I mean, that just seems to be inevitable.
Yeah, and I think this is a very good question. It's a challenging reality, which requires a global coordination. You mentioned Europe, US, and China. I think one example we could refer to is almost over 90% of central banks in the world are researching and developing digital currency. So that's one way to sort of coordinate in terms of the digital currency on the digital currency front. And also I think the communication and discussion about the common issues faced by the regulators are very important. So such mechanism should be established so that people could, I agree with Dr. Yang, it is difficult to think ahead and get everything written in a rule, but it's never too late when the issue comes out and regulators discuss and come out something to prevent that from happening again. And thirdly, I think there are some basic rules which proves to be sound in the traditional financial sector, such as the rule for KYC. These kind of things, I think it should be rolled out and discussed among the regulators to apply in the new form of digital trading, at least for certain restricted transactions. That's the minimum, in my opinion.
We have just a few minutes left, so I want to ask you both the same question to conclude, and I'll start with you, Dr. Yang. Obviously, we've talked so much about technology and AI as far as future-proofing finance, future-proofing private equity. Is there something else that needs to be brought on the table that we've not mentioned that also is important in these in this future-proofing effort?
Yeah, I think that really get into the almost like philosophical level of question, right? The technology will help level the playing field and make it more democratic, remove the middleman, so to speak. That would include politicians themselves, right? If you think about the congressman, congresswoman, they're the middlemen. And today you can easily go to the individuals for whatever political decisions. But we know that's difficult because we're up to the Congress to decide what can be done, what cannot be done. But hopefully, with the continued development of technology, people finally will realize, we are moving to a very decentralized world.
Right. Beyond technology, in the 1 minute we have left, is there something that also needs to be discussed about future-proofing?
Yeah, I would say I would be a little bit more pragmatic. I think the theme of this FI priority in Hong Kong is the impact on humanity. So people talk a lot about sustainability, ESG, but when you discuss that, you normally detach that with the financial sector and the investment, because people tend to think that's non-profit, has nothing to do with return. Where, in my opinion, in the next 10 years, it shouldn't be the boundary or barrier between the two. The private equity sector should be motivated, incentivized to be actively involved in the ESG investment. I think a lot of investors and regulators start to do that already. I would love to see more and more in the future.
AI, blockchain have such a profound impact in every aspect of our life, from financial security to how we order food. So thank you both for a very fascinating conversation. There's so much more to come on this.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to invite Richard Atias back onto the stage as we move on this afternoon.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. So, I will deliver a message to all the people who are outside of the plenary. I think I highly recommend you to join us for the last two sessions of the day, because you will hear from great people, really great people. The next session after our session will be with two former prime ministers, which will give you a geopolitical, I would say, dimension of these global conversations. But today and now, it's my really great pleasure to welcome on stage a lady who do not need any introduction in Hong Kong, but even in many other countries. But I'm talking to also the people who are watching us live stream. So she's an entrepreneur, she's an investor, she's a philanthropist, she's a co-founder of Horizon Ventures, which she started in 2005. She's extremely well known for identifying and investing early in disruptive startups that shape the future. Just to name few: Skype, Zoom, Impossible Foods, Spotify, Siri, which is extremely impressive, DeepMind, and among the companies Horizon Ventures invested under her leadership. So please, before I continue to present this amazing lady, welcome with me on stage Solina Cho, co-founder of Horizon Ventures. Solina, please. So, did I miss a few things in the great bio?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me today. It's great to have you bringing so many visitors to Hong Kong. So, advertisement time. I'd like to welcome everybody, to our beautiful city where we call home. Very important tidbit of information for you. We have a great restaurant scene. Our Italian food is, I don't want to use this word, but it's coming out of my mouth, better than New York. We have a very formidable omakase restaurants, a group of restaurants in Hong Kong. So if you're a foodie like me, please do come to visit us more and often. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, tonight we have a great official reception dinner where we will have the pleasure also to taste not only the Hong Kong food, but also the Italian and other foods, as you mentioned.
Well, you'll
so
be
thank
impressed.
you.
Thank you.
Selina, You are also a philanthropist, as I mentioned, since 1996. You have your own independent Cho Foundation. You invested more than 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars in support of education, women's causes around the world. How did your personal values, before we talk about business, I would like to spend a few minutes about you, even if you don't like to talk about you, but it's important. You are a titan, you are a tycoon, so these conversations are about the people who are welcoming on stage. So how did your personal values and, I would say, experiences shape your approach to business and investment? And what lessons have you learned along the way?
Well, interesting question. Perhaps this should be a question that I should ask myself. So the first word that comes to my mind, and it is for individuals as well as for organizations or government. I think the first priority, because I see a word priority, is always, in this dynamic world, never to get stuck. Stuck is a very bad nightmare and a scary one. So for me personally, a lot of the fear of getting stuck drives me towards doing a lot of trying to work out a lot of solutions or propelling myself forward. And a commitment also that if I can get out of a rut of something, then I must not forget. I must remember that I should be helping others to get out of it too. So I think the word stuck is somehow very big on my mind.
Do you have any role models?
Role models?
Yes, who inspired you to do what you are doing and what you have achieved?
Well, I benefit greatly from my life partner and mentor, Mr. Lee Ka-shing. I think he comes from very challenging background. I mean, I have never seen someone who is the fear of being stuck is bigger, if not, if not more acute than me. So I think share with you a very interesting conversation I had this morning.
Please, nobody is listening, so just...
No, but I think, if you want media attention, then talking about Mr. Lee is always better than talking about me, okay. But he warned me today. I share with him, for Laura, I'm going to do this session, and he said, okay, learn something, right? Hone your skills on vanishing negatives. It is better to be prudent in your choice of words. So this is the first thing. And the second thing is, we have an interesting debate about what is more important. Is finance the heart of the economy, or is technology the brain, or vice versa? Which is it? So we have an interesting debate, but in the end, we both agree that the most important thing is both of it, finance and technology, pump really quickly for a lot of countries in the world for the next decade coming.
Talking about technology precisely, what major scientific or technological breakthrough do you see transforming our civilization trajectory over the next, I would say, 10 years, the next decade? You invested in amazing companies who had a huge impact on every single of us. But how do you see the next 10 years to be impacted?
Well, for me, personally, I think functional productivity is going to move to center stage for the next 10 years. I mean, its impact will be so huge that it can affect the livelihood of many people. So what am I talking about? For example, like synthetic biology or alternative materials. I mean, they are all ready to scale big time. So a lot of traditional manufacturers will be at a crossroad. Not only do they have to decide how am I going to adopt new technologies, new materials, new offerings, and they have to face the challenges of other economies adopting it quicker, more nimble, because they don't have to have the baggage. They're more nimble, and they are going to embrace it, and then they are going to compete you in a better product and also pricing. So this is really hard. So I think I would, may I talk about an example?
Please.
So I love this little example, this story I'm going to share, because it is tiny, but it's magnificent. So whenever I talk to governments, nobody cares about this because they feel that, oh, this is not AI. Oh, this is not like chipset. So why are you talking about it? But then a small coffee pot made out of baguettes actually is 100% compostable, and it is going to change a lot of our consumers' habit because they can adopt it seamlessly and easily. This is very important. Do you know that nearly 100 billions of pots, coffee pots made out of aluminium, that is like 90,000 tons of aluminium used a year for the coffee pots. And it nearly, I mean, some companies say that they recycle 20%, which is hardly believable, but then it all goes into the landfill. So this is, for me, this is important. And this is, as we speak, I'm very proud to say that it is coming to a coffee machine near you very, very, very soon. As I said, tiny and magnificent, and propelled, the technology, all propelled by deep alternative material technology, material science, and also AI.
Allow me to ask you again another personal question, if you don't mind. You are a great philanthropist. How do you see philanthropy helping to build a better world, and which advice would you give to each of us? What should we do to be at our level philanthropists?
Thank you for the question. I really appreciate that question because it is, I'm dying to share this because also my mentor, Mr. Li Ka-shing, this is his MO. I was actually very surprised. He always say, we have to learn to, especially for a lot of very successful and affluent and so many wealthy family offices here in Hong Kong, 2 words, tax thyself. Tax thyself. So we all believe that we are good business citizens, we all pay tax, and then we do our bit. But then, what is the difference is that Mr. Li, apart from all the taxes that he has to pay and everything, he will, for whatever income, he will tax himself immediately. We will immediately distribute the profit that we receive from our investment. Like, we won't wait a year or like 3 months, it is like immediate distribution. So we have several very interesting exits this year. I feel very blessed. But then we have supported AI teaching programs into medical schools, a lot of medical health support project, and also an oncoming announcement in a US university very soon. So this is the work we do, and the mindset that helps us to make this decision. Because once you want to say you wait, Mr. Li said, you will never do it.
During your very successful career, I'm sure that you had, I would say, pivotal moment where you had to face some challenges and to navigate in a very complex situations and making maybe difficult business decisions. So how did you manage to overcome it?
I actually don't know how to answer this question, but I will try. So I believe nobody knows the future. I mean, the future, regrettably, is paved with would have, should have, and could haves of the world, right? So to navigate it, I think we need to have 2 very important mindset that forms our mind map. Curious minds and also counterfactual thinking. That will really help us not getting stuck. Because when you get stuck, all these normalcy bias and all the bad policies that you will have to traverse through in your course of developing your business in a ever-changing world will cost you very, very dearly. So for me, I always try to do a lot of reverse thinking. First of all, there's no formula for success. There's only a formula for failure. So I try to minimize my failure. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. As a successful woman, entrepreneur woman, how might society, I would say, be more inclusive and empower more women, the capabilities of women in terms of leadership across multiple sectors? And as you know better than me, only 2-3%, I think, women are involved in the VC's business. So what our society should do? Everybody is talking about empowering women, be more inclusive. But unfortunately, as you saw even today, and they were blaming ourselves, very few women were on stage today. And I was watching our panels, and I was criticizing ourselves, saying, wow, we should fight to find more and more women to be on stage. It's extremely important. So thank you for being with us. Thank you, Laura, for opening almost this summit today. But what should we do?
Well, thank you for having me. I felt very privileged and honored. When I step into the podium, step into the foyer today, all the women talk to me, but not a lot of men. Every woman smile at me. So first of all, women are always hardworking, long-suffering, and friendly. So I'm not sure we could really rely on the good intentions of the likes of you to propel our causes ahead. If we want to be, we have to recognize that this fight is forever, okay? It's a forever fight. And we will achieve it. Why? Because we are going to be friendly, supportive of each other, right? And you're going to grade me later, okay? Thank you.
My last question is looking forward, if you don't mind. You are a thinker, you are an investor. What do you determine you think will impact our humanity in the next 10 to 20 years? Everybody was talking about AI, but let's forget AI for a few minutes. What do you think will really have a real impact on our societies, on the next generation, our kids, our grandkids? What do you think, as a long-term thinker, will impact our societies?
Wow. Okay. I think today all governments should start thinking about institutionalizing, all the remonstrance bureau. Because if we don't have a conduit for actually helping to gauge the best policy forward, and it is historical in our imperial court that we have a remonstrance bureau that every day the officer will just talk to the emperor and say, Your Majesty, this is something you should seriously think about. It is wrong of you. Well, of course, half of them get beheaded. Yeah, but then it is still very important to be thinking. You might not want it to be institutionalized, still every person of power should have one. That becomes the check and balance for himself. Or else, I think all the universities should start in their MBAs, all the business schools, start offering anger management problems. I think anger management will be a very serious issue with all the technological driven changes that is oncoming, and it will come and it will benefit us. But then it will still be causing a lot of societal problems. And I think it is I think, regrettably, we have to rely on the government, who has all the power to ensure that everyone, each and every one of us, would have a smooth sailing towards the future.
I know, program team, that I'm over the time which was allocated to us, but since I am still in control, and I'm really much enjoying the conversation with you, I would like to ask you another question. You know, at FII and Riyadh, we were under the team, the Compass, the new Compass. And when I look at the Compass, my feeling is that the West is quite often giving lessons to the East and even to the South. Which advice would you give from the East to the West?
To the East, to the West?
Yes, you are from the East. Which advice would you give to the West?
Okay, first of all, do I get extra pay for the extra time? The second of all is, I think this question, thank you very much for respecting me and asking me, but this is where I practice my vanishing negative skills, and it's above my pay grade. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, please, round of applause for Solina Cho, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your company today. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm hosting the next panel. It's about whether or not AI can make better leaders. And God, we could do with some, couldn't we? Probably. Right. And I'd like to, when they've adjusted the seating, I'd like to welcome on stage, first of all, Matteo Renzi. He is the youngest ever Prime Minister of the Republic of Italy. And if he'd stop talking to people, he might get on stage. Come on, Matteo. He also teaches a course at Stanford University, which is about the challenges facing Europe. It's a very long course. Julie Bishop, Foreign Minister of Australia, 5 years, the first female Foreign Minister in 113 years. And one thing you don't know about her is she has a Barbie doll in her image made by Mattel. There we go.
Thank you.
Right, guys, let's start off with what you both know about AI, because I tell you what, the more I read, the less I know.
Please, Rima first.
Well, until ChatGPT burst onto our radar 12 months ago, I understood AI to be the processing of data, a disruptive technology that could be used to automate tasks, that could be used to replace a lot of repetitious tasks and the like. But I hadn't appreciated the full impact of how disruptive it could be and what a threat and a challenge AI in all its manifestations could be. My concern is that people, particularly in government, have very little understanding of the consequences, indeed the unintended consequences in some instances, of this very disruptive form of technology.
I was very surprised when I was in a lesson in Stanford University, in New York University, in my city in Florence, because I tried to ask a question to my students 1 year ago, 1 year and a half ago, no, 1 year ago, in January 2023, and they give me an answer very perfect about Renaissance, very great answer, and I don't understand. Wow! They studied very a lot. Then I understood what is ChatGPT, because I spoke for 3 years about artificial intelligence, and I never understand the very impact. When I stay on my role as professor with the students, and I saw the students give me every answer about Michelangelo, Leonardo, Brunelleschi, and the history of Florence, and I said, okay, that is artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence is potential a great threat, is absolutely true, but at the same time, I think is one of the best assets for our future. Please consider that in Riyadh, when in the flagship event of FII, we show with Richard and the people of FII a very great study. AI will increase the GDP from here to 2030 when an unbelievable growth. So we have to combine together the threats and the opportunities of AI, because that is one of the most challenging and great opportunities for our generation.
So the point then is, if it's going to do all these wonderful things, can it make leadership better? And that's what this is all about. That's the question. Is it there for the greater good, or does it have to be molded so that it can be?
I believe that it will not supplant leadership. In fact, it can enhance and support better leadership, better decision making. There can be opportunities to access masses of data that will lead to better decision making in a more timely way. It can be more efficient, more effective government policy making, for example. But first, government has to understand it, understand the consequences of it, and design and build and implement AI platforms that take into account the politics of governing.
But for politicians,
that's what I wanted to get to. So that's the elephant in the room. We can talk about leadership, but don't forget there is this huge body of trying to please people all the time and, well, go up the greasy pole, one thing, Matteo.
I think, of course, artificial intelligence will change deeply the impact of news in the day-by-day life. That means, after the impact of social media and in politics, the new impact of artificial intelligence could transform everything. The real question is, what is the truth? Please, I'm a Christian, and I remember the dialogue between Jesus Christ and Pilatus in the last moment of the life of Jesus Christ. The question was, in Latin, quid est veritas? What is the truth? So it's a question we have in the last 2,000 years.
I thought it was Vino Veritas.
That is a different point. Very interesting, but different point. And the truth is very complicated. We live in a time of post-truth. And with artificial intelligence, for politicians, everything could change. For example, usually in the past, the people think there is a news, Julie, Matteo, and all that have that decide to did that. Okay, without picture, was impossible to believe in that. But with the picture, everyone, okay, I see the picture, I believe in that news. Now, with the new pictures, we are absolutely fake pictures. I think there is the border between the truth and the fake news is absolutely new. But despite that, I think for politicians that is an opportunity, not simply a problem. Of course, it's not easy, and we have to invest in a new generation of people able to recognize the differences between the true and the fake news. Not easy, but wonderful.
To you, Matteo, you teach this course, The Challenges of Europe. Now, you put that into an AI bot, we'll be waiting all century.
I think for the crisis of Europe, also artificial intelligence have some problem to solve the crisis of Europe, because the crisis of Europe is a crisis of mission and vision. We have a crisis in demography. We discussed this morning. If you think about the numbers, in China, we have more or less 1.5 billion people. In India, more than 1.5 billion people. Africa will arrive to more than 1 billion people in the next years. Europe maintain a number of people who stay under 500 million people. And we consider ourselves as a great power because we were great power, but we have to change ourselves. So about the crisis of Europe, I'm not sure artificial intelligence could help in my course with the students.
And we haven't got a week, right?
I'm sure if Europe decide to have a protagonism also in this sector, we can play a role in the global stage. If we continue to be only a spectator between USA, China, Middle East, and Africa, we lost an opportunity.
But what it could do, and this is where I think leaders will take advantage of AI, it can teach us the lessons of history. We're always saying that we never learn the lessons of history. Well, if, for example, economic policies, there's so much debate about what works, what doesn't, what's the right policy, how do we deal with the growing inequality around the world with different economic policies. If AI as a tool could provide an historic analysis like that of all the economic policies that worked and didn't work, there are the facts. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's there. And so that's where populists would find
That's what I'm going to come to in a second.
Good. We're thinking the same.
You mentioned demography.
Yeah.
Got an aging population. We all know, and I think it was Emmanuel Macron who really fought the Yellow Brigade, essentially, and he got his measures through finally. This is a problem endemic across Europe. The point being, you're not going to win another election if you're not very careful in how you deal with this, because everybody knows retirement ages have to go up. So it can give you some harsh answers which are unpalatable because you're a politician ultimately.
Good question and a complicated problem. I think that, first of all, today artificial intelligence will change totally and deeply everything, not only politics. Consider that, because if we continue to speak only about politics, we lose also the debate before our. And I think artificial intelligence will change. For example, one stupid but very important, well, not stupid, one simple example. We discussed today about healthcare. In my country, yesterday, there was the strike of doctors after an unbelievable pressure for COVID, for pandemic. The government decided to don't give money to doctors and nurses, etc., and yesterday there was the first strike after pandemic. Okay. But if we consider doctors, medicine, and healthcare without artificial intelligence, we don't consider the challenging of present. For example, cancer could be destroyed in the next 5 years, according and following the people, in the next 20 years for other people, also thanks to new technologies focused on artificial intelligence. So I know artificial intelligence is a great challenger for politics because they change everything also in our paradigm, but is also a great asset to try to change our day-by-day life. That is the point. Okay, we can continue. About ourselves, I think for Europe, Europe is a place we had 7% of population, 24-25% of GDP, 49% of welfare society in the world. That is the numbers of Europe. Now Europe will be able to imagine a new future, a new idea, a new vision, a new mission for the old continent, or we remain a very good museum, very great for holidays. In my opinion, Emmanuel Macron is the only one in the stage today between the leaders of the European Union who have the desire to transform Europe not in a museum but in a lab.
Julie, you know, it can all go wrong as well, can't it? And let's have a look at Australia's example of robo-debt. Tell us a little bit about this crisis and how it was fermented.
Well, here's an example where the government didn't design, build and implement an AI online platform and a data processing system with the consequences in mind, and it turned out to be an absolute disaster. The idea was to focus on welfare compliance and crack down on welfare fraud, and there was this belief that if you matched the welfare data that went into the Centrelink, the social services department, with averaged income across the Australian Tax Office and kind of matched it, you'd then be able to identify the people who there was a discrepancy, so they must be cheating on the welfare system. Well, it all sounded very good in theory, and in practice it was a disaster because
you've got other examples as well, haven't you, of this?
It automatically sent out debt notices to people claiming they owed the government a lot of money, and in many instances there was no debt. So about 400,000 or 500,000 debt notices were sent, and incredible consequences on people's lives. It ended up in a royal commission and Senate inquiries, and it all came down to the fact that those designing the system didn't understand it, they didn't test it, they didn't have pilots, they just went into it believing that they understood. This means, again, government needs expert advice, and when it comes to AI, the expertise lies in the private sector. So there's got to be a partnership between the private sector, the experts in the AI field, and governments who are going to harness the power of AI to implement public policies that have a huge impact on people's lives.
Julie, we've been struggling to keep up with developments in the internet and beyond, etc., and we're always playing catch up. Is this the time that people looked at AI and said we've got to put civil society first, and at a time when the genie may be slightly out of the bottle but not completely?
This is a difficulty of trying to put a framework in place for ethical, responsible use of AI. And I know many entities, many nations, the OECD, around the world are trying to come up with a set of principles, but we can't even agree on the ethical use of the internet. So I can't see how in any time soon we're going to be able to agree a set of ethical principles. And the risks come in national security, in breaches of privacy, in military applications of AI and the like. And again, it comes down to the human input. If you say to an artificial intelligence drone system, for example, go and take out terrorist XYZ, and it goes off and does it, fine. But if you say, go and take out all the bad guys, well, then you're leaving it to AI to work out who the bad guys are.
Exactly.
That's dangerous.
You know, the moral responsibility, you may be feeling very strongly about something from an ethical and moral point and a perspective, but if AI tells you to do something else, how do you grapple with that?
I think the question about ethics and philosophy are very, very, very complicated, but that will open a new door for the future for the students. Let me be very clear. A guy today ready to study, to challenge for artificial intelligence, not necessarily have to study STEM, could study philosophy, could study right, because the world of tomorrow will be totally different also in that sector. But I think we have to be honest with ourselves. A part of problems come from artificial intelligence, but a part of problem come before artificial intelligence. Just one example in 30 seconds. When I was President of Council of Prime Minister in 2016, before I lost a referendum. In 2016, everyone lost a referendum. David Cameron was the chairman of this company who lost a referendum, and the deputy chairman, etc. But I remember a discussion with the member of G7, European member of G7, with the President Obama in Germany. Merkel, Hollande, Cameron, myself, and of course, President Barack Obama. And I remember we discussed about the fake, the trolls in the websites, in the social media, in Facebook before the Cambridge Analytica scandal, before. And I remember with François Hollande, we we opened the discussion. We risk how democracy could be changed from fake news and trolls. And I remember a part of the people on the table.
What was the conclusion?
No, the conclusion was two people told, that has a not very good thing. They use the expression not so good. But then, after 2 months, Brexit and the results of a Russian influence in the Brexit campaign show how was very deep that problem before the artificial intelligence.
I was going to say, don't you think we need the A-team back? Now, David Cameron's gone back to be Foreign Minister. Matteo?
Matteo, no, I think it's interesting that they come back.
But it's an interesting discussion to be having in 2016.
Exactly, and I'm going to talk about 2016 and perhaps also bring another parallel with Donald Trump, of course, perhaps coming in. Now, how could he use AI to further his ambitions and also legally and politically?
I don't know that he and AI are particularly aligned. I'm sure he has a lot to say about AI, but his challenge would be, as a very populist leader who comes up with short-term answers, popular answers to seemingly...
Which AI would say no to, you're suggesting?
Well, I'm just getting there, that in terms of his populist policies, AI recommendations based on history and analysis and the like would say this is the answer, this is for the long-term benefit of the nation, whereas some of President Trump's policies are very short-term that might be popular sugar hit for the public, but in fact history shows will have disastrous long-term consequences, for example, in trade, in immigration and the like.
And of course, you could reprise your old Prime Minister, the cruise ship crooner Silvio Berlusconi, and he's a very similar type of character. So what would you do if you were in that position?
If populism could be considered a startup, Italy could be a Silicon Valley of populism, because we created a lot of different populists in the last 30 years. And we had different government, also because we change the government every year just to maintain our fresh style. But independently from that, I think there is a problem in the day-by-day approach, as Julie rightly explained. If I'm a man or woman, a politician with a vision, I don't think about the reaction of day by day. I have a vision, I have a mission, and I know I have to go in that direction. If I continue to think only about the reaction of the people, my only preoccupation is not the vote of the people every 4 years. My only preoccupation is my post works or not. How many likes I received. The reel is viral or not viral. That independently from I said, it's wonderful a chat with my team, because, okay, this reel is very good, but what is the content of Reel? Oh, I don't know. It works. A lot of like, a lot of viral effects. So that is independent from artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will increase the problems of the relation between politics and consensus, and maybe artificial intelligence. I'm really curious, because I think if artificial intelligence really will work, artificial intelligence will destroy Italian bureaucracy. But I think artificial intelligence will work everywhere, but not with Italian bureaucracy. That is unbattable.
Will it work with Australia very quickly?
I think it will. I must ask ChatGPT to write me a response on how will AI affect Australian democracy. I did actually ask ChatGPT whether or not the predictions of overwhelming humanity and the loss of humanity through AI would come to pass, and it came back in about 2 seconds with an answer saying no, that AI would not destroy humanity, that it actually could be used for the common good as long as governments regulated, had appropriate governance, accountability, transparency. So it gave us a,
but it would
gave
say
me a
that,
lecture on
lulling you into a false sense of security.
I know.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Julie Bishop there, please, and Matteo Renzi. Please give it up for them.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, let's go.
Wow, it's like
speed dating. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chancellor Bishop. Thank you, Senator Renzi. Thank you very much, Chancellor Bishop and Senator Renzi, and thank you to Rashad as well. Their conversation reminds me of President Obama's recent call for technology leaders who understand AI to spend a spell in government, in fact. What a lineup we've had of world leaders today. We've heard just there from the former Prime Minister of Italy, former Foreign Minister of Australia. We were so honored this morning to open the day with the gong, to hear from Honorable John Lee, Laura Cha. We had humanity's highest priorities with His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, hosted an amazing board of changemakers, heard from His Excellency the Minister of Investment, Minister Al-Faleh. We had sessions on megashocks, on hypertech, on climate tech, urban tech, Web 4.0, and the MENA-Asia bilateral relationship. I very much enjoyed Rashad's conversation with Selena Chow. We had some fantastic conclaves up on the 8th floor as well. And we're not done. Tomorrow, we will dive into the priority compass more fully. We'll hear from one of Google's leading advocates on artificial intelligence. We'll talk about the future of work, future of globalization, future of global entertainment, and if that's not all, the future of civilization itself. We'll look at the Asia startup scene and longevity. Closing tomorrow with another high-level session with some of the most influential members of business and government. So, very much look forward to that. I look forward to seeing some of you tonight at the reception and everyone else here tomorrow.